to the government, if she'll forgive me, they're not going to solve this problem by getting rid of the Prime Minister or anything like that. What they're going to do is finally deal with the pull factor. And the only thing that will work is to arrest, detain and deport anybody who arrives illegally in this country and have a temporary derogation from any convention that prevents us doing it. If they do that, there'll be so much more confidence in the nation, the Prime Minister will be more popular and people won't drown anymore.
Well, look, Mr. Speaker, what I would say gently to the honourable gentleman, look, I'm always willing to listen to advice from wherever it may come from, but I would point out that in 14 years under his party in government, we didn't see any such action. And it is very easy, I think, to say from the sidelines, just deport everybody. If it was so easy to derogate from international obligations, I'm pretty sure the previous administration would have done it. That they're only now saying it from the sidelines, I think, says a lot about them and their attitude to government. There is no one silver bullet in dealing with the problems of illegal migration, and that is why I'm taking action across every potential forum, that is both on changing our human rights laws, passing legislation later this year on the application of Article 8, dealing with our appeals processes, absolutely talking about reform of the European Convention on Human Rights, which we are doing, getting illegal working raids up. All of these things are important steps to try to get this system under control. I am determined that we will deal with the problem of illegal migration, but there is no one silver bullet, and that is why I'm taking action across all fronts.
Katie Lamb, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, The Times reported that companies and company directors who have previously abused the work visa system have been allowed to continue sponsoring visas despite the government's promise of a clampdown. One social care business has been able to sponsor 116 visas despite being caught hiring illegally. As the Home Secretary just said herself, being able to work here illegally is one of the greatest pull factors. So what message does she think this sends to companies that break the rules?
Well, I think what the Shadow Minister should have first done is apologised for being part of an administration that actually opened the social care route that was open to such horrifying levels of abuse. That route was closed by this government. That was the right action to take. And since we've been in government, 1,000 sponsor licences have been revoked. We will continue to take action. We are already following up on the newspaper investigation that she references, and we will keep revoking licences so that only legitimate businesses with proper jobs are able to sponsor workers into our country.
Max Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British people have watched in horror over the past weeks as President Trump's ICE squads have murdered, kidnapped and oppressed people. Even infants and children have not escaped this rough treatment. Now, the Conservatives have suggested they would like to introduce a removals force styled on ICE, and we can only guess what the Honourable Member for Clacton would do if he was in charge, even if he concedes that ICE has gone too far on occasion. So will the Home Secretary condemn Trump's ICE squads, and will she reassure us that we will not see ICE squads on the streets of Britain?
Tom?
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike I think most of Westminster, I'm not plagued with America brain, and I don't spend any of my time worrying about what's happening over in the States. But as the Home Secretary, I focus on my day job, which is protecting people in our country. And he will know full well that we do not have anything like the sorts of arrangements that we've seen over in America. But without having armed immigration enforcement, we've already got record removals to just under 60,000 since we've been in government. We will go further, but we will do so in line with the arrangements we already have in place and our British values.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
I agree. Minister.
The murder of Martha Giles in 1959 was particularly horrific, and I can only imagine the pain and suffering that her family have been through, given that the case is still ongoing and there has never been justice. I am advised that decisions around opening or closing the National Archives records on the murder of Martha Giles are a matter for the Metropolitan Police Service and not for us, but I'm very happy to facilitate the introductions that he might want with the Met Police.
Sir Gavin.
I know that the Minister is a deeply compassionate lady, and on the 12th of February 1959, Martha Giles was brutally murdered, leaving her work at New Cross Hospital in Wolverhampton, and she left behind 5 children. There's only one of those children that's still alive today, Mrs. Edwards, and she desperately seeks answers. I know that it's not within the Minister's gift, but if there's any way of being able to convene officials and officers in the Metropolitan Police just to be able to bring some closure on this awful chapter, it would be so deeply appreciated.
Can I thank him and again offer my condolences to Martha's family, who have been looking for justice for many, many, many decades. I am happy within the bounds of what I am allowed to do it for the Right Honourable Member, and we'll make sure we make the appropriate introductions.
Dr. Ellison.
Question number 13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are investing a record £140 million in state-of-the-art technology to make our communities safer. This includes rollout of live facial recognition, a technology that is already transforming policing. Investing in technology means more time for the police to be out where we want them, on the streets, fighting and deterring crime in our communities.
Dr. Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with Home Office colleagues to discuss the use of synthetic cathinones, often referred to as monkey dust, in Stoke-on-Trent. These substances cause significant harm to users and indeed to communities, and they are frequently sold via the dark web and imported through the post. So can the Minister provide an update on their work with the National Crime Agency and Royal Mail to detect illicit substances using technology, and advise whether existing opioid detection methods can be adapted or applied to synthetic cathinones?
Safe state.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for raising the scourge of synthetic cathinones. Let me assure her that the work between the National Crime Agency, Royal Mail and others continues at pace. The use of synthetic drugs is a concerning development in the global drugs market, but this government and law enforcement are taking action, and we continue to innovate and seek new methods for screening and identifying drugs using emerging technologies, including AI, to tackle this challenge.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited a major retailer in my Spelthorne constituency, and they reported that that corporately their systems are so clunky that to get information to the police when they have evidence of shoplifting, they had to resort to sending an officer around to the thing to film on their body cam footage from the the retailer's own systems. So as well as sorting out the technology within the police, would the Home Secretary also encourage and reach into those big corporate retailer chains so that we can have a seamless flow of information in order to drive down shoplifting?
Well, I'm very glad, I'm very pleased he raises that particular issue. I'm happy to look into the detail that he's seen in his own constituency. Let me assure him there is a lot of work happening with retailers. I know that there are different platforms that are being adopted. The pace of technological innovation in this area is really very quick indeed, and we will do everything we can to make sure all of these systems are absolutely joined up and that the police are in the best possible position to go after these criminals as quickly as possible.
Lisa Smile.
Question 14, please, Mr. Speaker.
This government is restoring neighbourhood policing with nearly 2,400 additional neighbourhood officers in post since last September, and we're ensuring that every community has named contactable officers dedicated to tackling the issues facing their communities. Of course, the provision of in-person services such as front counters are for local police to decide. I want those police on our streets catching criminals.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Communities like Woodley in my Hazel Grove constituency has been plagued by shoplifting on the precinct. We've had far too much antisocial behaviour, and recently we've had some really worrying violent incidents as well. Bredbury Police Station, though, was closed by the Mayor a few years ago, and we know many people want to access police services in person for all sorts of accessibility reasons, just because it's much more reassuring to have that conversation in person. Police also tell us that they can pick up on things in person that they just can't when they receive an online form. We Lib Dems have a plan for a police counter in every community, in places like supermarkets where people already are. What steps is the government taking to ensure that communities like Woodley can access police services in person?
Minister.
So every ward will have a named community officer that they can contact and get in touch with, which I think is the priority here. She talks about retail crime, which, as I said earlier, increased by 60% in the last 2 years of the Conservative government. So by us taking steps, for example, by making sure that the £200 rule that the previous government had in place, so that any theft in a shop under £200 was not even investigated by the police, we are scrapping that, and we are making sure that there are more officers in our community. I'm sure there are innovative things that that can be done in terms of making sure that visibility is there, but having a named police officer that you can contact in your ward is massive progress on what we had before.
Mr. Speaker, Humberside Police and trade unions representing Humberside Police have raised concerns about potential closures of counters under Operation Balance. Can she offer any reassurance further to her remarks that will give assurance to my local community that they will be able to contact local police as and when they need to?
Minister.
Absolutely. Can I thank my honourable friend? And of course, people are worried about making sure they have access to their police officers, particularly when they need them, which is why we're introducing targets to make sure the response is quick and there when we need them, and why we are putting more money into policing. Police forces themselves will have £796 million additional funding this year, which is a 4.5% cash increase and a 2.3% real terms increase. And I'm happy to make sure and work with her to make sure our neighbourhood guarantee is being delivered in her constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 16.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our cross-cutting government strategy has committed £1 billion over the next 3 years to support victims of VAUG, including domestic abuse. Some of what is in that includes £30 million uplift under this government on refuge and safe accommodation for victims of domestic abuse, and also millions extra on funding the DA perpetrator schemes, specifically targeting the most high risk of harm repeat offenders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After years of enduring domestic abuse, a constituent of mine came forward to Thames Valley Police. She was badly let down by process and communication failures, resulting in the perpetrator avoiding prosecution, despite a positive charging decision. She is now worried for her own personal safety and has a PTSD diagnosis. So I appreciate what the Minister has said she's doing to help victims of domestic violence, but what more can she do to make sure that they're taken seriously so that the victims do not have the same experience as my constituent?
Minister. The Honourable Gentleman makes an incredibly good point, is that we would save ourselves a lot of time and people a lot of harm if we just got it right in the first place, which is why this government has invested £13.1 million specifically into a policing centre for violence against women and girls that seeks to look at all of the gaps in the system within policing and seeks to make a nationwide standards that they will be held accountable to.
Samantha Nibbler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of South Derbyshire, I'm grateful to Derbyshire Wish, who provide domestic violence and abuse services and who use my officers for free in order to speak with victims of domestic violence and abuse in a safe and neutral environment. I wonder if the Minister can tell me what she is doing to tackle domestic violence and abuse in rural communities where isolation plays a significant part in this going undetected.
The Honourable, I pay tribute to the organisation in her constituency and across our constituencies, and tribute to her for doing that work within her own surgery. I would encourage the same of everybody, and I'm sure many do that. What I would say is that the rural communities experience domestic abuse the same as people in urban areas, but they have different needs that need to be met, and that is why this government, and I invite the Honourable Lady to join me in this, and any members in the House, will work with members from rural areas to look at really specifically what needs to be done to make sure that that isolation is, when police standards are written, fully taken into account.
Mark Pritchard.
How the police respond to domestic violence incidents at the first instance oftentimes is critical for the criminal justice process, but also interpreting the events on the ground. I know the Minister, who in my view does a very good job, by the way, likes to look at best practice across the world. Would she look at best practice in Europe where academics have proven that where there is a male and female officer responding to these incidents, that the process of prosecuting is often far easier as a result of having a mixed-gender patrol where possible.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that suggestion, and I welcome and will make sure that our officials look up this particular study. I will do anything that shows an improvement in this area, and it never surprises me that actually gender parity in things makes things better. That's also another thing I've committed my life to.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's determination to tackle violence against women and girls and to support victims. Would the Minister agree with me that improvements to our family justice system, as well as to our criminal justice system, are going to play a really important part in that?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady, and I think that whilst this is Home Office questions and people will rightly bring their issues with regard to policing across the country, around only 10% of victims of domestic abuse ever see the inside of a police station, ever interact with policing. So making sure that every other part of our system and the family court system and the family justice system and our civil courts absolutely have to play a part, and that is why they are a fundamental part of the violence against women and girls.
Please,
question 17, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is a great champion for Huddersfield's High Street, and I'm pleased to be able to tell her that tackling money laundering is key to delivering on this government's mission to make our streets safer and to deliver economic growth. The new High Streets Illegality Task Force will bring together departments and agencies to systemically disrupt money laundering and related crime on the High Street, while new funding will boost trading standards capabilities and fund an increase in law enforcement officers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Police operations last year, including in West Yorkshire, saw hundreds arrested and thousands of high street shops raided across the country. So can I ask what further steps are being taken to tackle money laundering, including connecting information across agencies and flagging suspicious entities so such operations can be closed down quickly?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to her, and we are taking more steps. And the new High Streets Task Force will look at whether the current data sharing between agencies in supporting enforcement teams is appropriate in order to maximise our response to be as effective as it possibly can be. The government will also publish a new anti-money laundering and asset recovery strategy this summer. This will set out further ambitious measures to strengthen our fight against money laundering, including better sharing and exploitation of financial information across the system.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Organised criminality is behind much of the money laundering that we see on our high streets, and that's why my committee last week launched an inquiry looking at organised criminality and the role it plays in the crime we see in neighbourhoods up and down the country. Can the Minister set out what support the Home Office is giving to the National Crime Agency in regards to this issue, and how does he envisage the National Crime Agency working with the 12 mega forces that are envisaged in the White Paper and the National Police Force?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the chair of the committee for setting out the work that they're going to be doing. I have long believed that the importance of the work that we need to do, working very closely with the National Crime Agency to tackle serious organised crime, which is a blight on all of our communities. We're working very closely with the NCA to make sure that they've got the appropriate level of resourcing and the correct strategic priorities. I meet with the Director every single week. We'd be very happy to cooperate closely with the work that she's doing, and she's right to mention the importance of police reform. Obviously, we're looking very carefully at that process, and we'll make sure that we configure ourselves in a way that will maximise the ability of the National Crime Agency to tackle serious organised crime.
We now come to Topicals. Rupert Lowe.
Topical question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Justice Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, this government pledged to restore order and control to our borders, and our work is taking effect. Since we took office, removals of illegal migrants are up 31% to nearly 60,000 since we took office. Forced returns are up 45%, and deportations of foreign criminals are up by a third. In December, we imposed visa sanctions on 3 countries, Angola, Namibia and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they have worked. Each of those countries is now accepting their citizens back. I know the public want us to do more, and we will. We will reform human rights law and our appeals processes to swiftly remove those with no right to be here. This country will always offer sanctuary to genuine refugees, but for those who do not play by the rules, we must be firm. The last Conservative government lost control, and it is we, the Labour government, that are restoring order to our border.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister knows, our independent rape gang inquiry hearings are ongoing, just a short walk from this chamber. Last week, I sat opposite one woman who was raped by between 600 and 700 men. She estimated that 98% were Pakistani Muslims. The evidence we are collecting is brutal. Again and again, we've been told of failed attempts to traffic raped and abused women overseas to Pakistan and elsewhere. Thankfully, those attempts failed. How many did not? Will the Minister agree to urgently review cases of missing girls in target areas and launch a full state investigation into reports of such trafficking?
Justice Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the testimony of the victims that the Honourable Gentleman has heard from is absolutely horrifying, and the grooming gang scandal was one of the darkest moments in this country's history. Victims and survivors of these hideous crimes deserve justice, and we will make sure they get it. Our inquiry is a full, statutory, independent inquiry with all of the powers under the Inquiries Act 2005 to deliver justice, and I would urge him and anybody else with any allegations of criminality or evidence of criminality to share that with the police immediately.
Tom Hayes.
Everyone's democratic right to protest within the law. In Bournemouth, Dorset Police has been forced to spend around £100,000 policing protests at the 3 asylum hotels opened by the Conservatives at eye-watering expense. Often protests have to be managed by neighbourhood policing teams that we, as a Labour government, are rebuilding. This means that they are policing protests rather than out on the beat in their neighbourhoods. When will Bournemouth's asylum hotels begin to close? Not just because they're bad for the people living within them and around them, but because of the huge cost to our local police force and the abstractions involved to our neighbourhood policing teams.
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is a doughty champion for his community and has raised the issue of these hotels with me on multiple occasions. I know he'll continue to do so until they are closed. He is exactly right. For the reasons he mentions, hotels are a very, very bad place to accommodate those seeking asylum. He will have heard the commitment from myself and from the Home Secretary. We will get them closed and get them closed within this parliamentary term.
Justice Secretary Chris Folk. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deng Majek from Sudan is an illegal small boat migrant who was sentenced last week to 29 years in prison for the brutal murder of Rhiannon White. He stabbed Rhiannon 23 times as she desperately tried to defend herself. Given the timing of Majek's arrival in the summer of 2024, he would have been eligible for deportation to Rwanda. But Labour cancelled the Rwanda plan and instead accommodated this illegal immigrant in a hotel at taxpayers' expense. Does the Home Secretary now accept it was a huge mistake to cancel the Rwanda plan just before it started, which would have seen Majek deported, thereby preventing Rhiannon's murder?
Home Secretary.
Well, let me say first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, that the murder of Rhiannon White was an abhorrent crime, and our thoughts are with her loved ones. And I would caution all members against using individual cases to make a bigger political point, as the Shadow Home Secretary has just sought to do. He knows full well his government's Rwanda plan was nothing more than a gimmick. £700 million spent on 4 volunteers going to Rwanda. There is no silver bullet in dealing with the mess of the migration system left to us by the previous Conservative administration, but we are taking action.
Migration is up 42% since the general election, and I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, this is not an isolated case. Hundreds of crimes have been committed by illegal immigrants, including a 30-year-old woman raped, girl raped in Leamington Spa by 2 Afghan small boat migrants, and a girl aged just 12 strangled and raped in Nuneaton. So does the Home Secretary agree this cannot go on, and that only radical action will fix this? And just like the Father of the House said earlier, we need to leave the ECHR and deport all illegal immigrants within a week of arrival, then the crossings will stop.
Home Secretary.
Well, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is he's only picked up this new policy of leaving the ECHR in opposition, not one that they took up when they were in government. And I'm afraid he's just carping now from the sidelines, to which he has been condemned by the British people for failing to control our borders. It is this government that is sorting out the absolute abject mess left by the Conservative Party in our migration system.
Order. Mr. Philp. Can we just calm down, please? It doesn't look good on TV for anybody shouting somebody down. I'm saying.
We are already taking action, Mr. Speaker. We will go much further and we will not stop until we have restored order to our border.
Mr. Gordon.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. City centre safety is a top concern of residents in Newport East, so I was pleased to hear from Gwent Police last Friday we're seeing crime coming down thanks to extra measures and resources. Can I also draw the Minister's attention to Gwent Police's new Project Vigilance scheme, which uses undercover officers to protect women and girls in the nighttime economy? And alongside this, what more is the government doing to make our city centres safer?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? We are putting more money into policing. We're introducing respect orders. We're bringing back the rule that any theft under £200 must be investigated by the police. We are putting thousands more officers into our town centres. We're working with retailers to make sure we're using new technology to tackle crime. We're introducing live facial recognition to get these nasty criminals locked up where they belong. And I'm very pleased and very much looking forward to working with her and perhaps even visiting her constituency at some point.
Max Wilkinson, Liberal Democrat sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent weeks, those warning that a rapid dip in net migration could harm public services and the economy span left and right, including commentators such as Fraser Nelson, not known for his softness on this sort of thing. It is no secret this government is struggling to deliver growth after its two damaging budgets and stubborn refusal to join a customs union with the EU. So is the Home Secretary totally certain that her plans on immigration won't further harm the economy and public services like our precious NHS?
Yes, I am, and that is because having an ordered migration system, both for legal migration and sorting out the problems of illegal migration, are absolutely critical to maintaining public confidence across the country and to make sure that we can hold our country together. So I back all of these reforms and I know that they will have nothing but a positive impact.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Oldsham Farnborough, we have a brilliant police team, but recruitment of officers is difficult because of the pay difference along the Hampshire-Surrey border, where officers can earn more by working just a few miles away, leaving our local police team understaffed and overstretched. What steps is the Secretary of State taking to address these recruitment challenges to ensure we have bobbies on the beat in every community?
Minister.
My right honourable friend makes a good point, and we need to make sure we're both paying our police well, which we have done through a pay uplift, and also making sure we are looking after our police force. The number of police leaving the service, not for retirement or ill health, but leaving the service because they were fed up with it, tripled under the last government. We will put a stop to that.
Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Girls were raped and abused by grooming gangs in Scotland, just as they were in England and Wales, yet they are excluded from the grooming gangs inquiry. Girls, no matter where they are in the UK, must get justice, and rapists, no matter where they are in the UK, must face the consequences. In response to an earlier answer, the Minister said of Vogue perpetrators that she doesn't care who they are or where they come from. So will the Minister please now do the right thing and include Scottish victims in her inquiry?
Yeah. Minister.
What I would say to the honourable lady is that it is for the Scottish Government to undertake an inquiry, because actually justice, unlike in Wales, justice is also devolved within Scotland, as well as education, as well as health, all of the things that will be absolutely vital facets of the inquiry that will run across England and Wales. But I don't disagree with her that there absolutely needs to be no stone left unturned in Scotland, and that is and anything that of the work of the committee that is found, we will make sure that that is shared with Scotland.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Security Minister give an update on the work of the Defending Democracy Task Force to tackle the level of disinformation on social media and in our democracy?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to him. The Defending Democracy Task Force is the fulcrum point that coordinates activity across government. We work very closely with other government departments, specifically on the issue of countering mis- and disinformation, not least as we move towards important elections taking place in May. This is an important body. It has recently had its mandate renewed by the Prime Minister, and we ensure that we work very closely with law enforcement in order to make sure that our democracy is properly protected.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 2.5 years, our Jewish population have had to put up with hate marches starting outside synagogues. Jewish businesses have been suffering hate demonstrations outside, and now shops that store kosher goods are being targeted by demonstrators. What action can the Home Secretary take to make sure that our Jewish population are protected and these evil perpetrators are brought to justice?
Home Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me condemn in the strongest possible terms all of the anti-Semitic incidents that he has highlighted in his question. This government will not stand for any anti-Semitism in our country. We will take every step we can across government to wipe out this evil from our society. He will know that I am reviewing police protest powers. I've already made some announcements on changes that we will make. Lord Ken MacDonald is conducting a review, and I will not hesitate to take further legal steps in order to protect our Jewish community.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What action is my right honourable friend taking to disrupt the finances of the organised crime routes facilitating illegal migration to the United Kingdom, and what steps is the department taking with international partners to prosecute those who are funding these operations both domestically and internationally?
Minister.
I'm grateful for that question. I can report to the House that we've made 4,000 such disruptions against organised immigration crime. We are working with partners from all of those flows of illicit trafficking of peoples across the world at every stage, of course, closely with our French neighbours, but all the way around the world to disrupt these flows and send that very clear signal to those who traffic in persons that their time is up.
Pete Wishart.
Westminster Hall petition debate on indefinite leave to remain, where some 60 Labour MPs unanimously turned up to rubbish and disparage the Home Secretary's proposals. I got the impression they were highly unlikely to support that. So can she guarantee that any changes to ILR will be brought to this House for a debate and a vote?
Hear, hear. Well, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is these are the right reforms. We have set out proposals for an earned settlement scheme. They are being consulted upon. That consultation closes in a matter of days, and the government will consider all of those responses, and any changes that we wish to make, we will do so in the usual way.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Town centre crime in Hartlepool has fallen by 15% in the last year, thanks to the brilliant work of our police force under the leadership of Helen Wilson. But there is far more that needs to happen. My constituents deserve to feel safe in their town centre. So can the Minister tell me what more we can do to make sure our town centres remain safe?
Minister.
I am delighted that town centre crime has fallen by 15% in my honourable friend's constituency. It has fallen in many towns across the land since this government came to power, not just because we're introducing new technology where we need to, live facial recognition and others, not just because we're introducing more neighbourhood policing, not just because we're changing the law to make sure all crimes are investigated, but because we're all working together to get this done.
David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are concerned about the now imminent closure of the volunteer-manned Pinner Police Station, part of a programme on the Mayor of London that leaves the whole of the London Borough of Harrow with no in-person access to the police. Thus far, the volunteers that man the front desk and I have had no response at all from the Mayor of London to our attempts to raise this issue. So will she intervene to ensure we at least get a response so the Mayor of London listens to my constituents' concerns?
Minister.
I'm sure the Mayor of London listens to his constituents' concerns, which is why we have increased funding into the Metropolitan Police, why we're doing everything we can to reverse the increases in retail crime that we saw under the previous government that we are beginning to tackle now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I visited St James Primary School in Haydock in my constituency, where, after learning about the dangers of knife crime, Year 6 children are campaigning to install bleed control kits in their community should the worst ever happen. Can the Minister please assure them and all my constituents that this government is doing all it can to tackle knife crime, and will she join me in paying tribute to the children and staff at St James for their efforts?
Minister.
Absolutely. Can I welcome the conversation that my honourable friend is having with his constituents and children who I know are deeply worried about knife crime. We have a target in this government to halve knife crime in a decade, and I can say that since the start of this parliament, knife crime has fallen by 8% and knife homicides are down by 27%, but we will not stop until we reach that target.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Office has said that a new licence to practice will be required for all police officers. Can the Minister explain how that will differ from the existing police conduct regulations, the Police Code of Ethics and the current police training programmes?
Minister.
The licence to practice is being introduced to make sure all officers, whatever stage in their career, are getting the right support, the right training that they need to do the jobs that we demand of them. We have said very explicitly we are going to design this with policing so that we can get this right, but it is about supporting police to do the jobs that we all need them to do.
For the Messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent comments from Rashid Afrin, the co-director of the Al-Roj camp in Syria, reported that several ISIS-linked individuals have been repatriated from that camp to the UK. Can the Home Secretary confirm how many individuals, ISIS-linked individuals, have been repatriated to the UK and whether, upon their return, they were held in custody or not?
Minister.
I hope the honourable gentleman will understand if I don't get into the specifics of that, nor do we comment on individual cases, but I can tell him that the Home Secretary will use all tools at her disposal to make sure that we keep the public safe.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to pass on my heartfelt sympathies to the family of Khalid Oladipo, who sadly, tragically got killed by a knife crime incident last week in the city of Leicester. I'm sure every member in this House does not want to see another life shortened and another mother's heart broken. So can I ask the Minister if she would back my calls for the government to appoint a dedicated minister to tackle knife crime?
Minister.
I am that dedicated minister, and it is my job to tackle knife crime. It is what I have campaigned on for many, many years, and I'm glad to say we are having some success. But every knife attack, every knife murder is an absolute tragedy, and we will continue to do all we can.
Final question, Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The police officers and PCSOs in North Shropshire work hard, but the PCSOs' hours have been cut because of budget constraints, and there are no front desk services at all in my constituency, despite it having 5 market towns. Can the Minister outline how we're going to see better and more visible community policing in North Shropshire?
Minister.
The officer maintenance grant, which kept the uplift of officers, became a barrier to more visible policing and actually saw us reducing the number of PCSOs by half under the previous government. So by giving the police more flexibility, but by ensuring that we are putting 13,000 more officers into our communities, on our streets, where they can tackle the scourge of everyday crime, I think the Honourable Lady will get the right mix that she needs for her constituents.
Let the front benches change over. We now come to the urgent question. Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, to ask the Foreign Secretary if they'll make a statement on the 20-year sentence imposed on our brave citizen, Jimmy Lai, a British citizen.
You're welcome. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I thank the Right Honourable Member for his question on this very serious matter. He will know that the UK condemns in the strongest terms the politically motivated prosecution of British national Jimmy Lai. As the Foreign Secretary said this morning, 20 years is tantamount to a life sentence for a 78-year-old man. We remain deeply concerned for Mr. Lai's health. We call on the Hong Kong authorities to release him on humanitarian grounds so that he may be reunited with his family. Sadly, this sentence is not a surprise. The national security law was imposed on Hong Kong by Beijing precisely to silence China's critics. That is why the government has long called for the repeal of the national security law and for the end to the persecution of all individuals charged under it. It is also why the Prime Minister raised Jimmy Lai's case with President Xi on his recent visit to Beijing. The Prime Minister's visit allowed us to open up discussion with China, making our case directly to the Chinese president is an approach being taken by the USA, Canada, France, Ireland, and many other allies. The Foreign Secretary has been in touch with Mr. Lai's family in relation to the private conversations that have happened, and I know that many in this House will want to express their support for the family. We recognise their fortitude at this incredibly difficult time. Mr. Speaker, this government remains steadfast in our support for the people of Hong Kong. That is also why today the Home Secretary has announced the expansion of eligibility for the B&O visa route. The UK has welcomed around 200,000 Hong Kongers since 2021, and we will unequivocally continue to uphold our commitments to them. This government's utmost priority is to secure the release of Jimmy Lai, an elderly, unwell British citizen. He has endured an extraordinary ordeal for 5 years, and we call for this to end now. That is why we are focusing on the action that will help him the most: sustained engagement with China, making our case consistently and directly. As the Right Honourable Member knows, we shouldn't sit outside the room refusing to engage where you can't even have that conversation. And I am grateful to have the opportunity today, Mr. Speaker, to reiterate this government's call for Jimmy Lai's immediate release.
Right, let's go back to Sir Ian.
I'm grateful for you granting this. Today, as the Minister said, Jimmy Lai, a British citizen, has been in prison for a further 20 years. Now, given his poor health and the fact that he sat for 5 years in solitary confinement, this is not a sentence, it is a death sentence on this brave man. They've trashed everything that we would consider reasonable in law. I, for example, as others, I was named 9 times in this prosecution case, and I've never even met him, or sadly, ever even spoken to him. I ask the question simply of the Minister. Why is the UK government statement they released today refer to Jimmy Lai as a British national? Lord Cameron finally changed that and made it clear that he was a British citizen. Yes. Can she not now say that she will now change that and call him a British citizen, which is what he is? And why does this constantly now refer me to Hong Kong and to the national security law? But the reality is that the British government has sanctioned absolutely nobody in the Chinese government for trashing the Sino-British agreement and now installing the Chinese national security law, which is the reason why Jimmy Lai has been arrested. And he has been convicted and sentenced for nothing more than standing up for freedom of speech and peaceful protesting for democracy. So I asked the Minister as well, Mr. Speaker. The government went on a visit to China recently, and they before that granted full planning permission for this huge and ghastly Chinese embassy in London. They couldn't even At least, I say to the Minister, surely why did they not hold back, if that's what they want to do, on that planning permission? So say to the Chinese government, you must release Jimmy Lai now and cut and cancel this prosecution altogether. Otherwise, you will not get your Chinese embassy, instead of which we've given it to them free and for nothing, and the Prime Minister was treated like dirt while he was out there. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that Sebastian Lai and Claire Lai, children of Jimmy Lai, have fought for him, and I feel sorry for them, and my thoughts go to them. But surely, that indeed a sad day for anybody that believes in freedom, justice, the legitimate rule of democratic-made law, and now will the government call for a humanitarian parole.
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his question. He may have missed my reference in my opening remarks to Jimmy Lai being a British citizen, but perhaps I can reiterate that again. And it is important to reiterate what also we have said today, which is that we call on the Hong Kong authorities to release Jimmy Lai immediately on humanitarian grounds so that he may be reunited with his family and for him to be receiving all the necessary medical treatment and for full access to independent medical professionals. The Right Honourable Member will also know that the Prime Minister raised Jimmy Lai's case with President Xi on the 29th of January in Beijing. And since the visit, the Foreign Secretary has been in contact with Mr Lai's family. The FCDO are also in close contact with Mr Lai's international legal team, Doughty Street Chambers, and his son and daughter, Sebastian and Claire. And the Foreign Secretary last met with Sebastian and Claire on the 8th of January. In relation to the Chinese embassy, national security is our first duty. The planning decision was taken independently by the Secretary of State for Housing, the conclusion of a process that he may remember began in 2018, when the then Foreign Secretary provided formal diplomatic consent for the plans. But it is also important to be saying today that we stand with the people of Hong Kong, and we will always honour the historic commitments made under the legally binding Sino-British Joint Declaration, and China must do the same.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Falbury.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Jimmy Lai is 78. He has rotting teeth. He has diabetes, heart issues, and recently he's visibly been losing weight. And now he has been sentenced to 20 years. It is effectively not a life sentence, it's a death sentence. I would urge the Chinese authorities to end this elderly man's appalling ordeal, and I would ask that they exercise clemency and allow him to be reunited with his family. Does the Minister agree with me that the concern for the suffering of Jimmy Lai extends far beyond his family and touches the hearts of so many British people?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend, and indeed she makes a very powerful point, and she is absolutely right that the situation that Jimmy Lai is in and the urgency of the need to release him on humanitarian grounds so that he may be reunited with his family and receive the independent medical treatment that he must have is a matter that goes beyond his family and indeed touches the hearts, I know, of members across this House and across this country. He has been sentenced to 20 years in prison for peacefully exercising his right to freedom of expression. And my right honourable friend will know that his case remains a priority for this government and the Prime Minister.
Dame Priti Patel, Shadow Foreign Secretary.
I commend my right honourable friend for securing this really important, urgent question. Today, Jimmy Lai and the democracy and freedom he has campaigned for in Hong Kong has been sentenced to 20 years. As his son Sebastian has said, Jimmy dedicated his life to defending the freedoms of Hong Kong. For that heroism, he's being punished. He's essentially getting a death sentence for that. Jimmy is a hero and deserves to be back home with his family, not hauled in chains before the courts languishing in a prison cell. We call for his release. The fact that Jimmy Lai has been sentenced to 20 years, the longest sentence ever under the national security law, is not only a reflection of the cruelty inflicted by the Chinese Communist Party, but it's a monumental diplomatic failure of this feeble and gullible Prime Minister. Just over a week ago, he was with President Xi defending engagement with the CCP. He gave China permission for their super embassy spy hub, but failed to secure Jimmy's release. So can the Minister have some backbone now and tell us exactly what details were discussed between the Prime Minister and Xi? Did he call for Jimmy to come back home? Did he demand access to the healthcare he needs? The official readout of the meeting published from Downing Street on the website didn't even mention Jimmy Lai's name. So we need answers, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy's family and the whole country want to know when will this weak and pathetic Labour government finally stand up to China and show some backbone? And will the Foreign Secretary actually do something, such as summon the Chinese ambassador and prepare a list of diplomats to expel in response to China's refusal to free Jimmy Lai? Will the government revoke the planning permission granted for this embassy, the super embassy spy hub? Will China now be placed on the enhanced tier of furs at long last? And will the UK, holding the presidency of the UN Security Council, actually take some steps now and ask what diplomatic steps will be taken to escalate this case, put some pressure on China for once, and secure global support for Jimmy's release? Jimmy must be freed now. And I have to say, this is a day of shame for this weak Labour government and its failure to stand up for China.
Let me thank the Shadow Foreign Secretary for her comments, but to also say that she will know that this is a situation that has been ongoing before we were in government, and that we continue to seek the release of Jimmy Lai immediately. She will know that we assess Jimmy Lai's prosecution to be politically motivated. And she will know that in order to have the conversation with the Chinese government, you need to be in the same room. That's why the Prime Minister raised this on his visit, and we continue to raise this at every level of government and at every opportunity to do so. The Right Honourable Lady will also know that on the instruction of the Foreign Secretary, the British Consul General also attended the sentencing, and that we continue to keep in regular touch with the family. She will also know that we continue to do all that we can, publicly and privately, to secure the release of Jimmy Lai. And that is what we will continue to do so.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can see that the whole House is angered by this sentencing, but no one is more devastated than Jimmy Lai's family. Jimmy is a British citizen. There must be every single international pressure must be put on the Chinese government now to secure a humanitarian response to the situation we find. Can the Minister tell us how that we will be building an international coalition to restore that pressure to secure a humanitarian response?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her comments, and indeed for the work that she has done on behalf of her constituent. And I can confirm that we are in discussion with our allies, including the US and Australia and Canada and the EU, on doing what we can internationally to continue to advocate and secure the immediate release of Jimmy Lai.
Lisa Smart, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that the whole House shares my horror and disgust at the politically motivated imprisonment, conviction and sentencing of Jimmy Lai. Last week, following his trip to Beijing, the Prime Minister suggested that he could change outcomes for Jimmy Lai and Hong Kongers by speaking softly with President Xi. It's clear now that the Prime Minister's trip to Beijing failed spectacularly to secure Mr. Lai's release. Has the government summoned the Chinese ambassador to make clear this House's shared outrage? Jimmy Lai's experience is the most visible example in terms of Beijing's efforts to suppress any and all criticism of the CCP, but it is far from the only one. Pro-democracy Hong Kong activists living in the UK continue to face intimidation, repression and threats from Beijing. Could the Minister provide any guarantees to those Hong Kongers that they will not face further persecution or intimidation at the hands of the CCP?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her comments, and if I can also share that that we continue to raise Jimmy Lai's case publicly and privately with the Chinese government. And it is important also to note that in December, when we did summon the ambassador at the verdict, senior officials in the FCDO summoned the Chinese ambassador to condemn the development in the strongest terms. And there is a public readout of those representations made during that meeting. And what is continuing to be the case is that any attempt by any foreign state to intimidate or to harass or harm individuals in the United Kingdom will not be tolerated, and we have taken action to do more to support law enforcement and training in this country to make sure that that is the case.
Mr. Speaker, many of Jimmy Lai's family, including his son Sebastian, are my constituents. They are devastated by today's sentence that risks being a death sentence for a 78-year-old British citizen, a much longer sentence than any of the co-defendants and the longest ever under the national security law. Can the Minister reassure this House that it is the government's position that now this sham trial is over, that there are no more phony procedural reasons for us to work with our international allies to negotiate Jimmy's release?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend and indeed for the work he has done to support the family. And let me be clear that we see this as a politically motivated prosecution, and we believe, and we continue to state, that he should be released immediately. And we will continue to work directly with the Chinese government, raising our concerns and our views in public and in private, continue to engage closely with the family, and indeed continue to work with our allies, as I have already mentioned. And he will also know that this is a case that the Foreign Secretary has also discussed with Secretary Rubio, and officials are also in regular contact on the matter with the US government.
Tom Tugendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, many of us in this House were sanctioned by China, and the Prime Minister went over and managed to sell somehow the partial unsanctioning of a few of us as a victory. I would have welcomed a victory, which would have been the release of Jimmy Lai. But sadly, the Prime Minister conceded all of his cards before getting on the plane, leaving himself nothing to negotiate. Couldn't the Minister find anything else that maybe China wants that he could negotiate with? Maybe the Prime Minister could offer them the Isle of Wight or perhaps the Outer Hebrides. He's trying to give away everything else anyway, and at least the job of the Prime Minister would then be to protect a British citizen, and one who, as we all recognise, has now been given a death sentence by the Chinese, not the Hong Kong authorities.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I can answer the substance of that question with a more serious response, which is this, which is that it was important to see progress that was made on lifting the ban of parliamentarians to be free to travel to China. And what the Prime Minister said last week is absolutely right, that there is more to do, and it is important to get clarity on how we move forward, where those bans have not been lifted, and it is very important that we continue to see that progress.
David Smith.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say it's really disappointing to see the opposition front bench treat this as if it's some kind of party political issue, and that they don't have a monopoly on outrage about this. And this really should be a cross-party issue. So I'll ask my right honourable friend, the Minister, a specific element as she works and the government works for the release of Jimmy Lai in this outrage. Can she also keep into consideration his freedom of religion or belief? Because I understand that he's been denied access to the Eucharist as well. And so as we're making representations on his behalf, as all of us should be, can we keep that in mind?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and indeed for the work that he does as our envoy on freedom of religion and belief. And certainly that is a matter that we continue to keep and to continue to advocate for on his behalf.
Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now is not the time to lambast the Chinese government for the wider issues between us, but to focus 100% on securing clemency for Jimmy Lai. Surely the granting of clemency and a one-way ticket back to the UK and to his family will be a win for everyone, including the Chinese.
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Member, and perhaps on this we can agree that we do want to see an immediate release. We want to see that there is an immediate release on humanitarian grounds so that he can be reunited with his family. And he must be supported as well to receive that vital independent medical treatment to support his health and his well-being right now.
Josh Southwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention ruled that Mr. Lai has been unlawfully and arbitrarily detained. In 2022, the same UN Working Group concluded the same for Jagtar Johal. Today, Jagtar turns 39, and instead of celebrating, he's languishing in a foreign prison like Jimmy Lai. I caution the government that if we don't stand up for our citizens unlawfully imprisoned abroad, we risk becoming beholden to the whims of others rather than standing on firm principles. So how is the government making meaningful representation to our Indian and Chinese counterparts to bring these British citizens home?
That's been well woven in, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my honourable friend. And in relation to Jimmy Lai, let me say that we take the UN Working Group's opinion incredibly seriously. That's why we continue to call for Mr. Lai's immediate release. And in relation to Jagtar Singh Johal, he will know also the work that we continue to do.
Sir John Whittingham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In December, I asked the Prime Minister to make clear that his visit to Beijing could only go ahead if Jimmy Lai was released. He responded to me, "It is important that we continue to engage so that we can raise this issue." That clearly achieved nothing. But will the Minister also bear in mind that alongside Jimmy Lai, 6 other senior members of Apple Daily received lengthy prison sentences in what RSF have described as the complete collapse of press freedom in Hong Kong? And will she say what action the government will take in the 2-week period before in which an appeal has to be lodged to make sure that not just Jimmy Lai but all of them are released?
Minister.
Let me thank the Right Honourable Member, and he will know that in relation to the appeal, that will be a matter for Mr. Lai, Jimmy Lai, his family and his legal team. But he is right that it is important that we continue to call for an end to the national security law and for the release of all those who are being held or prosecuted under it. That is our position, and it will continue to be so.
Emily Darwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the All-Parliamentary Group on Hong Kong, I just want to absolutely say, on behalf of many of the members of that group and myself, how horrified we are. This case exemplifies the systematic dismantling of Hong Kong's judicial independence. The proceedings under the national security law do not operate within the independent or impartial judicial framework. Judges are designated by the Hong Kong SAR executive. Trials are conducted without juries, evidential thresholds are lowered, and the fundamental presumption of principle of innocence is gone. How is the government going to take on, not just on behalf of Jimmy Lai, but for all the Hong Kong who live here in the UK, that we will protect them from this nefarious activity and illegal law?
Minister.
It is absolutely the case that we continue to be concerned about the erosion of freedoms, and she will have seen that be expressed in the 6 monthly reports that are also published by the Foreign Office. We continue to stand, and we will always stand, with the people of Hong Kong. And it is essential that we continue to see the honouring of historic commitments that were made under the legally binding Sino-British Joint Declaration. And it is absolutely clear that China must do the same.
Clive Jones.
Speaker, Jimmy Lai's conviction is, as my honourable friend said, a massive failure for Sir Keir Starmer. who said he could change outcomes. This sends a worrying signal to Hong Kongers living in Wokingham and across the UK. Many Hong Kongers face intimidation from China when they are simply standing up for their civil liberties. So what steps is the government taking to protect pro-democracy Hong Kongers in Wokingham and across the UK who feel themselves to be under threat from Chinese authorities in our country? These residents are very concerned and many of them feel for their lives.
Minister.
Let me thank the Honourable Member for his important question. And it is essential that we continue to make sure that any attempt by a foreign state to harass or intimidate or to harm individuals in the UK must not be tolerated. It is the reason why we are supporting increased training and support for law enforcement in relation to these matters so that they can be dealt with the urgency that is required and also the intelligence that is also important to be sharing. And let me also say that in relation to Jimmy Lai and the Prime Minister's visit, look, I will disagree with members of this House who are seeking to make this a party political matter. Jimmy Lai has been in prison since before this government came in to power, and we continue to work, as we should, across the House to do all we can to make sure that we are not just advocating for his release, but that this remains a priority for the government, as it is, and that we continue to work to have his release as immediately on humanitarian grounds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for her answers, but I think it's fair to say that when the sentence was passed down, the CCP baked into our reaction that we would reiterate calls for release, that we would put out warm words of demands towards the well-being of Jimmy Lai. And there are, of course, concerns now that he may be transferred to prison inside China, where access to that legal representation will be even more difficult. So can I ask the Minister what practical and tangible changes will happen today as a result of this shift in the relationship with China, now that they have sentenced a British citizen to 20 years? And is she able to say a bit about what actions her department are going to take in the weeks ahead to give practical support to Jimmy Lai, so that this isn't another statement or question in a few weeks' time lamenting an appeal that was unsuccessful?
Minister.
Let me just reiterate in relation to my honourable friend's question that we continue to work with our allies and also to speak directly with China. That is both public and also private in terms of the work we continue to do to secure his release. The government also remains in close contact with Mr. Lai's family to discuss the actions that we are taking, and we will continue to do this because securing the release of Mr. Lai remains a priority for this government and for the Prime Minister.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Can I say to my honourable friend and to the Minister that this is not party political? The last government were as bad, if not worse. The reality is, the honourable lady spoke about condemnation in the strongest terms. That is a complete waste of breath. They understand one thing, and that there has to be a cost. Will she sanction those responsible?
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member, I think, will perhaps disagree, but I think the key point is that you can't move forward unless you're in dialogue. And that is why what the Prime Minister did in going to China and in raising this directly has opened the doors to further conversation. And it is important to say that we continue to advocate for the release of Mr. Lai in public and in private, and that we remain in close contact with Mr. Lai's family on the steps that we are taking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's been pretty generous to the Chinese government. First the embassy, then the Prime Minister's visit to China, trade concessions, and in return, the Chinese government have conferred a death sentence on Jimmy Lai. Will those responsible in Hong Kong, the administration judiciary that undertook this politically motivated sham trial, will they welcome in the United Kingdom, or will they be sanctioned?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he will know, in relation to what we have said, how important it is that we continue to see that what we have seen under the Sino-British Declaration is upheld, and that we expect those standards under the Declaration not just to be held in relation to those historic commitments by Britain, but that we expect China to do the same.
Stephen Gattins.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Minister will be aware that there is cross-party consensus that we are horrified by the jailing of Jimmy Lai. But she'll also be aware that there are consequences when a UK government is perceived as being weak, and they have consequences for British citizens. Now, she said that the Prime Minister spoke softly. He also spoke ineffectively. So will she tell us what's next?
Perhaps I can just say again what I have shared with the House today, that in relation to the announcement today, that we continue to advocate for his release publicly and privately. We have not hidden our view over the imprisonment of Jimmy Lai. We have not hidden that we see this as politically motivated. We have said clearly and unequivocally that he should be released on humanitarian grounds. That remains a priority for this government, and it remains a priority for the Prime Minister, and he will know that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parallel to the terrible injustice inflicted on Jimmy Lai, my constituent Chloe Chung still has to live with a £100,000 bounty on her head. Her resolve has never been stronger. I spoke with her this weekend, despite knowing that anyone in the UK can claim that bounty. So in the spirit of keeping the conversation going, can I ask the Minister to use everything in her power to convince the CCP to lift that bounty from Chloe, and indeed all the other UK residents who currently have bounties placed on them under Hong Kong's national security law? And the only crime these people have committed is telling the truth about the repressive regime in Hong Kong.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I do agree with him. And what I will also say is that we will not tolerate this harassment and intimidation in the UK. And the safety of Hong Kongers in the UK is of the utmost importance for the government. He will also know that training and guidance, as I've said, on state threats activity is now being offered by counter-terrorism police to all 45 territorial police forces across the United Kingdom, and this includes upskilling dedicated 999 call handlers on TNR, which maybe the last government did as much of, I don't know. This new package of training does allow frontline police officers and staff to increase their understanding of the threats that foreign powers present, and we will continue to work with my honourable friend in relation to his constituents.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but this is really hopeless. I mean, no disrespect to this particular minister, but I'm sure you've noticed, as I have, that whenever something indefensible comes up, they always put middle-ranking or junior ministers in the front line. Why isn't that? Maybe she's abroad, maybe she's in her sickbed, but otherwise, why isn't the Foreign Secretary voluntarily making a statement rather than sending someone else to take the flak in this position, which really is not fitting of the outrage that honourable members, and there are honourable members on both sides, feel about the fate of Jimmy Lai.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether to take part of that as a compliment in relation to not being directly targeted, but as the Minister for the Indo-Pacific. It is a case in which I take great interest, and it is important that we are here in front of the House today.
Pritchard. The Minister has read Confucius, the Chinese philosopher 2,500 years ago, I believe, and the Silver Rule, which talks about mercy and compassion. And whilst all of us in this House will continue to campaign for Jimmy Lai's release, could the Minister at least confirm whether there is consular access to Jimmy Lai, not just consular communication, and would she call upon President Xi, who no doubt has studied Confucius, to revisit compassion and mercy and at least allow medical treatment, correct diet, and allow Jimmy Lai to be released from solitary confinement?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the honourable member may already be aware that we continue to seek consular access, and that it is important that we continue to advocate for the release of Jimmy Lai on humanitarian grounds. And I'm sure that that message is one that is going out loud and clear from this House.
Dr. Andrew Morris.
Speaker, the Trump administration is not known for its record on human rights, and yet the US has been perfectly prepared to sanction Chinese officials, CCP officials, who have been abusive. And yet the UK has sanctioned nobody. Why is that? And when will the judges and prosecutors involved in Jimmy Lai's sham trial be sanctioned by this government?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and what I will say is that in relation to what we expect to see happening in Hong Kong, that it is unacceptable that we have not seen those commitments, those historic commitments that we made at the time of the Sino-British Joint Declaration be upheld. It remains a matter of concern that the national security law was brought in at all, and it remains a matter of concern that people are being prosecuted under that, and that we seek an end to the national security law, and that we seek the immediate release of Jimmy Lai.
Jim Allister.
Mr Speaker, strong words of condemnation are appropriate and necessary. But when will the government's actions match those words of condemnation?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I think that the honourable member will know that to have a case that is a priority for the government, that is raised at every opportunity, at every level of government, and that we continue to work on publicly and privately, it is a matter of great concern, I know, to this House and to the country, and that we will want to see all of us working as much as we can and wherever we can to see the release of Jimmy Lai. That is our priority.
Dr. Kiran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister was happy to trot back from China, heralding the successes of the visit without having secured the release of Jimmy Lai. And now we see Jimmy faces this 20-year prison sentence, in effect a life sentence. Does the Minister think that was a price worth paying?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I will just reiterate again that what is the most important thing is that we focus on doing everything we can to secure the release of Jimmy Lai. That is our priority, and we will continue to raise this matter publicly and privately, and continue to be in close contact with the family on the steps that we're taking.
For the best subject.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister appears to have come to the Chamber today with absolutely nothing to say. The recent visit to China was an absolute disaster, where people took burner phones, we took a burner plane, we even appeared to take a burner Prime Minister. So, the Minister has recently said, earlier in the statement, she made reference to progress being made in these discussions. So can she outline exactly what progress has been made, and can she also outline what the response was from the Chinese government when the Prime Minister raised the case of Jimmy Lai with them directly?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister's recent visit allowed us to open up discussion and dialogue directly with the Chinese government at the highest level, something it seems to me that the party opposite have forgotten is actually quite important in having a discussion and dialogue, including on incredibly difficult issues with other governments. There is absolutely no point trying to call for something when you are shouting into a void. And they should know better, because it is much better to have a relationship that allows us to make our case directly to the Chinese president rather than talking to ourselves. And as the Prime Minister has said, the purpose of engaging is to seize the opportunities that open up as a result of engagement, but also to provide an opportunity for those discussions. If you sit outside the room, if you refuse to engage, you can't even have the conversation. And so I come back to the point that I have made a number of times in the chamber today, that we continue those discussions publicly and privately to secure the release of Jimmy Lai that is this government's priority.
Jim Shah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has heard me asking for interventions numerous times over the last number of years on behalf of British citizen Jimmy Lai, as others have in this House. Indeed, collectively we've been very strong. And now the sham trial has ended, and unsurprisingly, Jimmy will be held in unknown conditions for 20 years until he is 98 years of age, if he lives that long. Shameful. Denied his religious beliefs, no mass, and unable to worship his God as he so wishes to do. Mr. Speaker, this surely cannot be acceptable to this government, whose Prime Minister and Attorney General have been at the forefront of using human rights as a panacea for every decision. Are we truly in this House to believe that government abandonment of Hong Kong has meant there are not options for those who are British in Hong Kong and whose only crime is not agreeing with Beijing?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and indeed the honourable gentleman. He will also appreciate the importance of wanting to see progress in this case. He is right to actually see 20 years as the sentence, which is tantamount to a life sentence, or indeed has been said in this House, a death sentence, is unacceptable. That is why we continue to call for the release of Jimmy Lai, and it is important that we see that release on humanitarian grounds.
Right, that completes the urgent question. Let the front benches change over. Statement, Durham Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I came to the House in the wake of information released by the United States Department for Justice around the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I outlined immediate steps this government took, including initial review of material which ultimately led to a referral to the Metropolitan Police, and steps taken to modernise the disciplinary procedures to allow for the removal of peers who have brought the House of Lords into disrepute. I'm here today, Mr. Speaker, to update the House on further action the government will take to rebuild trust in public life in the wake of these damaging revelations since my statement last week. I'll finish the statement first, if I may. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the House will agree with me. The issues of standards, while important in and of themselves, do not meet the scale of disgust that we all have when we see powerful, rich men misuse their positions to abuse women and girls. These procedural rules, and the rules that I will talk to the House about today, Mr. Speaker, are important given what has been able to happen in the past, but we should start by recognising that our response, collectively, requires wider changes in the culture and use of power wherever it rests. This goes to the heart of who my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, is. It is why he became a human rights lawyer in the first place, why he became the Director for Public Prosecutions, and why he changed the Crown Prosecution Service to be more victims-oriented, and it is why he became Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I set out last week, Jeffrey Epstein was a despicable criminal who committed disgusting crimes. The Epstein scandal is another awful example of a culture that did not value the lives, let alone the voices, of women and girls. The series and sequencing of events across the last week has rightly made clear to us all that for too long and too often, influential people in positions of power, overwhelmingly men, have been able to avoid proper and just scrutiny because of the perverse power structures that incentivize their belief that rules do not apply to them. And if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, members chuntering from the benches opposite, whilst I am talking about the victims of sexual abuse and abuse of power, should know better and should recognise that they should be quiet and listen when we are talking about the victims and the justice they deserve to seek. Peter Mandelson's disgraceful behaviour raises a number of questions about the ability of the current standard system to catch those few who seek to break our rules. This damages all of us across the House. The vast majority of public servants, whether officials or elected members, come to serve the public, not themselves. This House, indeed this building, is full of people working hard, unsociable hours, making significant personal sacrifices in order to try and make a difference to people's lives, to do what is best for their country, to fight for their communities, to use their position in this place to give a voice to those whose voices are too often not heard. The issues associated with Peter Mandelson, however, show that we must go further to ensure that no one can ever again behave in this way. Since entering government, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered on our manifesto promises to strengthen the role of the independent advisor, and we have set up the Ethics and Integrity Commission, whilst also publishing ministers' interests, gifts and hospitalities more frequently, and reforming severance payments to ensure that they are proportionate and fair. This is significant and important reform after years of repeated ethics scandals under the last administration. This includes restricting payments for ministers leaving office following a serious breach of the ministerial code, and requiring repayment of severance for those found to be in breach of the business appointment rules. Mr. Speaker, it's also why the government has introduced the Public Office Accountability Bill, a landmark piece of legislation to tackle injustice, so that when tragedy strikes, the state is called to account. In response to the latest revelations in the past week, the Prime Minister has confirmed that the government will bring forward legislation to ensure peerages can be removed from disgraced peers, and that Peter Mandelson will be removed from the list of Privy Councillors. And we are changing the process for the relevant direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles, so that in cases where the role requires access to highly classified material, the selected candidate must have passed through the requisite national security vetting process before such appointments are announced or confirmed. But, Mr. Speaker, we recognise we need to go further. We will work with the newly established Ethics and Integrity Commission to ensure that it achieves its aims of promoting the highest standards in public life. We will consider whether the current arrangements for the declaration and publication of financial interests for ministers and senior government officials are sufficient, and whether in the future regular published financial disclosure forms or other additional transparency measures should be used. We will look closely at our system for providing transparency around lobbying, and, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that we should consider again the use of non-corporate communications channels within government. Revelations from the Epstein files have shown that it has been far too easy to forward sensitive information via unofficial channels. There is a lack of clarity about the use of non-corporate communication channels within government, which has raised concerns about the security of official information. As members on the benches opposite know from their former ministers who also forwarded information from the government via private email accounts to people when they shouldn't. The government recognises the consistent cause for a strategic review of these channels, the role they play in government, the legal framework in which they sit, and whether the current codes of conduct and guidance relating to them are effective. Mr. Speaker, this work will focus on the issues for government, but will complement a range of work being carried out in both this House and in the other place. The government is committed to the principle that second jobs for members of Parliament should be banned outside of very limited exceptions, such as maintaining professional qualification. The Committee on Standards is currently conducting an inquiry into second jobs, and we are working with the committee to deliver meaningful change as quickly as possible. The House is considering the legislation currently before Parliament to introduce a duty of candour, and the Prime Minister has been clear that we will bring forward legislation to enable the removal of peerages from those who brought the House of Lords into disrepute. And, Mr. Speaker, The Government will ask the Lords Conduct Committee to expand its work reviewing the Code of Conduct in the other place to consider whether standards issues, including the rules relating to peers and lobbying, need to be reformed. Finally, Mr Speaker, I want to provide the House with an update on the response to the humble address motion passed by the House last Wednesday. The Government is committed to publishing all relevant documents in line with the motion agreed by the House and is working at pace to do so. As the House agreed on Wednesday, papers which the Government believes should not be published on national security or international relations grounds will be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. The Prime Minister wrote to the Chair of the committee on Friday, acknowledging that it is important that documents are made available to Parliament as soon as possible. And as the Prime Minister has set out, the Government is committed to being as transparent as soon as possible and in full compliance with the motion. The Prime Minister has asked the Cabinet Secretary to liaise with the Intelligence and Security Committee, and I will ensure that the House is kept updated on this work. Mr Speaker, we have all been appalled at Jeffrey Epstein's disgusting crimes and Peter Mandelson's despicable behaviour. It is utterly contrary to what the Prime Minister stands for and the values at the heart of this government. We are resolute in our commitment to fighting men's violence against women and girls and supporting their victims. Delivering on this mission is a critical part of our response to the terrible misogyny at the heart of the Epstein scandal. We also recognise that Peter Mandelson's behaviour has posed difficult questions about our safeguards against corruption. I have set out today, Mr Speaker, the steps the government is taking to ensure that the British public can have confidence in the integrity of public life, and I will continue to update the House, as I said last Monday and today, on these matters as our works develop. Mr Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shut up a minute. They can't have points of order and just beginning the debate. That's the rules of the House. I'm not going to change it, especially for you. Neil O'Brien, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister's authority is gone and his government is starting to collapse. But the PM's decision to appoint Peter Mandelson raises massive questions about standards in public life, questions which the Minister's statement today just doesn't answer. Mr Speaker, advisers advise, but ministers decide. And on that basis, can the Minister explain why it was right for Morgan McSweeney to resign, but not right for the Prime Minister to resign? Morgan McSweeney might have provided the advice, but it was the Prime Minister who made the decision to appoint the best friend of the world's most notorious paedophile to be His Majesty's ambassador in Washington. And the PM did this despite knowing that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house while he was in jail for child prostitution. The problem is not the structures or the processes. The information was there. The warnings were there. The problem is that the Prime Minister had all of that before him and yet chose to ignore it. He cannot keep blaming others. He cannot blame the process. He must start taking personal responsibility. For the record of this government on standards is truly extraordinary. First, the Prime Minister was embroiled in the freebies scandal. £107,000 in gifts given to him since 2019 and a personal donor being given a Downing Street pass. Then, the Prime Minister was reprimanded by his own ethics advisor over the appointment of a non-disclosed Labour donor to be the football regulator. His Transport Secretary, an ex-cop, had to resign over misleading the police. His anti-corruption minister had to resign over corruption. His homelessness minister had to resign for making people homeless. And then his deputy prime minister, housing minister, had to resign over a £40,000 unpaid tax bill on her house. No wonder even the leader of the Scottish Labour Party now says that the PM must go. Mr Sarwar says, and I quote, "There have been too many mistakes and that he has no choice but to be honest about failure where I see it." He is right. Now let me turn to some specific questions. First, can the Minister confirm whether Peter Mandelson received a golden goodbye severance payment signed off by the government? Why has the government refused to answer this question since September? It's been reported that the golden goodbye was between £39,000 and £55,000, more than the average person earns in a year, Mr Speaker. This is grotesque. And what steps is the government taking to retrieve this incredible payment for resigning in disgrace? It sounded from the Minister like he was saying he couldn't do it. I have to remind the Minister, at the moment at least, they are actually the government. They can take action. Second, Will the government agree to a full investigation into Peter Mandelson's behaviour while he was our ambassador? On 27th of February, Mandelson arranged for the Prime Minister to meet Palantir, a client of Global Counsel, his own company. It was not recorded in the Prime Minister's register of meetings. It only emerged later. Palantir were then directly awarded a £240 million contract by the government. I make no criticism of Palantir. My point is simply, why wasn't it recorded? How many more such lobbyist meetings with the PM were there? And what other inside information was being shared? Will he agree, yes or no, to a full inquiry into Mandelson's time as our ambassador? Third, let me ask about another New Labour veteran put forward for a public office despite his known association with a paedophile. Number 10 have said that they investigated Matthew Doyle's relationship with a convicted paedophile, Sean Morton. Number 10 gave Doyle, the PM's former Director of Communications, a peerage after purportedly examining this matter. But they have never clarified whether their relationship continued after Morton's conviction. If Doyle cut ties with Morton upon his conviction, why doesn't the government just say so? So I asked the Chief Secretary to clarify this, and will he agree to publish all the documents relating to that appointment? Fourth, the Chief Secretary told the House on the 2nd of February that a review of the decision to appoint Mandelson was underway. What form will it take? Will a statement be laid before Parliament? When? Will Mandelson be interviewed as part of that review? Will it include the potential involvement of hostile intelligence services? And finally, has the government substantively responded to the ISC's request for more resourcing so it can do its job properly in reviewing the papers that are about to be released? Mr. Speaker, no amount of process or fiddling about with procedures can compensate for a Prime Minister who lacked the judgment to act on information put before him. The Prime Minister was warned about Mandelson. He knew, but he decided it was a risk worth taking. And as the leader of the Scottish Labour Party pointed out today, it's not just the Mandelson affair. Time and time again, the Prime Minister gets it wrong, from the winter fuel payment to the family farm tax. And just like with the grooming gangs inquiry, the PM has once again put his own political interest ahead of the interests of victims. Mr. Speaker, at the start of his statement, the Minister says the PM's choices in this case go to the heart of who he is. And that is what we are worried about, Mr. Speaker. The PM's head of communications has resigned. The PM's chief of staff has resigned. The leader of the Scottish Labour Party says the Prime Minister should resign. It seems like more and more people, even in the Labour Party, are now coming to the same conclusion as the public. This country deserves better.
Minister Durham-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind the honourable gentleman that the public had their say at the last general election and elected a landslide Labour majority and put the party opposite into a historic defeat. And might I say that one of the reasons, in my view, Mr. Speaker, that the public booted that lot out of office was because of the repeated failings in standards and ethics, from the PPE contracts to dodgy friends to lying to Parliament to the sex misconduct scandals. And he says to me, why is it that ministers that have breached the code have resigned? Because we fixed the system. The reason we have an independent ethics advisor who can't be directed by the Prime Minister, as was the case under the previous party, is because it is independent. And when ministers have been found to break the code, they have gone, because that should be the consequence for doing so. The honourable member has asked me about what the Prime Minister knew at the time of Peter Mandelson's appointment. The Prime Minister has answered this question repeatedly, Mr. Speaker. The information that has come out since his appointment has made it clear that Peter lied to the Prime Minister about the state of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And had the Prime Minister have known then, at the point of appointment, what we all know now, with the privilege of hindsight, he would not have appointed him in the first place. He asked me a number of questions about the process, I think, which flow from the humble address. As I've already informed the House, Mr. Speaker, the government is working with the leadership of the Intelligence and Security Committee to ensure that we can comply with the humble address and cooperate with transparency to release the documents in the way that we have said we will, in compliance with the Met Police investigation and other constraints which are currently being managed. And we will ensure that the Intelligence and Security Committee is given all the available support it needs to be able to service the House effectively in line with the humble address.
Is that it? Where should we go? Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman for his speech and for telling us that relevant direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles, where they have access to highly classified material, will have to pass the requisite national security vetting process before such appointments are announced or confirmed. I know that it may sound a little surprising to members opposite because they probably didn't hear what he said because they were barracking the minister so much. But I mean, that's to be welcomed. However, the Foreign Affairs Committee has believed that Peter Mandelson should come in front of our committee before he was sent to Washington, and we were right. And we shouldn't have been prevented from seeing him. In the past, political appointees to ambassadorial roles have nearly always appeared before the committee, but only at the Foreign Office's discretion. We don't want discretion anymore. We would like it written into the rules that before someone is appointed to an ambassadorial role, or the chair of the British Council, or the director of the BBC World Service, we would like those political appointees to appear in public before the Foreign Affairs Committee and to answer our questions.
Can I thank the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee for her question? She raises important points about the process, particularly for the appointments of ambassadors and the delay between announcement, appointment, and also the host country then accepting their appointment to formally appoint them to their role. That's why we've made it clear today that the security vetting process will now have to be concluded before announcement and confirmation. She asks me about the role of pre-appointment hearings. I know that the Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office has already informed her committee that the committee is entitled to invite ambassadors to appear before them to answer questions, and of course we continue to keep all other pre-appointment hearings under review.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for advance sight of his statement. We must remember that we're having this debate today because of the courage of the women and girls who spoke out against Jeffrey Epstein and those connected to him. Their bravery has forced us to confront uncomfortable truths around power, accountability and the standards we must demand from those in public life. There are many questions swirling around this place about judgment, rightly. And while you can't legislate out poor judgment, you can put in place a better system that leaves as little to chance as possible. And successive governments have failed to do that. From Partygate to ministerial code breaches that went unpunished, we have witnessed a systematic deterioration of standards and the current system is broken. The ministerial code lacks legal force. We need structural reform, and I welcome some of the measures that the Minister has mentioned in his remarks today, including the ability to boot out peers whose behaviour falls below the standard we should all expect. The ministerial code must be enshrined in law with genuine sanctions for breaches. The ministerial code must extend beyond its current parameters to include senior public servants like ambassadors, and we agree that vetting standards must also be made tougher, and they should include trade envoys like Andrew Mountbatten, Windsor. We must also ban those who've served in any capacity for a current foreign administration from donating to political parties, think tanks or campaign organisations, and we must end government by WhatsApp. All ministerial instant messaging conversations involving government business must be placed on the departmental record. These should be published quarterly alongside emails, letters and phone calls to ensure greater transparency. We should also protect whistleblowers through a new Office of the Whistleblower with legal protections and criminal sanctions on ministers who fail to report wrongdoing. Just this morning, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met the lively and engaged Year 12 students from Hazel Grove High School. When the next election rolls around, they can all vote. They deserve better than the broken system, and we should all be working hard to restore the public's trust in politics.
Chief Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her statement and remarks. I think we all agree that we don't just need effective rules, but effective enforcement for people who break those rules. And these issues have highlighted the fact that there is more work to do. And I look forward, as does the government, in working on a cross-party basis to make sure, as she said, that we bring justice for victims who are affected by the abuse of power.
Afsana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In December 2025, Palantir won a 3-year contract worth £240 million from the government. This contract, which is 3 times larger than any that Palantir has previously won, was awarded without tender. Will the Minister ensure that there is full transparency of how this decision was made and who was involved? And does he agree with me more widely that resignations under the last government meant that true accountability could be evaded and obscured, and that all our constituents wanted from us and this government was the change that we promised to deliver?
In the first part of my honourable friend's question, I can assure her that all procurement rules have been followed, but if there is any suggestion of wrongdoing, we have powers under the Procurement Act to take action if required. On the second part of her question, I agree with her that the public were calling for change at the last election, partly because of the repeated scandal issues that happened under the last administration, and that's why, as I've set out today, we've already taken action to make the Ethics Advisor independent, institute the Ethics and Integrity Commission, and as I've set out in my statement today, we will go further.
Select Committee Chair Simon Hoare.
Madam Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Chief Secretary the following points? He said in answer to an earlier question the documentation would be released in compliance with the Metropolitan Police. Can he ensure that his department, number 10, and the Met understand what parliamentary privilege means and assert it on behalf of this House? Secondly, he's mentioned the bill which would remove Mandelson's title is in preparation. Now that's a short bill. Could he tell us when he expects to see it introduced in this place and guarantee a one-day process for all stages of the bill? And his statement today is entitled Standards in Public Life. Knowing that Mandelson was a friend of Epstein, forget the extent, and all of Mandelson's baggage, could the Chief Secretary finally explain to the House why Mandelson was ever on the short list of people being considered to be appointed to probably our most important ambassadorial role?
Secretary.
Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for his questions? On his first question around privilege, I don't for one second question the supremacy of Parliament or the basis of parliamentary privilege. All I meant to say was that the government is in discussions with the Met Police, who have launched a criminal investigation, and that it's important that we work with them to ensure that information is released that doesn't then affect their criminal investigations. The Cabinet Secretary and others are in discussions with the Met Police about that, and we hope to be able to say more soon. On his question on the bill, as I informed the House last week, the government's preference is to bring forward legislation that could be applied to any peer who is subject to breaching the rules and bringing the other place into disrepute. We have begun the work at looking at the scope and ability for that bill to be brought forward to the House. I've been informed that that has not been, that a bill of that nature has not been brought before Parliament since 1425, and that there are the 1970 bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may have a few moments, was about a collective group of peers who had been, I think, collaborating with the Nazis around the Second World War. This issue is different. This is about standards that should apply to all peers in the House of Lords, and you should have appropriate mechanisms for that to be instigated. But we are working on that. We're liaising with House authorities to ensure that we can do that right, and we'll bring it forward very, very shortly. On his final question about the appointment of Peter Mandelson, as the Prime Minister has said repeatedly, if he had known at the point of his appointment what we know now, he would not have appointed him in the first place.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. And I wonder if he could tell the House how the Prime Minister is considering strengthening the role of the Ethics and Integrity Commission, given his commitment to improving standards in public life.
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. The Ethics and Integrity Commission has been set up only very recently by this government to play an important role in relation to standards in public life. We want to work with the Ethics and Integrity Commission together to ensure that we set it up for success in delivering on the issues and reforms that I've mentioned to the House today, and that's the basis on which we will be collaborating with them.
Chair of the Standards Committee, Alberto Acosta.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I never make comment about any conduct or standards issues that may impact on individual MPs, precisely because of my adjudicatory role in the Committee on Standards, and I don't propose to refer to the Prime Minister in respect of the potential that if not all documents are disclosed to the House, it might be a breach of privilege. But I do want to just say gently to the Minister this, that when he constantly refers to the past and to my party in government's role with breaches of the standards issues, from this moment on, will he accept that given the litany of issues that have befallen the Labour government, as outlined by my honourable friend at the dispatch box, that it would really behove him if he stopped doing that and just ensured that going forward the Labour government acts with the same standards of conduct that it demanded of my party in government? And might he request the Prime Minister, given the statements that he's made here today, to attend a meeting with the Committee on Standards to outline exactly how, moving forward, the Prime Minister will uphold the highest of standards?
Chief Secretary.
On the first part of his question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree that we need to ensure that we have a standard system both in this place and the other place that meets the challenges we're talking about today. That is not a party political issue. I merely make reference to the performance of the last government, given the chuntering that we've had from the benches opposite when I was talking about the reforms we're bringing forward to ensure justice for victims and appropriate powers to tackle corruption in the future. On the second part of his question, I'm sure that if he writes to the Prime Minister's office will engage with him and his committee on his invitation.
I call Polly Billington, followed by Steve Darling. Polly Billington.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's worth reminding my honourable friend that one of the things that people keep going back to is that the decision was made that this appointment was worth the risk. And what we finally found out was that some people decided that the rules didn't apply to them. Considering how important tackling violence against women and girls is to this government and to this Prime Minister, could the honourable gentleman agree to meet with women backbenchers in particular to discuss the possibility of exploring further how we tackle misogyny in public life?
Secretary.
I would be very happy to meet with my honourable friend and colleagues and to do anything I can in pursuit of that outcome.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is jaw-dropping how many rich and powerful people were within Epstein's orbit and how many of them believed that they were untouchable. It's important that we have a culture that is supportive and trusting around whistleblowers. Does the Minister agree with me that we need to have an office for whistleblowers as the backbone for such a positive culture?
Yes. Chief Secretary.
I agree with the honourable member that we need to ensure those processes are available in all circumstances. My understanding is the legislation was updated in recent years, but I'm happy to consider any inputs from the honourable member and other members in the House if they wish to send them to me.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his statement, and would he be able to confirm the actions the government has taken to ensure that direct ministerial appointments, including political appointments, must pass the appropriate security vetting processes prior to those appointments being announced or confirmed?
Chief Secretary.
I can confirm from my honourable friend that the rules have been updated to ensure that national security vetting must receive full clearance before any direct ministerial appointments are confirmed publicly or then confirmed for appointments at later stages. As I said to our honourable friend, the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee recently, for ambassadors in particular, the process can often be quite stretched out over a number of days from announcement to being confirmed by host country and then fully being in post. But we will update the rules to make sure that what happened in these circumstances with Peter Mandelson can't happen again.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't doubt the right honourable gentleman's desire to put things right. What I slightly doubt today is that right now, today, when everything is about the Prime Minister's judgment, that this looks a lot like smoke to me. This is right, but not right now. And the point I simply say to him is that the point about Mandelson is that all of this stuff was actually known in conversation discussion. He was sacked twice for impropriety in government office. He actually ended up in Deripaska's yacht when the EU was discussing taxation on aluminium, improper again, and all this stuff leads to the final question of why him. Then, of course, the vetting was not good enough, but it could have been had they bothered to check everything. And I simply say to the honourable gentleman, there is a big question to be asked here, as my honourable gent said. Surely This is ultimately about the Prime Minister's judgment in overruling anything that he found and deciding for his own purposes that this man should have been appointed to ambassador.
Secretary.
The right honourable gentleman will know that the Prime Minister apologised last Thursday for having appointed Peter Mandelson to the post. As he said repeatedly, had he seen the information that we are now all able to see from the release of documents from the US Department for Justice, which showed the level of corruption, but also the deep and extensive relationship that existed between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, on which Peter Mandelson lied to the Prime Minister about at the point of his appointment, he would never have appointed him in the first place.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. My biggest concern, the biggest concern of my constituents, is that the impact of behaviour like Peter Mandelson's undermines trust in our politics and in our democracy, because quite frankly, all parties in this House have had scandals related to someone in their party. It gives us all a bad name. So can I ask, from the bottom of my heart, can this government get a grip of it and end the sleaze and scandal culture that has engulfed all of our politics, all of our parties, so that I can go back to my constituents and say, no, we're not all the same?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As I said in my statement, the vast majority of members of this House, but also civil servants and other political appointments in the other place, come into politics to serve the public, not to serve themselves. But what the Peter Mandelson issue has shown is that for all of the rules that we have in place that work for the majority of people doing the right thing, there have still been loopholes for people who want to do the wrong thing, and those are the loopholes that we're now going to close.
Stephen Gethings.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement today? It was clearly preferable being here than in the reception that the Prime Minister is hosting for Scottish Labour MPs and MSPs later on. I've lost count of the amount of time that I've spent here dealing with one way or another Westminster chaos. And it often relates to members of the House of Lords who are there for life, be they Labour, Liberal or Conservative. This statement's tinkering. When will they commit to what they've committed to for 115 years and dealing with the obscenity that is the House of Lords?
The honourable member will know that the government's committed to working with peers in the other place to modernise the House of Lords, and that we agree that that needs to happen. That's why we're in the process of removing hereditary peers and why we're working with the authorities in the other place to make sure that we deal with the issues we're talking about today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement and his focus on the victims of these appalling crimes. Could the Chief Secretary explain what steps this government has taken to ensure victim survivors of these vile crimes are heard by those in power?
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend, and he's right to bring us back to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and all women and girls who have been subjected to these atrocious crimes across the country, because evidently their voices continue to not be heard and these crimes continue to perpetuate. That's why the government's committed to halving violence against women and girls, and why it's introduced the measures to ensure standards of public life are enforced in this place and in the other place too.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I tell the Chief Secretary, in relation to his previous answer, that the Foreign Affairs Committee repeatedly asked for Lord Mandelson to appear. He refused to come. But what the Foreign Affairs Committee did hear was from the Permanent Under-Secretary that Lord Mandelson would be entitled to a payoff in relation to the terms of his contract. So can the Chief Secretary say how much he received and whether or not he will be asked to repay it?
The Foreign Office is currently reviewing the terms of the contract that led to the suggestion of severance payments when Peter Mandelson was sacked, and is due to update the House in due course.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement? It's refreshing to see a government that's committed to making those in positions of trust accountable. They're clearly very angry today. And maybe it's because it's in marked contrast to a record of people who voted to cover up for one of their friends. But may I say, for ordinary people in Bishop Auckland, the crimes of Epstein are truly shocking and disgusting, and they're shocked to see this global web of power and people acting with such complete impunity. So is the government, in addition to looking at improved vetting, looking at how we have improved surveillance and vetting of those who are in a position of trust to make sure that these sorts of things cannot happen by those who are entrusted?
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he will have heard in my statement today, there are a number of avenues that the government is pursuing, including the potential for more routine annual disclosure of financial and commercial interests that we hope will shed more light on some of these issues where individuals are getting away with breaking the rules.
Gavin Robinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chief Secretary will know that there are too many members on both sides of this House that enjoy situations like this, and it belies the seriousness of the situation. Does he recognise that an integrity and ethics advisor would not be able to solve the appointment of somebody removed from government twice if the Prime Minister wishes to appoint them?
Exactly the point.
Would not be able to assist a former director of the Public Prosecution Service whose professionalism should have been to discern the truth in accepting lies, or to inject honour in a situation where a Prime Minister accepts the advice of an individual and then accepts his resignation, but receive the advice?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he's right that the public do not expect party political bickering on these issues, but problems to be solved and justice to be sought for those who deserve it. On the question of the advice the Prime Minister received, as I've said a number of times, Peter Mandelson lied to the Prime Minister. Questions were asked, and Peter Mandelson lied in his answers. I'm sure that will become clear as part of the disclosure of documents in compliance with the humble address in the coming weeks.
Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for all he's doing to overhaul standards in public life after the absolute bin fire that the party opposite left? But can I ask him to comment on this? Because Peter Mandelson is reportedly in receipt of a severance payment, and I was a former regulator, and clawback's an important tool that can come in. So does my right honourable friend agree that, if possible, Peter Mandelson should be forced to pay every single penny back to the British people?
Chief Secretary.
I do agree with my honourable friend, and as I say, the Foreign Office will be coming forward with more information in due course.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Intelligence and Security Committee wrote to the Prime Minister last Thursday. The letter was published, and it included the following. The committee would be grateful to now be told the date on which we will receive the papers, such that we are able to plan the resourcing requirements. I don't doubt what the Minister said about the Government being committed to being as transparent as possible, but in his statement the Minister repeated the phrase, as soon as possible. Can the Minister go beyond ASAP so that the Intelligence and Security Committee can plan the resourcing before receiving the papers?
I can confirm the Government will be working with the Intelligence and Security Committee. There are meetings, I think, happening today and tomorrow morning on that basis. The Government is just liaising with the Metropolitan Police about the criminal investigation. And once that has been clarified, we'll be able to move forward with disclosures to the House.
Burren Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, could the Chief Secretary elaborate to the House how the Government will work with the Committee on Standards on proposals to ban second jobs for Members of Parliament to deliver meaningful change?
My honourable friend will know that it was a clear manifesto commitment of our party to ban second jobs for Members of Parliament, except in limited circumstances. For example, where you have to maintain a professional qualification by being a doctor or a lawyer. The committee in the House is considering those issues, and I know that they've been working on them in quite some detail. The Government is working with the committee to try to move that on as quickly as possible, and I know the committee wishes to do the same.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I think it's notable, Madam Deputy Speaker, that despite the Government's huge majority, I think they've run out of people to stand up and defend their position. Now, the Minister is, and I'm not being patronising, the Minister is a very intelligent man. Therefore, I ask of him that he does not insult the intelligence of the rest of us when he talks about the Prime Minister having believed Mandelson's lies after he asked him questions. We now know from the forensic questioning by the Leader of the Opposition that the Prime Minister knew that the relationship between Mandelson and Epstein carried on, ongoing was the word, after his being jailed for paedophilia and prostitution-related offences. He apparently chose to ask for more questions after that and was lied to. What more did he need to know before knowing that this man should never be allowed within miles of the American post as our ambassador?
Chief Secretary.
My honourable friend will, in due course, see papers disclosed in compliance with the humble address, which will be very clear in showing the questions that were asked to Peter Mandelson and the lies that Peter Mandelson responded with in answering the Prime Minister's questions.
Anne Davies.
Madam Secretary, and I thank the Chief Secretary for the statement. We in Wales know how this story ends. The former Welsh First Minister Vaughan Gething was forced to resign following a serious error of judgment, and the Prime Minister had expressed full confidence in him. The Prime Minister then went on to appoint Peter Mandelson, despite his association with a convicted paedophile being a matter of public record. So what lessons, if any, does the Chief Secretary draw from this pattern of poor judgment at the very top of government?
Chief Secretary.
As I've repeated to the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, there needs to be rules that apply in all circumstances to all people in respect of the House of Lords, this House of Commons, and in appointment to these roles, and clear consequences for people who lie or breach those rules. And those are the reforms that the government are bringing forward.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister's advisor, Morgan McSweeney, resigned because he had advised the Prime Minister to make this appointment. What advice did the National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell, give to the Prime Minister? And if he did give the same advice, shouldn't he resign as well?
Chief Secretary.
The honourable member will know that it would not be appropriate for me to speak on behalf of civil servants and special advisors from the dispatch box. The statements released by Morgan McSweeney and Keir Starmer yesterday answer his questions in relation to Morgan McSweeney's decision to resign from post.
Sian Berry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A government enthralled to men and corporations drunk on power is the rot at the centre of Mandelson's scandal. When people operate in the shadows, they think they can act with impunity. So of all the 7 Nolan principles, openness can help build back the most trust. So does the Chief Secretary agree that we must drive out corporate influence and money, and as a start, would he cap political donations and ask all MPs and peers to follow my example in releasing logs of all lobbying meetings so the people can know we work for them?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. On a number of those measures, as I said in my statement, we are looking at the current procedures and whether they can be updated in the future to provide more transparency. But she is right that individual rules alone, whilst can be improved, will not be sufficient for tackling the cultural issues that lead to some of these challenges. And it's upon all of us on a cross-party basis and any other people in power to call out and make it clear that that's not acceptable in public life.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to the point that my right honourable friend from Chingford and Woodford Green made, this does look like smoke today. It really does. I mean, this horse has bolted so far, it's at Wetherby Racecourse. And I have to say to the honourable gentleman that he really is not giving the answers that we need to hear. So let me ask the right honourable gentleman. He said that what goes to the heart of the Prime Minister is what he's trying to do. So why did the Prime Minister believe that somebody who took loans which in today's money would be worth over £1 million was found to be flogging passports? Why did the Prime Minister ever think that that person should be rewarded?
Chief Secretary.
On the first part of the honourable gentleman's question, I would just remind him that the reforms that this government has made in the past 18 years and those which we're talking about today will be the most wide-ranging reforms to standards in public life that we've seen for a very, very long time indeed. I wouldn't call that smoke and mirrors, I'd call that progress. On the second part of his question, as I've said repeatedly to the House, if the Prime Minister had known the depth and extent of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, then he wouldn't have been appointed in the first place. And it's easy for members on the opposite benches with the benefits of hindsight and now with access to the documents that were not available to the Prime Minister at the time of appointment to say that it should have been done otherwise.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This matter is not about process, it is about the judgment of the Prime Minister. And we really can't legislate out poor judgment that we've seen on evidence today. So maybe the Minister has considered our calls to create an Office of the Whistleblower, but would he also agree that we can ensure that there are proper criminal sanctions for those ministers who fail to whistleblow to mitigate the frailties and human error we see here?
I'd point the Honourable Lady to the duty of candour provisions that we're bringing forward in the Public Accountability Bill, which include criminal sanctions for those who breach those rules. And as I've said to her honourable friends on the Liberal Democrat benches, I'm very happy to consider wider recommendations for whistleblowers as she sets out.
Esther McNair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the importance of standards in public life, why is it that the advisor who suggested Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the US has had to resign, but the person who actually appointed Peter Mandelson, that is the Prime Minister, is still in post?
Chief Secretary.
As the Prime Minister said last Thursday, he has apologised for having appointed Peter Mandelson, and had the information that is now available had been available at the time of his appointment, he wouldn't have appointed him in the first place.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all know that the Prime Minister is a lawyer, and one of the traits of a lawyer is to understand and test the veracity of information that is being provided. We know that the Prime Minister has said from that dispatch box that he took a risk and that he had known that Mandelson kept his relationship with Epstein. The real question is that I suspect the risk was that the public wouldn't find out. The public do now know. Is it not time for the Prime Minister to simply go?
Secretary.
No.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is insulting. The first time, though it was not to be the last time, that Peter Mandelson resigned in disgrace from a Labour government, then Tony Blair's cabinet, I was 7 years old. Is the Minister seriously telling us that our Prime Minister needs tweaks to process to know not to hire somebody who has been a nationally notorious crook for over 25 years?
Secretary.
As the Honourable Lady will have heard, if the Prime Minister had access to the information we now have about the depth and extent of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson, he would have not been appointed in the first place.
Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and if I may, I'll direct the House to my register of members' interest in relation to whistleblowing. I'm very hopeful that Chief Secretary knows that I was promised a meeting with him about the subject of whistleblowers during the passage of the Public Office Accountability Bill. I look forward to meeting him. I wonder if he is aware, I hope he is, that actually the current legislation dealing with whistleblowers directs them into the Employment Tribunal, of which there are 47,000 cases awaiting to be heard. We have to do something about whistleblowing and making sure the protections are in place. I'm looking forward to meeting him with a number of my colleagues so that we can discuss this in detail in full.
As I've said to the Honourable Lady's colleagues on the Liberal Democrat benches, I'm very happy to receive further representations on reform of the law as it relates to whistleblowers, and if we need to go further, we'll be happy to consider such.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has managed to throw out more chaff than a B-52. Can I ask him, in his remarks about security vetting, whether he means developed vetting of the sort that is applied to very senior officials before they are appointed to extremely sensitive positions, including military individuals, or whether he has something else in mind? Will he say whether that will be repeated periodically, as is the case for officials? And will it be applied both to political appointees and also ministerial appointments, as say appointments as ministers, where those positions are particularly sensitive?
Secretary.
I think the Honourable Member knows, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there's different processes in relation to the different types of roles that we might have and others in government, from due diligence through to develop national security vetting, as he sets out. The important point is that the right process is applied to the right person at the right time, and that is what we're reviewing right now.
Pete Wishart.
Deputy Speaker, the only statement that my constituents want today is a resignation statement. The only reform they want is the reform that takes this Prime Minister out of 10 Downing Street. It doesn't matter how many reviews, inquiries or fireguards they put in the way. He has lost the confidence and trust of the British people. What we need is a government that will end this chaos. They promised to end this chaos when they came to power. Instead, it is through the stratosphere. He knows, everybody in this House knows, everybody in this country knows, he is toast. Why don't they just get on with it and get rid of him?
Chief Secretary.
The honourable gentleman seems to be wishing for more chaos in our country. The public voted to end that at the last general election, and that's why this government's getting on for delivering change for people across the country.
Wendy Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's statement is actually little more than a smoke screen, an attempt to detract away from the key issue, which is about Peter Mandelson and our Prime Minister. There are more questions being asked and still no answers. I'd like to take the Minister very briefly back to that central point about a golden goodbye for Peter Mandelson. How much?
Secretary.
I refer the right honourable lady to my previous answer.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, we do need to have a commissioner who has got the powers and abilities to expose where there's been corruption and to deal with it. But this statement today is not required, because we already know that a bad judgment has been made by the Prime Minister, and really what the public want to know is how is he going to be held to account for things which he already knew and ignored. But can the Minister give us an assurance that in looking at extra powers for commissioners will not go as far as what has happened in Northern Ireland, where the discredited former Standards Commissioner has used her powers to silence members of the Assembly for too vigorously questioning ministers or not showing enough empathy when they make public statements about security situations in their own constituency, and especially since some of the members sitting behind me, when their heckling fails, now threaten members by reporting to the Standards Commissioner to try and silence them that way.
Chief Secretary.
I think it's important, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we take good practice wherever it exists and learn the lessons where reforms have not worked, whether in our Parliament or in other devolved governments across the United Kingdom. And the honourable gentleman is encouraged to write to me with his examples in more detail to ensure that we avoid that in the future. I can assure him that the government has no intention to want to try to limit the voices of people in this House or indeed anywhere else.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Going back to the process the Prime Minister followed, he received information from the vetting and security services that Peter Mandelson might have had an ongoing relationship. He then questioned Peter Mandelson about that. Did he then test those answers that Peter Mandelson gave with that security and vetting service? Because if he did not, it can only mean one of two things. Either he has a dereliction of duty or he's a credulous fool. Either way, he should resign, shouldn't he?
Chief Secretary.
No.
Jim Allister.
Thank you. Can I take the House back to where this debate started? It began with the shadow spokesman reminding us that advisers advise and ministers decide. And in the back of that, I want to give the Minister the opportunity, I think for the fourth time in this debate, to answer the fairly fundamental question that I'd like to know the answer to and my constituents would like to know the answer to. If it is right for an advisor to resign, why not the far more culpable decision maker?
Chief Secretary.
As the Prime Minister has made clear, he apologised for appointing Peter Mandelson to the position of Ambassador, and had the information which is now available been available at the point of his appointment, he would never have appointed Peter Mandelson in the first place.
Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his statement about the new rules and legislation that he's bringing forward. I've missed something, though. Could he point to the one that he's bringing forward that would stop a Prime Minister from appointing a twice-sacked best friend of the world's greatest paedophile?
Chief Secretary.
I refer him to the detail of my statement.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of us, including myself, spoke in this House against the ill-judged appointment of Peter Mandelson, which flew in the face of logic, given his poor relationship with the US and his history of misfeasance in public office. Will the Minister undertake to obtain all redacted evidence from the US pertaining to all UK persons in positions of influence referred to in the Epstein documents and expose them to the public? This is the only way to clear up this global scandal for the UK electorate.
Chief Secretary.
Where the government has jurisdiction over documents and in compliance with the humble address, we will publish them, as I've said to the House earlier today.
Ben Opsajecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister keeps making reference to if we had known then what we know now with regards to Peter Mandelson's appointment. But the key fact is that we already knew of Peter Mandelson's ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, as the Prime Minister spoke about at PMQs last week, just as the government knew about Matthew Dawes' relationship with Sean Morton and still gave him a peerage after the internal investigation. But coming back to the resignation statement of the Chief of Staff yesterday, he stated that whilst I did not oversee the due diligence or vetting procedure, so could the Minister explain who did oversee the due diligence and vetting procedure?
Secretary.
These processes are administered by the Proprietary and Ethics team in the Cabinet Office, by the Foreign Office and all of the normal appropriate authorities.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Chief Secretary is an honourable man, and he's answering incredibly difficult questions, and we have to recognise that. The Chief Secretary will know that I seek to find solutions rather than prioritising point scoring. I say that very respectfully in this House. In this instance, it's clear that the public want a solution to the seeming litany of trust-breaking decisions taken by successive governments. And whilst we cannot please all people, the issue of a basic standard for public servants is non-negotiable. And this breakdown, I believe, has highlighted the need for accountability at the highest level. So does the Chief Secretary believe that this can be achieved without a complete overhaul of the appointment system?
I agree with the Honourable Member that there's evidently a number of changes that need to be brought forward, and as he suggests in his question, I think that should be done on a cross-party basis in the interest of how we serve the public.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The confidence in the Prime Minister is at an all-time low, and many of the reasons for that have already been discussed. However, one particular issue, the Prime Minister visited Palantir's head offices in Washington, DC in February 2025. Will the Chief Secretary confirm if Peter Mandelson advised the PM to visit Palantir, what the purpose of the visit was? Will the government publish details and minutes of the discussions that took place at this meeting? And will the government review all existing contracts with Palantir and suspend any further engagement with them until the investigations are completed?
The Prime Minister engages with a whole host of businesses, whether in the United Kingdom or abroad. In relation to his question suggesting particular wrongdoing, as I said to my honourable friend earlier, we have powers under the Procurement Act on these issues if we must, and if evidence comes to light, then we reserve the right to do so.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
The problem with the list that the Minister read out is not one of those measures will protect us from the Prime Minister's poor judgment, unfortunately. And before I ask him that question, I will just point out to him, as the Minister sat next to him knows, and he mentioned himself, the government is currently putting through a House the duty of candour bill, which will require ministers legally to answer questions frankly and with information that they have, which people could usefully think that they should know. So I'll ask him for a third time, how much is the Peter Mandelson due to take as part of his payoff?
Chief Secretary.
As I said, the Foreign Office will update the House in due course.
Shaukat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement and definitely agree that Epstein's crimes were disgusting and Mandelson's behaviour was despicable. But I'd like to remind the Minister that under the last government, the now Prime Minister said this: a fish rots from the head down, and the real change had to be led and modelled from the top. Yet here we are, the issue is back. Despite the colour of the rosette changing, the Prime Minister's closest circle must now take the fall for his poor decision-making and appointing a man who is the best friends with a paedophile. Given that there is now a criminal investigation into his closest advisers, shouldn't he do the honourable thing and take his own advice?
Chief Secretary.
The Prime Minister, as he said today, is getting on with the job of delivering change for this country that the electorate voted for 18 months ago, rewarding my party with a huge majority in this House. These issues are important and we will fix them, not least keeping the victims of sexual abuse and abuse of power at the centre of those thoughts. And I know that members across the House will want to work with us to ensure that that is done.
And that concludes the statement. And we now move on to motion number 1 on business of the House today. Minister to move.
Back to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And we now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Procedure Committee. Lee Dillon will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions and not full speeches. And can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benches, of course, may take part in questioning. I call Lee Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on behalf of the Procedure Committee about our fourth report of the session, which looks at the ideas of introducing call lists. And I am happy to stand in for the chair of our Select Committee on this occasion. I also want to start by thanking the Backbench Business Committee for giving us time today and my colleagues on the Procedures Committee for the thoughtful and constructive way they have approached this work. We launched this inquiry, Madam Deputy Speaker, because members from all sides of the House raised concerns with us. Some colleagues told us that they wanted more certainty in the sitting day. Others spoke about the challenges they face because of disabilities, long-term health conditions or caring responsibilities. And colleagues from smaller parties explained how difficult it can be to know whether they'll be called at all in a debate. For many of them, call lists seemed like a straightforward answer. But we also heard the opposite view, strongly and sincerely held. Some members were worried that call lists could change the very character of debate in this chamber. They feared we'd lose the spontaneity, the energy and the genuine back and forth that makes this place what it is. So our task was to look at all of this in the balanced, evidence-based way. We took written and oral evidence from a wide range of people, from former Deputy Speakers Nigel Evans, Baroness Lang and Baroness Winterton, from smaller parties, the Hansard Society, Centenary Action and the presiding officers of the devolved legislatures. Their insights were incredibly helpful and we're grateful to all of them. After weighing everything carefully, the committee concluded that call lists should not be introduced. This wasn't a decision that we reached quickly or casually, so I want to explain the main reasons behind it. First, we found that there isn't a single, clearly defined problem that call lists would solve. The concerns raised with us were varied: accessibility, work-life balance, speaking opportunities, and the general flow of business. Call lists might help in some of those issues, but not all, and certainly not in a consistent or fair way. They're simply too blunt an instrument for such a wide range of issues. Second, we heard real worries that what call lists would do to debates themselves. Many members reflected on the pandemic period when call lists were used out of necessity. Those arrangements were right for that moment, but they were undeniably reduced spontaneity. Interventions were limited or banned, and the chamber felt flatter, and the natural rhythm of debate was lost. That experience made it clear that call lists can change the atmosphere here in ways that we might not want to repeat. Third, we looked at how other legislators use call lists. It was a useful exercise, but in truth, their systems operate in a very different procedural environment. Many of them allocate speaking rights proportionally between parties. That is not how this House works. You can't simply lift one feature from another parliament and drop it into ours without considering the procedural ecosystem around it. Fourth, we examined how call lists would fit in with the way time is currently managed in this House. Our existing system strikes a careful balance between certainty and flexibility. We know when the day starts and ends, and we know how long different types of business can run. But we also have the ability to respond quickly to events through urgent questions and statements. That flexibility is essential to the House's role in holding the government to account. Introducing call lists would disrupt that balance, and doing so would require a much wider rethink of how the parliamentary day is structured. And finally, we considered the role of the Speaker and Deputy Speakers. Their discretion in calling members is fundamental to how debates are managed. They are elected by the House, they are impartial, and they are trusted to use their judgment fairly. Call lists would inevitably limit that discretion. We did not find a strong enough case to justify restricting the Chair's ability to steward debates effectively. And we note that there are already informal mechanisms in place to support members who have genuine health or accessibility needs, and that the Speaker's office handles these with care and sensitivity. Our report also suggests that the Modernisation Committee should set out how it intends to approach its upcoming work on the use of time in the chamber. That broader perspective will help the House to think about these issues in the round rather than in isolation. So, to close, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say that we fully understand why some colleagues may be disappointed by our conclusions. We listened carefully to all the views put to us and we took them seriously. But our recommendation is based on detailed evidence and a clear view that call lists are not the right solution to the concerns raised. They would change some of the fundamental features of how this chamber operates and not necessarily for the better. This report isn't the end of the conversation. What it does is give the House a structured foundation on which those conversations can continue. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this report to the House.
Sir Julian Lewis.
It's very rare, Madam Speaker. In fact, I can't think of a previous occasion in approaching 29 or 30 years in this House that I've heard a statement from a select committee with every word of which I entirely agree. This is one of those occasions, and I'd like to congratulate the committee and the members who are involved in the preparation of this excellent contribution.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his question, and I will pass on that thanks to the committee. I think that we genuinely did take that wider consideration into the multiple aspects that we'd have to change if we were going to bring call lists into fruition.
Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee very much for what he said. And I agree with the Honourable Gentleman. It's not often we have two people agreeing spontaneously with the Chair of the Committee. And I suppose at the end of the day, I think, Madam Deputy Chair, that I have the strongest legs in the chamber, because I'm nearly always last. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, you brought me in third from the end, so that record has been beat today for a change. But can I just say that I enjoy the spontaneity that we have in the chamber. I don't think there's any need for change whatsoever. I'm not a traditionalist, but I love the way we do it. Let's not change it.
I thank the member for his comment, and we agree spontaneity is such an important aspect of how we operate here.
And that concludes the Select Committee statement. We now move to the general debate on the UK-India Free Trade Agreement, and I call the Minister to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered the UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. Let me start, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying why this deal is so important. It may seem obvious, I suppose. We did £47.2 billion worth of trade with India last year, up 15% year on year, and India is now our 10th largest trading partner. But it is its future potential that really stands out. India has the highest growth rate in the G20. It's likely to become the third largest economy in the world by 2029. And by 2050, India will be home to over 250 million high-income consumers. Demand for imports is due to grow as well, reaching £2.8 trillion by 2050. Assuming global foreign direct investment into India continues its recent trajectory, it could grow to £1 trillion by 2033. Yet, despite all of this, its markets also have been behind some of the highest barriers in the world. India has some of the highest tariff rates in the G20, gin and whiskey at 150%, cars at 110%, cosmetics at 22%, soft drinks, lamb, fish, chocolate and biscuits, I know that's an odd combination, but nonetheless at 33%. In 2024, India was ranked as the 8th most restrictive services market by the OECD. Inevitably, that means that either prices many UK products out of the market or makes them a premium product beyond the reach of many in India. Yet 42% of UK businesses surveyed by Grant Thornton in 2024 said they'd want to build a presence in India. 72% said an FTA would encourage them to explore the Indian market. So the agreement this government secured was a momentous achievement. Others have been trying to get a deal like this for years and failed. But this Prime Minister, along with the then Business Secretary and Trade Minister, to whom I paid tribute, brought home the goods. Oh dear. I will. I think I know what he's going to say.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the UK is the single largest importer of Indian ceramics. the trade deal removes some of the tariffs that we apply onto Indian imports, which means that the industrial energy pricing in India, with the removal of those tariffs, means that they become incredibly competitive to our own domestic market, in some cases much below our own market production point. Bricks are another area where we are the single largest importer of Indian bricks, and yet our own brick kilns stand at 2/3 capacity. So is the Minister able to set out what protections are in this trade deal to make sure that whilst we get the new markets for our exports, we don't undercut our own domestic market by cheaper imports?
Minister.
I thought he might be going to talk about ceramics because he regularly speaks up both privately and in public on behalf, privately to me and publicly in the House and elsewhere on behalf of his constituents, and of course he's quite right to do so. As he knows, I visited some of the businesses in his constituency, and I am very keen to make sure that we can do everything, that we do everything in our power within the department to support, protect and enhance the British ceramics industry, which is a really important part of our work. I would just say to him that the overall impact, we believe, of this agreement on the ceramics industry will be limited because 543 out of 577 steel lines, for instance, were already at 0%. The remaining 34, which we brought to 0% as part of the deal, all currently have tariffs of just 2 or 3%. So India is not a prominent source of imports for those sectors. I accept the broad issues that there are for the ceramics industry. I don't think that and I've seen everything that Mr. Flello, who's a former denizen of this place, has produced. I don't think that this agreement is the problem. There are other issues that we need to address, not least the issues that he's raised in one sec, that he's related in relation to energy costs, which are very specific for the ceramics industry, of course.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Just before he moves off this point, the evidence that we took on the Select Committee did raise concerns about the impact of this deal on both the brick industry in the UK and the ceramics industry. The Minister knows that the Trade Remedy Authority is not really equipped with the tools that it needs to defend us in this new world, and nor is the Competition Market Authority yet seen fit to finalise its foreign subsidy control regime, despite 2 years of consultation. So will the Minister at least assure the House that he will keep a very close eye on this and not hesitate to bring forward protections or trade remedies if the need arises?
Minister.
Yes, of course. And I read the report of his committee over the weekend, and it's a very fine report. Indeed, some of the things I've already said, I've lifted straight from his report. So, and I think, broadly speaking, I get the impression that it might be that the House is content to proceed, and certainly the committee was content to proceed with the agreement. And he will also know, of course, that I guaranteed to him that we would have a debate during the Cragg period, and we are now having a debate in the House during the Cragg period. He makes a good point about the trade remedies, and of course we've always, there's a whole series of sectors where we need to keep our review alert to that. But I would just say to him again, there may be some points you might want to make later on about labour in relation to the brick industry as well, but because they're made in his report. But nearly 90% of ceramics imports from India already come in tariff-free into the UK. And so I'm not sure that this is the particular sector or that this agreement is going to provide the particular problem that that some in the sector expect. So to go back to the agreement, it goes well beyond India's precedent, opening the door for UK businesses. As the Select Committee says in its report, the UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, is the UK's most economically significant bilateral free trade agreement since leaving the European Union. In just 1 second, if he doesn't mind. It boosts UK GDP by £4.8 billion, which is 0.13% of GDP. It boosts wages by £2.2 billion, and it boosts bilateral trade by £25.5 billion every year in the long run by 2040. India will drop tariffs on 90% of lines, covering 92% of current UK exports, giving the UK tariff savings of £400 million a year immediately on entry into force, rising to £900 million after 10 years, even if there is no increase in trade. India's average tariff will fall from 15% to 3%. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his enthusiasm and his energy on this job that he does as Minister. I think we welcome the tariff. The 2025 UK-India Free Trade Agreement was projected to make some £50 million boost for Northern Ireland's economy. First of all, the tariffs are reducing on the whisky, which means that 3 distilleries in my constituency, Acklandville, Hinch and Redemon, all will take advantage. There's also some opening markets that was referred to for manufacturing and engineering. But the only thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, 6 months after the agreement, Northern Ireland, with great respect, has not seen much happening just yet. I know the Minister's keen to make it happen. Can I ask him, please, when will it happen for Northern Ireland? Thanks so much.
Minister.
I think the honourable gentleman is a teetotaler. I don't. Is that right? Yeah, sometimes. A tea slightler, a tea occasionaler, not total. Only in the early morning. All right. Well, I got that completely wrong. Anyway, I think all honourable members want to celebrate the fact that we're managing to get the whisky tariffs down from 150% to 75% and then down to 40%. That will be absolutely transformational. And I was with. It's not just, incidentally, about whisky itself. I was with Fevertree, the senior, one of the founding members of Fevertree the other day, and they were making the point that it's also about soft drinks, and it's also about the soft drinks that go with the whisky. So ginger ale, classic instance, Fevertree, if we can get Fevertree ginger ale to be going out to India at the same time, or for that matter, who knows, maybe even Indian tonic water, then that is a significant benefit for us. Just on the timing, he makes a perfectly legitimate point, which is that lots of companies are saying to me, well, when's it all going to start? When's it all going to start? Well, we have to go through a ratification process, and then, and which is part of what this is now. India has its own process, which is largely in the hands and directly of Mr. Modi, but I'm very confident that that can happen fairly swiftly, and I very much hope that in the next few weeks and months we will be able to declare a date for entry into force. There's always this slight moment between the moment of concluding the negotiations, the signature, the ratification, and then entry into force. And you can't ever be precise about the date of entry into force until ratification has proceeded. But we are working as fast as we possibly can. There's one other element that we always said that we wanted to get to happen simultaneously, which is the double contributions agreement, which the HMRC are negotiating with India. And as soon as all of that is completed, then I hope we'll be able to get to entry into force. In the meantime, well, I'll come on to some of the implementation stuff. Madam Deputy Speaker, I should just say that I slightly confused all my tariff lines a little bit earlier between steel and ceramics, we'll tidy that up a little bit later if that's all right with you. Madam Deputy Speaker, every region and nation will benefit from the agreement, including £210 million boost for the North West, driven by aerospace and automotive wins, £190 million boost for Scotland, supported by cuts on whisky and satellite tariffs and financial services access, and £190 million boost for the East of England, generated through tariff cuts and improved rules for medical device and clean energy products. There are some big winners. I've already talked about whisky. We estimate that exports will increase by £230 million, an 88% increase. For autos, these will be going from over 100% tariffs to 10% under quota, which will phase from combustion engines, to electric vehicles. Auto parts and car engine exports are expected to increase by £189 million. That's 148%. And cosmetics, these tariffs will be falling from 20% to as low as 0%, which will boost exports by £400 million. That's 364% increase. And when I was talking to Charlotte Tilbury the other day about this, she was absolutely... I know the whip is very keen on Charlotte Tilbury. I'll pass on her request for further information. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, you're putting in a bit as well now. But the important point is we need to make sure that businesses know that there is this new opportunity out there in India, and we need to maximise the exploitation of these new tariff issues. Oh, yes, OK. I'll pass on his to Charles.
Giving way. And according to the government's own figures, this trade deal will only add 0.14% to our national GDP. What are we giving up in return for that measly amount of benefit? And is it really worth sacrificing our commitments to human rights to sign these kind of trade deals with countries and leaders who are reported to have breached human rights?
Minister.
Well, I'll talk about human rights in a moment, but to be honest, if he can come up with a better way of finding 0.14% of GDP increase, then I'd be very happy to hear it. But frankly, the idea that we would just turn our back on one of the biggest economies in the world, one of the largest democracies in the world, and not say yes to a trade deal with them, I think is for the birds. Just on human rights, of course, there are a whole series of human rights issues that we always want to raise with our trade partners, and we do so. When we're negotiating a free trade agreement, they're not necessarily a central part of it, but in this deal, for the first time ever, we have clauses on a whole range of human rights related issues. He could easily point out that these are not legally enforceable, but they are an opportunity for us, both at the first review, which will come at entry into force, and at future occasions, which are laid out in the free trade agreement, for us to be able to further talk through some of these issues. I would also point out that, of course, human rights issues are primarily the responsibility of the SCDO. There's a series of these, whether it's in relation to Kashmir or it's in relation to some of the individuals and labour laws and so on, that we raise through the FCDO. Now, I'm aware that non-tariff barriers are also being removed to make trade quicker, cheaper and easier through improved customs processes, reductions in technical barriers to trade, increased facilitation of digital trade, supportive IP commitments and greater collaboration on new technologies. This will all help to make trade quicker, cheaper and easier. In relation to services, which is obviously very important for us as a services superpower, market access is locked in, including ensuring UK companies are treated on an equal footing with Indian companies. The deal includes India's first ever financial services and telecoms chapters. The FTA is expected to boost services exports by £1.6 billion. In relation to procurement, and this is very important for the UK again, brand new access to India's federal procurement market will be locked in, guaranteeing access to approximately 40,000 tenders per year, worth at least £38 billion per annum, and exclusive treatment for UK companies. For the first time, UK companies will have access to India's procurement portal. I hope colleagues will agree that the CETA is a good deal for the UK, but I want to respond to a couple of points made by the Select Committee in its report. Firstly, the deal is only of any use if it actually gets used by UK companies. We know that it won't always be plain sailing, thanks to varying rules in different states and provinces, a point that was made in evidence given to the committee. The staging of a tariff liberalisation will need explaining, and non-tariff barriers can be just as important as tariff barriers. As the First Minister for Trade Policy and Exports, I'm keen to ensure that businesses have all the support they need to exploit this deal. That's why we are protecting the DBT team in India, and why we have already engaged with more than 5,000 UK businesses on how to exploit the CETA through guidance, events and roadshows. It's not just Scotch whisky, as I said earlier, it's Fever Tree ginger ale to go with it, and their Indian tonic water. We've also provided specific support to the UK cosmetics industry to exploit the cut in cosmetics tariffs, which will benefit companies like Charlotte Tilbury and Paw Paw. And once we get to the entry into force, as the committee suggests, we will monitor the operation of the CETA's provisions, including through the regular reviews that are built into the agreement. This is also not the full stop in our developing relationship with India. Vision 2035, agreed with India alongside the Free Trade Agreement, sets out a shared framework for deeper cooperation across technology, defence, climate and strategic exports, reinforcing the long-term direction of the bilateral partnership. We will also try and resolve other market access issues not solved in the Free Trade Agreement, for example, legal services, recognition of qualifications and other specific state-level barriers. And the UK is open to continuing negotiations for a bilateral investment treaty as long as it works for UK businesses. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, this is a trade agreement, but I want to assure colleagues that it also promotes British values. We secured India's first ever chapters on anti-corruption, consumer protections, labour rights, environment, gender and development. And the agreement includes the strongest environmental commitments India has ever made in an FTA. Our key commitments and red lines have been maintained throughout, including protecting the NHS, ensuring that our immigration system is not affected, carving out defence and protecting our export controls, excluding sensitive agricultural sectors, including pork, chicken, eggs and milled rice, maintaining our food standards and animal welfare levels, and keeping CBAM out of the deal. Plagiarism, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the sincerest form of flattery, so I'm glad that the European Union have now reached political agreement on their own FTA with India, where it seems the UK deal was used as a baseline. But the UK retains first mover advantage. I'm hopeful we will get to entry into force before the end of the summer, so UK businesses can start exploiting these reduced tariffs this year, while the EU will still take some time to achieve ratification. And only the UK has secured access to India's £38 billion federal procurement market. Let me, Madam Deputy Speaker, make one final point. The UK is a trading nation. We rely on free and fair trade, and we believe that global trade needs a set of rules. The World Trade Organization will meet in Cameroon in the next few weeks. We believe it needs upholding and reforming so that it can tackle the challenges of today, including electronic commerce, unfair subsidies, dumping, secure supply chains with agility and dependability. But we also believe that trade agreements such as these, along with our membership of the CPTPP, help secure our prosperity and enhance our international standing. We are still pursuing new or enhanced deals with the GCC, with Turkey, with Switzerland and with Greenland. And we are completing the text of our economic prosperity deal with the United States of America and our deal with the European Union. I commend this deal to the House and congratulate the former ministers who secured it.
The question is that this House has considered the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. Shadow Secretary of State Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to see not just the Minister, the excellent Minister for Trade, but also the Secretary of State. I read that I did just bank the win. I read that he's being earmarked as a caretaker Prime Minister, so we're pleased that he's got the time to spend with us. I think there's 10 minutes before colleagues can run upstairs. Richard Cobden said, "I believe that free trade will do more to civilise the world than all the treaties of peace that have ever been signed." He was the former Member of Parliament for Stockport, but he was a resident in my own West Sussex constituency near Midhurst. And his advocacy of free trade, including in this House, was always about its benefits for ordinary people: cheaper food, higher wages, and fewer incentives for people to wage those destructive wars that had a huge impact on ordinary people. We agree, and these benches will always be the party of free trade where it benefits our country. That is why it was a Conservative government that signed new landmark trade agreements with the EU, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and negotiated the entry of the UK to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It's why it was the Conservative government that laid the foundations for this free trade agreement with India. And let's be absolutely clear, this agreement is a tangible benefit of the decision that the British people made in 2016 to leave the political institution of Europe. The fruit of the independent trade policy we regained, allowing the United Kingdom to negotiate once again as a sovereign state, just like Canada, Australia and Switzerland. Britain first, not Britain hoping against experience that its interests would float to the top of a soup of 27 other conflicting flavours. Madam Deputy Speaker, since July 2024, the Indian economy has grown by 11%. For context, the European Union has grown by 1.9% in the same period, and under this government, the British economy has grown by just 1.6%. Exports matter. So this deal has the potential to be a key part of a growth plan for our economy. However, as any business leader will tell you, the devil is not just in the detail of such deals, but also what's not in them. I welcome the excellent report by the Select Committee, very thorough and important part of the scrutiny process of this House. We're a nation where services represent nearly half of our global exports. And I'm afraid that it appears the government has accepted a deal that is disappointingly thin on the sectors where Britain leads the world. The inclusion of services in this deal was the #1 priority of the previous government's negotiations. Instead, this deal settles for locking in existing levels of liberalisation, all good, but rather than breaking new ground on services. There's an absence of provisions for mobility to allow our service industries to really integrate in India, restricting our consultants, engineers and architects from practising on the ground. Oh, happy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I wonder if my honourable friend reflects on the views that I hear a good deal from a constituency that contains very many entrepreneurs, both of Indian heritage and with connections to business in India, that this is a deal which shows a government that is not listening to the voice of business that has that level of experience, because it misses out, as he's describing, on so many of the opportunities that those existing business links contain.
I was going to be generous to the government and say something slightly positive. I mean, my honourable friend is absolutely right that governments of all flavours could do an infinitely better job of listening to businesses. They're the people at the front line in the real world, and as his constituents, I know, have very deep links to the economy of India, and it represents a real opportunity. And so whilst we support this deal, the only tone today is one of slight regret about the missed opportunities. Of course, it's easy to get a deal if you take the deal that is being offered rather than negotiate and seek to improve that deal. And I think therein is some of the difference between the approach of our government and where this... Well, we didn't get it because we weren't willing to take the deal that was on the table. We were holding out and negotiating for a better deal. Let me give the Minister an example of that, quite a surprising example in many ways, which is the complete omission of a legal services sector deal from this agreement. The Law Society, not myself, called this a missed opportunity for a significant breakthrough. The chair of the Bar Council said it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity missed. How ironic, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a government of lawyers, led by lawyers, stuffed full of lawyers, could not even get that aspect of this agreement across the line. The deal places a 36-month target, and I hope it's a target, not an aspiration or an ambition. It places a 36-month target for the conclusion of a mutual recognition of a professional qualifications agreement. That would be a great opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our service sector would welcome that, but I hope the Minister agrees with me that to not achieve that now would be to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. It would be a humiliation for this government, and I hope that he or she will address in the wind-up the precise plans to secure that agreement. And in a similar vein, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bilateral investment treaty that was planned to be agreed at the same time as in the original objectives for our deal has also not been delivered. This is the deal that was offered rather than the deal that could have been negotiated and improved. That leaves British investors exposed to sudden policy changes, unfair treatment and expropriation. Now, I could be, of course, talking about the policies of this government, but in this case, I'm talking about the Indian government and the jeopardy for some significant British investors. So again, another missed opportunity, a deal that we support, but a deal that could have been better. And I understand that the chief negotiator on the deal has confirmed there are no plans, sadly, to return to the table to get an investment treaty across the line, but I would very happily be corrected by that. And again, perhaps the wind-ups could address that point. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we heard from the Minister, on day one, the deal will grant Indian exporters of such wonders as textiles, gems and engineering goods immediate duty-free access to the British market. This is a welcome deflationary measure. It will come as good news for households as the price of goods in their weekly shops fall. Leather shoes, clothes, home furnishings and more will be cheaper under this deal. However, it is disappointing that this welcome reduction in tariffs is very far from symmetrical. Indian exporters benefit immediately, whilst British exporters sit in the waiting room. Scottish whisky producers, we've heard about, manufacturers of electric vehicles, the medical consumables industry, and chemical producers will have to wait between 5 to 10 years before tariffs are fully reduced. For car manufacturers... Yeah, please.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He mentioned whisky briefly there, and it's broadly welcomed by the Scottish whisky sector. And I've certainly welcomed it myself as an MP for a constituency with 49 distilleries. I am trying to visit them all. However, he talks about asymmetry in the deal, but is there not asymmetry as well within Labour government policy between the export deal, where they're trying to get the best possible deal for whisky, while whisky is still paying the highest levels of duty for alcohol in the UK, and that's putting undue pressure on a sector that's already under pressure?
Good question. Well, my honourable friend makes an important point. It is not easy, and I don't want to just simply agree with him for the sake of it. It is not easy for chancellors of whatever flavour to balance the books. But where we've got such wonderful industries as the whole of our drinks and spirits, and indeed, if I may say so, our British or English wine industry, that our government does everything that we can to promote them, and Welsh and other parts of this wonderful kingdom. It's important that the government does everything. So I think, by and large, this government, as the government before, has got the importance of the wonderful Scottish whisky industry, but anything that can be done to help, and of course, the way that one reduces taxes over time is by making those hard, tough decisions on government spending. And I would say that's one of the key things that this side of the House would do in order to be able to lower those taxes. Now, the honourable member has left, but he made for Stoke-on-Trent Central, but he made a very important point about the protection of ceramics and related industries such as bricks, our energy-intensive chemicals industry are all important. Now, a trade deal, however wonderful this may or may not be, will do nothing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to help the ruinously high energy costs that the ceramics, the brick, the chemical industry and so many other address. This is not a debate about that today, and it's not the responsibility of the Minister, but nevertheless it's a very important sector, and if we're going to lower barriers, lower frictions, so that we can boost trade, increase the prosperity of our citizens, grow our economy, that absolutely has to involve the full stack, including energy, including what one does about employment law and regulation as well.
Very grateful to him for giving way, and I hope I'm not stretching the bounds of the debate excessively, but I'd be interested to know whether the agreement has any implications for defence exports to India, and if it does, what safeguards would be in place given the unhealthily close relationship between India and Russia?
The document that the Select Committee produced do lay out the impact, modest I believe as it is, for defence. I'll let the government benches answer the question, the important question about security, and I'll happily give way to the Secretary.
Talk through the honourable gentleman to the right honourable gentleman. Obviously, our export control system for any exports from the UK into any other country in the world bears in mind a diversion from one country to another. So that's a very important part of what we look at. The FTA doesn't affect that process at all.
Thank you. I hope my colleague my honourable friend is reassured to a degree by that. I'll move on briefly, and the Deputy Speaker will be pleased to know that the agreement is not my speech is not as comprehensive as the work of the Select Committee. I'd be grateful if the government would clarify a few points about the position on food and agricultural products. There are protections for sugar, chicken, eggs and pork, which has been welcomed by producers. But there are concerns from the British dairy industry about opening the market. They describe this as a one-way street, since dairy is excluded from UK exports to India, and yet the deal removes tariffs on Indian dairy coming into the UK. We'll not keep doing it.
Up as we're going along, if that's okay. So just one particular. So just in relation to dairy, I understand the point, and the point has been made to me, and it was made in committee as well. I'm not aware of any Indian cheese company that has been able to export into the UK, because it would still need a license. And one of the things I was very keen, and we were very keen to secure, is that we're not abandoning any of our food standards in the UK, which obviously have to be met before any export could come here.
Thank you. I'll try and leave the Minister with a short list rather than we go through each and every one. There are concerns, notwithstanding what the Minister has just said, so perhaps we can revert to this later. There are concerns also about hypocrisy of the government in respect of pesticides and animal, but particularly crustacean welfare. Now, I don't know if he's quite the same degree of expertise in crustacean welfare or prawn eye stalk ablation, which sounds more trivial here than it would if you are the prawn whose eye stalks are being ablated, particularly when the government publish and vaunt their virtue in terms of animal welfare. And yet these poor blinded prawns seem to be victims under this deal. Well, I'm very, very happy to give way on the prawn eye stalk ablation. But it is an important point, and perhaps, again, in winding up, the Minister can make more general point about trade deals, about how they're going to protect animal welfare and food safety standards.
I thank him for giving way. Do prawns feel pain?
I am in no way qualified to answer that. However, it is the government's position, and the government should speak to this, about crustacean welfare, and they published just before Christmas a very significant proposal to change the law on that. Now, this is a point, as ever in trade, not about the underlying fundamentals on which the Minister, I did part of his job as Minister for Exports, will be advised by government scientists and others. It's a point about the symmetry and the balance of that issue.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He will recall, as I do, that during the debates about post-Brexit trade agreements, the highest possible standards of animal welfare were a cross-party, across the House issue frequently raised. And the point he makes is about swapping prawns caught in British waters to the highest possible standards and other types of seafood with creatures that are reared in a method that involves pulling off their eyeballs whilst they're alive in order for them to lay more eggs so that more prawns can be produced more cheaply, which I think we would agree is cruel and would not meet the expectations that were set out cross-party by this House. So does he agree with me that it is a powerful point and goes to illustrate the asymmetry in this deal, which he is seeking, quite rightly, to criticise?
Well, my friend puts the point in better and a more informed way than I do. And it is an important point, and I think it is one for the government to set out very clearly how they propose to maintain or create a level playing field on these matters so that producers who are operating here to British standards are not disadvantaged whilst we all get the benefit of trade and prosperity of which I spoke at the beginning. I will defer to the Minister on his prawn eye stalk ablation.
I mean, it is a serious point, and we're all joking about it, but it is a serious point, which is that, and the centre of the point is, whatever the tariffs may do, you can only sell in the UK products that meet our food standards in the UK, precisely the point that was being made by the Honourable Gentleman. And in order to make sure that that is true, people have to have a licence to be able to sell in the UK. And in addition, all Indian agriculture products are currently subject to intensified controls of 50% of consignment checks at the border. So this is one of the many issues where we need to make sure that we protect our producers in this country who are abiding by very high standards. I could apply this to all of the different agricultural foods that we're talking about, and aquaculture as well.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that reply, which I drew some comfort from, but we have to see the detail of the exact crustacean protections that end up. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is one glaring area that, even beyond the missing benefits to our important services industry, was a point of difference in the negotiations that we conducted and why we did not, when we were in government, consummate that deal, and those negotiations remained outstanding. And the Leader of the Opposition now has been very clear about this. When she was leading the negotiation, she refused to sign this deal as is because of the double contribution convention, and the Minister will know precisely what we mean. We still haven't seen the detail of that. I mean, the House here, and every member should be concerned that this is a very limited part of the process of scrutiny of trade deals. The rights of Parliament are perhaps not fully discharged just by the CRAG process, but we haven't even seen what the Minister referred to earlier as the HMRC agreement on this. What it means in substance, I'll choose my words very precisely, is that Indian workers who come here to work will not pay a penny in British national insurance contributions, and neither will their employers. So the government decided they would open this deal, this two-tier tax system for India, at precisely the same time as hiking their jobs tax on every single British worker. So by way of example, and I'm happy to be rebutted or corrected, by my calculations under this agreement, it could be up to £10,000 a year cheaper to hire a software developer on an average British salary from India than someone in the same role from Britain, as employers will not be liable for those national insurance contributions. These are big numbers, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a big disadvantage to hire an identical British worker at a time that unemployment is rising. In fact, it's risen every month under this government, and there are 9 million people of working age not in work. Now, members...
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does this not suggest that actually when a deal was presented to the then Conservative Secretary of State, she declined to sign it because she judged it not in the British interest? It does rather suggest as if this government has just rolled over on this key point, which allows Indian firms to import Indian workers in preference to British ones. Yeah.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, who makes exactly the right point. The current Leader of the Opposition, the former Secretary of State, has been very clear that that was a deal breaker. That it wasn't, it was deal or no deal, and if that had been an absolute red line, then we wouldn't have signed this deal. So it's not a virtue to take any deal that is offered to you. As I say, this party is in favour of trade. We value our relationship with India, but we would not have crossed that red line. And as I said, yes, of course, I'm so sorry.
the Right Honourable Member for giving way, would he agree with me that anybody who comes to our country, doesn't pay into the system, national insurance and our taxes, shouldn't be allowed to benefit from the people, the taxpayers, services like the NHS education and GPs, dentists, etc. And it is a two-tier system when we are treating our care workers, healthcare professionals that are coming here on official visas differently to imported labour.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear agreement across the House on the desire not to have a two-tier system. No, we all understand the need to pay our taxes to support our public services, but it won't feel right if two people sitting cheek by jowl, side by side, in the same place of employment, the same factory or work environment, are contributing at a very different rate to the exchequer, to those public services that we all support. Let me finish, and then there'll be plenty of opportunity, because I will understand. I'm not going to anticipate the member's point for him, but there are other agreements such as this in place. So I want to be full and clear about that. There are social security agreements where contributions are both paid in and taken out. We have those with the European Union, for example. They're a long-standing feature. They were under previous governments. We do also, again, to be very clear and open, we have limited number of agreements like this with some selected other countries, the high-skilled economies of Japan, South Korea and Chile, and to some degree, Canada. But we don't have, Madam Deputy Speaker, an agreement like this of any sort with a mostly English-speaking nation of 1.5 billion people, all of whom would be better off potentially availing themselves of this arbitrage, this two-tier system under this deal. And astonishingly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this was left out of the UK government communications of this deal. So not only have we got a two-tier substance in terms of the economics of this deal, but we also had two-tier communications where the Indian government boasted about this as a significant, attractive feature of this deal, and of UK government communications, not a single mention. Now that of itself should send alarm bells ringing about this two-tier tax deal. I'll give way.
I wasn't going to make the point that he went on to make, that his government signed up to lots of these similar arrangements. I was going to make a different one, which is just to respond to the honourable gentleman's point, because I think it's important that we should make clear that under the Double Contributions Convention, a detached Indian worker and their employer in the UK would need to pay into the Indian Provident Fund, and on top of this will need to pay £3,105 in NHS surcharges, and up to £769 in visa fees, and on top of that their employer would pay an immigration skills charge of £3,000 and £525 to issue a certificate of sponsorship. So I think the numbers just don't add up in the kind of way that he was suggesting.
Could I just make the point that the Shadow Secretary of State has already spoken for longer than the Minister, which must in itself be something of a record. And I appreciate that there have been a lot of interventions on him from the front bench. So perhaps the Shadow Secretary of State can draw his remarks to a close, and the Minister has, of course, ample time in the winder. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall take good heed of those comments. Look, I'll conclude. We support the advantages of a sovereign trade policy, and this is an excellent example of this, with one of the largest economies on the planet that is growing at approximately 5 times faster than the European Union. We do think this deal could have been better. We are passionate in supporting our investors, our lawyers, our engineers, our scientists, the wonderful services industry. We believe that they can compete anywhere in the world, provided the field is level and the rules are fair. But we don't need a good enough deal to get across the line. When British businesses needed something with a really good kick in it to get this country growing, instead of a Vindaloo of a deal, the Prime Minister came back with a bag of soggy poppadoms.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, just to be absolutely clear in the beginning of my remarks in this important debate today, I do not oppose free trade deals which have immense benefits, as has been set out by the Minister. Although for once, or certainly on a very rare occasion, I do accept some of the points that have been made by the Shadow Minister in terms of missed opportunities. And I think one of the biggest missed opportunities, and the point I wish to focus my remarks on today, is at what point do we sacrifice our obligations to protection of human rights in favour of free trade? And that's what I will be focused on. The free trade agreement before us today raises many serious questions about our trade policy and human rights. But for many of my constituents in Bradford East, today's debate is not just about abstract trade policy or distant diplomatic calculations. It's about an issue very dear to their heart, Kashmir, which continues to be occupied. And I represent thousands of British Kashmiris with close family ties to Jammu and Kashmir. For them, the actions of the Indian state are not theoretical. They are lived realities felt through family separation, fear, arbitrary detention, and the systematic erosion of basic freedoms. That is why the UK-India Free Trade Agreement raises such serious and urgent concerns. It is a major agreement, as pointed out by the Minister, with over 30 chapters. Yet it contains no explicit enforceable human rights clause. It goes much further than just tariffs. It is about standards, cooperation, and the institutional machinery that will shape the relationship for years to come. And the central question for many of my constituents is, how can we seek to deepen economic cooperation with India while remaining silent on the grave and ongoing human rights violations in Kashmir and beyond? And let me be clear at the outset, economic engagement can never come at the expense of human rights, and it must never come at the expense of the Kashmiri people. For nearly 80 years, Kashmiris have endured persecution, repression and injustice, and in recent years, the situation has dramatically worsened. Since the illegal revocation of Article 370 and 35A in 2019, Indian-occupied Kashmir has experienced prolonged restrictions on civil liberties, mass surveillance, arbitrary detention and repeated internet shutdowns. Political dissent has been criminalised, journalists silenced and human rights defenders targeted. These are not isolated incidents. They form part of a deliberate and sustained policy to strip Kashmiris of dignity, voice and agency. And I hear from the wider community I represent, whose family members have been detained without charge, whose communications are monitored and whose basic freedoms are denied. This is not an abstract foreign policy issue. It's a human rights crisis that reaches directly into our communities here in Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, political prisoners remain behind bars without due process. Khurram Parvez, a globally respected human rights defender, has spent years imprisoned for documenting abuses. Yasin Malik has recently been convicted following proceedings widely condemned for lacking fairness and transparency. These cases symbolise a broader reality: the use of national security legislation to silence dissent, criminalise peaceful political activity and intimidate those who speak out. And yet, despite this context, the UK-India Free Trade Agreement contains no binding human rights safeguards, no accountability mechanisms, and no credible system of monitoring. There is no dedicated human rights chapter and no monitoring body within the agreement structures required to monitor human rights tasks, human rights risks such as arbitrary detention and repression. The government presents this agreement as a landmark deal designed to deepen economic ties and open new markets. But trade agreements are not neutral instruments simply for economic gain. They reflect political choices and moral priorities. This agreement seeks to formalise and deepen economic cooperation with India while deliberately excluding enforceable human rights provisions. What kind of a message does that send? It sends a dangerous message that human rights violations can be overlooked in the pursuit of market access. It tells those responsible that there will be dialogue, but no consequences. Engagement without conditions does not drive reform. It signals impunity. Independent organisations, including UN bodies and human rights NGOs, have documented widespread and systematic torture and ill treatment by Indian police and security forces, including custodial violence and abuse of pre-trial detention. Indeed, India signed the UN Convention Against Torture in 1997, yet by choice remains one of the few countries in the world never to have ratified it. The House will know that the torture is absolutely prohibited under international law. It is not culturally relative, it is not negotiable, and it cannot be ignored while negotiating preferential trade access. I also note that the agreement's labour commitments are explicitly excluded from the dispute settlement, which means they cannot be enforced in practice in the same way as the core economic chapters. If we are serious about modern partnership, then workers' rights and decent standards cannot be treated as optional add-ons. Warm words are welcome, but without clear routes to accountability, they offer little reassurance to those at risk of exploitation. And they leave a clear imbalance between what this agreement compels and what it merely encourages. Madam Deputy Speaker, with trade at around 43 billion and deep ties across our communities, Parliament's duty to get the safeguards right is even greater. It is troubling that there are no monitoring trigger, no safeguards, no accountability mechanisms that speak to Kashmir or minority protections. There are no graduated remedies for serious abuses short of tearing up the whole agreement, and no meaningful lever to respond when violations occur. Indeed, Parliament itself, whilst this comes before us today, what real influence does Parliament have in this place today, even today, in a statement like today, to amend this or to add safeguards to this or add human rights clauses to this? So with the little influence we have over this today, let me ask the Minister some questions, and I hope he is a Minister who normally is very good at answering giving direct answers, and I look forward to his direct answers to these questions. How can the government justify advancing a trade agreement of this scale whilst excluding binding human rights protections, particularly in light of the situation in Kashmir, which continues to worsen? What mechanisms will exist to monitor and respond to credible human rights violations linked directly to this agreement? What assurances can be given to British Kashmiri communities that their concerns are not being sidelined in the name of economic convenience. And finally, the Minister will be aware the Indian-occupied Kashmir remains disputed territory. What safeguards are in place in terms of any trade that will occur as a result of this agreement directly with an occupied territory as recognised under international law, because the agreement remains silent on that very important point. Madam Deputy Speaker, this agreement is not yet in force and Parliament still has a responsibility. We must insist that the trade policy strengthens justice rather than undermines it. We must refuse to send the message that human rights, especially the rights of an oppressed people, are negotiable. For the Kashmiri community I represent, I cannot stay silent and see injustice continuing. I cannot accept a trade agreement that deepens economic ties while turning its back on human dignity and justice. The world has ignored Kashmir for far too long. Britain must no longer be part of that silence. We have a moral, legal and historic duty, and it's about time we honoured it.
For the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I refer members to my register of interest in the business I founded in 1996, BDA Partners, in which I still hold a stake but have no role or responsibility. Economically, this agreement offers some benefits. As per the government's impact assessment, the UK's gross domestic product is estimated to increase by 0.13%, as the Minister has stated, as a result of this FTA. That's equivalent to £4.8 billion. That's in the long run. That's by 2040. So it's 0.13% by 2040. Let's put that into context. The hit to our economy from Brexit is around 6 to 8% of GDP, in the region of £210 billion. So an impact 44 times larger. That's now, compared to 15 years' time, we get 0.13%. I would be delighted.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. He quotes a Brexit hit of 6 to 8% of GDP. Has he just invented that figure, or has he got some evidence for it?
National Bureau of Economic Research, the United States.
I thought you don't like the States.
I certainly like the States. And while we are comparing with Europe, I note that the UK's free trade agreement means that 92% of UK exports to India will enter tariff-free under the agreement. Under the EU's deal, 96.6% of the EU's exports can enter tariff-free into India. Perhaps there is some logic, after all, to bigger trade blocs having more leverage. I wholeheartedly agree with the honourable gentleman's comments about national insurance contributions. I am also deeply concerned, as is my party, about that. And I take your point about visa fees and everything else, but by the time you add those all together, I think we still have the UK Inc., whether it's in my constituency of Witney or across the UK, at a major disadvantage, and I think this risks undermining British Labour. So, I really hope I am wrong. I don't think we are. So, and moving beyond the numbers, I want to highlight the concerns already mentioned by many members in this chamber about the agreement, the way it's been voiced by civil society groups about the way in which clauses in the agreement on labour, the environment and human rights are characterised by a pattern of aspirational language and a lack of enforceability, meaning they are not subject to the dispute settlement mechanism. So, cute words, but no teeth. So, the Liberal Democrats have long called for a set of minimum standards in order to benchmark future trade agreements, which would include human rights, conflict and oppression, environmental, labour and safety standards, where they can be negotiated based on UK trade and human rights policy and a trade and development policy. I now want to ask some questions to the Minister regarding India's role in busting the trade sanctions the UK has put on Russia. To recap, Russia invaded Ukraine in February 2022. Both the UK and the EU banned direct imports of Russian oil and petroleum products in December 2022. However, a loophole stayed open which allowed derivative products, petrochemicals, imported from third countries into the UK to continue using Russian origin crude oil and gas. In July 2025, the EU amended its sanctions legislation to target imports of petrochemicals from third countries that used Russian origin oil. This has now taken effect in the EU, so the EU has blocked this loophole. In October 2025, the UK announced a further sanctions package targeting specific third country entities that supported Russian fossil fuels. That included India's Nayara Energy, which is part owned by Russia's state oil company Rosneft. On the 2nd of December 2025, the Trade Minister stated in front of the Business and Trade Select Committee, of which I'm a member, "We want India to do less business with Russia because we want Russia's war machine to be debilitated. There are lots of things I want to achieve in the world, but not all of them can be achieved through FTAs." So the Trade Minister and Trade Team fully understood that India was and is selling Russia-originated petchems into the UK. We had leverage when we were negotiating the FTA, but instead the UK decided to cast a blind eye to India's sanction busting, helping Russia's war effort, and this continues still right now, with the UK importing jet fuel and other petrochemicals from India, which are manufactured with Russian oil and gas. The refining loophole is still there because Her Majesty's government hasn't yet legislated to ban imports of derivatives from Russian crude. The government has said it expects a ban to be in force in spring 2026, whenever that is. According to analysis by the Centre for Research on Energy and Clean Air, between the ban on direct imports coming into force in 2022 and the end of 2025, the UK has imported £4 billion of jet fuel and other oil products made at refineries in India and Turkey, which run partially on Russian crude. And that every month the UK delays banning oil products made from Russian crude, it's effectively writing the Kremlin a cheque for around £44 million. And it gets worse. 4 of the 5 largest oil refiners in India are majority owned by the Indian government, with Reliance being the 5th. So it's not just that Indian refiners are helping Russia by selling us petchems. The state of India itself is right now selling jet fuel and other petrochemicals into the UK derived from Russian oil and gas. And what have we done about it? We've signed a free trade agreement with them. To add insult to injury, as far as I can tell, the loophole to be closed just covers oil derivatives, but petrochemicals are derived from natural gas too. So what's happening with these? So my 5 questions to the ministers, and then I will wrap, are the following. What is his justification for signing an FTA with a country which is helping Russia breach its sanctions? 2, was this issue discussed in the FTA negotiations? 3, does the planned ban cover petrochemicals imported from India and other third countries derived from either oil or gas? 4, please can the Minister give a specific date for when this ban will come into force? Specific date. What steps are required to effect this, and what is the timeline for each of those steps? And finally, what are the reasons for delay in implementing this ban? Why hasn't the government already closed this loophole? Thank you.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. It is truly historic and a groundbreaking deal for the UK, Scotland and my Western Bartonshire constituency. And as the Minister stated in his opening remarks, India is the fastest growing country in the G20 and set to become the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2028. For this reason, it is crucial to secure a strong and mutual relationship with India. In the current geopolitical climate of uncertainty and instability, these relationships are more important than ever. This government has delivered a favourable deal that brings hope and investment for the future. Through this deal, we are making significant progress towards achieving our growth mission. For Western Bartonshire, the impact of this new deal will be immediate and tangible. This trade deal will result in much-needed investment for Western Bartonshire and its residents. The Scotch whisky industry supports thousands of jobs in my constituency, and this trade deal will hopefully result in many more. These businesses provide skilled, well-paid jobs and anchor our local economy. It is vital industry to my constituency for workers, local economies and tourism, and one that we are very proud of. My constituency is home to Chivas Brothers, Auchentoshan Distillery, Loch Lomond Group and a number of smaller distilleries. The Chivas Kilmalid bottling site in Dumbarton employs more than 1,100 people on permanent contracts alone, and we are proud to be home to their state-of-the-art bottling site. Their recent multi-million-pound investment programme continues at pace, and this deal gives the industry that added confidence to invest, and in doing so gives the workforce added confidence and security in their future. Scotch whisky distilleries are amongst the most visited tourist attractions in Scotland, drawing domestic and international visitors who support our hospitality sector. Long-term export growth will, of course, strengthen this. Scotch whisky has faced sky-high import tariffs for decades, as high as 150%, and under this new agreement, these costly tariffs will be cut in half and further reduced to 40% within 10 years. Furthermore, the deal is expected to increase spirit exports to India by 180%. This is a massive win for Scotland, the whisky industry and for West Dumbartonshire. Increased bilateral trade, increased wages and GDP growth is set to grow the Scottish economy by £190 million a year, and the Scotch Whisky Association has described the tariff cuts as transformational, with potential to increase exports by around £1 billion over the next 5 years. This deal is a clear statement of intent that the UK is open to trade, serious about growth and prepared to engage constructively with the world. However, these deeper relationships bring deeper responsibilities. I am encouraged by growth in relations between India and Britain, which is why I hope it can open up meaningful dialogue about diplomatic issues. As most of the House will be aware, my West Dumbartonshire constituent Jagtar Singh Johal has been arbitrarily detained in India since 2017. It's been over 8 years now, 3,020 days. In 2022, the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention concluded that his imprisonment was arbitrary and called for his immediate release. Last year, he was acquitted of all charges with respect to the only case against which has proceeded to trial. Despite this, he continues to be detained on 8 other cases, all similar charges with the same witnesses and the same discredited evidence. We must do more as a government than simply raise his case with Indian counterparts. It's often remarked that we must respect the Indian judicial system. However, any legal system which remands an individual, a UK citizen, for over 8 years is not worth our respect. Worryingly, he's recently been transferred to Tahir Jail in New Delhi, which is infamous for its overcrowding and its violence. I hope his case can be resolved following this closer and friendlier relationship with India, and therefore his release can be advanced. I can advise the House that today is Jagtar's birthday. He will be 39 today. This will be his 9th birthday detained in an Indian prison. His family in West Dumbartonshire are deeply concerned about his well-being. They have shown extraordinary resilience and dignity over many years, and they continue to hope for progress. This agreement marks a new phase in our UK-India relationship. It establishes regular channels of engagement and strengthens trust between our two governments, and I truly hope that this renewed partnership can support continued constructive discussions about Jagtar's case with the aim of securing his release and return to his family in Dumbarton. I urge the Government to continue raising this matter consistently and carefully with the Indian authorities, and to ensure that Jagtar and his family know that he remains a priority to us. On behalf of West Dumbartonshire, I warmly welcome this comprehensive economic and trade agreement. It is a deal that will deliver real economic benefit by supporting jobs, driving investment and strengthening our whisky industry. It means opportunity for workers, for business, for tourism and for future generations. It marks a major milestone in our relationship with India, one that is future-focused and built on renewed trust. It is testament to this Government's promise to deliver, and it positions our United Kingdom to grow and compete in a rapidly changing world. This deal invests in our future and will have a real meaningful impact in my constituency, and I fully support it, and I look forward to seeing it deliver for West Dumbartonshire and for the United Kingdom as a whole. But I also hope that this closer relationship can help bring resolution to the deeply troubling case of my constituent Jagtar Singh Johal and deliver the outcome that he and his family deserve. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker. The Indian government is highly unusual in its approach to trade agreements. Unlike most other countries, India has a long-standing policy of using trade deals to try to secure favourable treatment in the immigration system. This deal, unfortunately, is no different. Under the terms of this agreement, Indian companies will be able to transfer their workers to this country far more easily. And once they're here, those workers will be able to avoid national insurance for up to 3 years, needing only to pay into the Indian social security system, payments which are, unsurprisingly, much lower than here in the UK. This national insurance holiday will make it much cheaper to hire Indian workers, especially in fields like IT and engineering, than to hire domestic talent. Imagine a British IT firm set to hire a computer programmer for £60,000 a year. To hire them, an employer must pay £8,250 in national insurance on top of that salary. That totals £68,250. Their Indian competitor, to hire somebody on the same salary, would only need to pay about £1,470 to the Indian Employee Provident Fund, mandatory contributions to which are capped at 15,000 rupees a month, or about £120. That totals £61,470. So under the government's deal, it would be at least 10% cheaper to hire an Indian worker over a British one. This is absurd. With pleasure.
My honourable friend for giving way. Does she also agree with me that the employees of Indian companies who are sent here to work for 3 years and then maybe stay on, they normally would be not paid the British salary level, and they would be happy to accept a lower salary. So as well as saving on national insurance, these companies will be saving a lot more money by underpaying their employees.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. It's a very important point because, as I'm about to talk about, we have double contribution conventions with other companies, but with other countries, but not with other countries with economies like India's, where there are so many people, well north of 1 billion people, who would be happy to do these jobs for much lower salaries than our workers at home would expect. So, as I say, it is true that we have double contribution conventions with other countries. These aim to simplify intra-company transfers for international businesses. However, these agreements are usually struck with countries that have compatible economies, similar education outcomes and comparable social security systems, like Japan or Canada. India stands alone as by far the largest and least wealthy country on the list. In exchange for a deal with India, this government has chosen to sell out skilled British workers who've worked hard to get where they are by allowing Indian firms to undercut them. We will see highly skilled British workers in cutting-edge fields like engineering priced out by Indian workers. Given the relative markets and educational systems in the UK and India, we should not expect this always to be a like-for-like swap in terms of talent. This is a model that we've already seen take hold in the United States. There, Indian consultancy firms lease their workers to American companies who are then able to pay an Indian worker far less than they would need to pay an American. The result has been a massive expansion in the number of lower-cost Indian workers at the expense of American workers. Most other countries are perfectly happy to strike trade deals without forcing us to undercut our own workforce. This government should have expected India to do the same.
Yeah.
Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to have a chance to speak in this debate and to use the moment to say a huge thank you to my colleagues on the Select Committee for helping inform this debate with a report that was agreed cross-party and which provided, if anything, a reasonably warm welcome for the government's work in securing this free trade agreement, but with a number of caveats which I will touch on. Before I set out the committee's evaluation of this agreement, however, I do think it is worth us just in a way marking the moment. And if anything, the Minister, who is not necessarily someone who is known for underselling a moment in the House, could have actually sold this moment rather more, because we don't quite know when he will get the Gulf cooperation deal over the line. No doubt that is imminent. We don't quite know when he will get the Swiss deal over the line. Presumably that's not too far off now. But it could well be that this is the year in which he crowns a number of free trade agreements signed since we left the European Union, which do, in effect, create a triple ocean system of alliances that basically bring free trade agreements between the UK to about 46 countries in all, home to 2.5 billion people, and blessed with something like 60% of world output. That is actually quite an achievement. Now, those on these benches who are the pro-Europeans amongst us will, of course, say that we can now look at what the prize of free trade agreements has brought compared to the losses that have entailed since we left the European Union. About 14 billion of uplift in GDP is forecast as a result of the free trade agreements that we have signed. That is much less than the perhaps £140 billion hit to the GDP that we have lost since leaving the European Union. But I am not going to provoke you, Madam Deputy Speaker, by dwelling on that point for too long. Nonetheless, the India Free Trade Agreement that we debate tonight is the keystone in that new architecture. It does connect us to one of the world's fastest growing economies, and it does anchor us in the Indo-Pacific for decades to come. I think it is also worth saying that this is a significant moment for India, because this is not the only deal that India has signed, as the Minister said. There is also the EU deal that has been signed by India, and there is also, it would appear, a deal with the United States too. And so India is on the cusp of the biggest transformation in its trade policy since independence. It's a country that has long been defined by its protectionism, but it is now choosing to use its trade agreements as the anchors for very ambitious domestic reform. And if these agreements hold, as I hope that they will, with the exception of agriculture, India is now moving from selective liberalisation to something approximating a near-open economy. That is a very significant moment in India's long history, home as it is to about a sixth of humanity. These are not the traditional kind of Swiss cheese deals with lots and lots of carve-outs, delays and exemptions. India is now set to almost fully liberalise its manufacturing sector within 7 to 10 years. That is a step change by any historical standard. And for the first time, India has agreed deals that will be policed by powerful external partners, not just the Minister on the front bench, a powerful interlocutor in any trade negotiation, but also by the combined might of the European Commission. Now, for a government in India that has been protectionist by conviction for a long time, this does represent an important reversal of deep nationalist instincts. And as one of the world's great homes of free trade, that is something which our nation should celebrate. And I hope that this newfound philosophy that we see from Delhi is something that the Minister can help use in the conversations that he's got to have in the World Trade Organization and elsewhere over the course of this year. Because, let's face it, we all now need more allies for free trade in this world. And if we are to build what the Finnish call the values-based multilateralism that is probably the best safeguard for peace in this world, then India's role in promoting free trade could be an important component. This agreement also, this new posture also, does have, I think, an important dimension when it comes to China, because if India is indeed going to grow a low-cost manufacturing sector, then the world will need to depend on China much less. So, all in all, it is very important that the UK has played its role in securing this agreement. Now, the committee's report confirms that the agreement secures substantial tariff liberalisation in what is a highly protected market. As the Minister said, Indian tariffs are reduced or eliminated by our reckoning on 92% of UK exports by value, with around 64% of tariff lines liberalised on day one. Now, the government modelling, such that it is, always a bit speculative, always some interesting assumptions, always a bit long-term, always a bit difficult to pressure test, but nonetheless, the government modelling suggests that the deal adds nearly £5 billion a year to UK GDP by 2040 and raises UK-India trade by £25.5 billion. Those were the numbers that the Minister rehearsed in his opening speech tonight. Our analysis, however, I think presents numbers which are a little bit more meaningful for UK business, because the £400 million worth of tariff savings in year one is real revenue for UK businesses. This is something that will flatter the bottom line, and for businesses which are under pressure, for reasons we will set out in a report on Wednesday, this could provide much important cash flow. Those tariff savings could rise to about £3.2 billion over 10 years as export volumes improve. Now, there are clear sector gains. There are particular sectors that account for much of those gains in the future. Automotive is something where we think there could be a significant prize, although we do think that there are implementation challenges, and we do think that there is some clarity that is required on how the quotas will actually work in practice. As the Minister said, and as we heard from other honourable members, spirits exporters are due to do extremely well from this new bargain. They're going to see tariff reductions from extremely high rates which exist today. And as the Minister belaboured, for the first time, UK firms are going to secure access to India's central government procurement market. Now, that is a very large number. Whether it will be true that our firms can genuinely compete for those new contracts is something that the committee plans to study very carefully. Now, when the deal was signed and first published, there was a lot of noise in the media about migration and mobility, and that was something that the committee took a lot of evidence on. Actually, we concluded that this agreement is not, in fact, a big migration deal, nor does it materially change overall migration policy. What it does, as I think the opposition spokesperson pointed out well, is it does provide limited facilitation of mobility for skilled professionals linked to trade and services delivery. It could go much further in the future, but given where the Home Office positions itself on this policy at the moment, we accept that there won't be much progress in the near term. There are other real advances, and they do reflect years of negotiation, and they shouldn't be dismissed. But the committee did want to underline that there are very, very significant risks attached with this agreement. India is not a frictionless market. Tariffs were never the only barrier. The regulatory system in India is complex, it's decentralised, and it's highly discretionary. Much of the barriers, whether it's licensing requirements, certification, documentation, are at the state level. And that state level variation and state level stubbornness in bringing those barriers down is something that is going to require an awful lot of work from His Majesty's government in India. And that is why the successes of this agreement depend less on what is written in the treaty text and far more on whether firms can actually operationalise it in day-to-day, week-to-week business. And I'm glad that the Minister sought to take this bull by the horns in his opening remarks, because we are being asked to debate a treaty tonight at a time when the Department for Business and Trade is seeking 40% reductions in export support staff. The Minister went out of his way, I will in a moment, the Minister went out of his way to stress that those headcount reductions would not be in India. I think that was the guarantee that he gave to the House tonight. That's important because these are the officials who are responsible for helping firms navigate the rules of origin, quota management, regulatory blockages and enforcement failures. They're also going to be required to staff an awful lot of working groups that the Minister and his counterpart are going to have to oversee. But I worry that the reduction in export support staff here in the United Kingdom is going to deny firms here in Britain the knowledge and the connections that they might need to really exploit the full possibilities of this new agreement. But I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The honourable member for giving way. Would he agree with me that unlike the UK, we are well regulated, we have auditing, we have verification, and there is a level of trust in the system for products, services, food, pharmaceuticals, agriculture. It's not at the same level. I'm a big fan of India. My heritage is from India. My family's from India, so I'm not here to criticise India unnecessarily. But the culture of compliance is not as embedded as it is in Europe and in the UK. So we would need more audits and inspections externally to confirm that the products coming to our shores did meet our standards. And for that, the government needs to invest more in resources, not reduce the team sizes.
Well, I think the honourable member is exactly right. What we lamented when we published our report is that there wasn't a full-scale, full-blown implementation plan that went alongside this plan. Now, to a degree, those are difficult things to write because who can forecast how quickly this treaty will go through the ratification process that is needed in India, for example. But we heard evidence that some markets, not least in automotives, had been chilled because, of course, if people know that there are huge tariff savings on the way, if people know that there are huge price savings on the way, then why would they not delay their purchase rather than make the purchase today? So we think that there could have been some wisdom in at least attempting an implementation plan, not least a resource plan that goes alongside this treaty, even perhaps something that could have been tabled for tonight's debate to show and to reassure the House that the government is going to be watching the implementation of this deal like a hawk. And it is for that reason that the Select Committee has decided to go to India a bit later on in March to really understand how this deal is going to get implemented in real life. Because the risk is that if our export support work is hollowed out, the consequences will be predictable. Smaller exporters in particular will walk away, utilisation rates for the treaty will remain low, and the headline gains will fail to reach the wider economy and benefit the constituents who sent us to this House to debate this treaty tonight. So I do hope that as quickly as he can, the Minister will rustle up an implementation plan to tell us how this agreement is actually going to be implemented in practice, and I very much hope that he will be able to align the ambitions for this treaty with the level of resource that he and his department are investing in it. The House will want to know that the committee also tested this treaty against the deals that have now been secured by our allies in the European Union and in the United States. Compared with the EU-India deal, it does seem that the UK has moved faster and secured earlier liberalisation on some tariff lines. We've liberalised 92% of the value of our exports. The EU has secured 96.6% of its exports, but both were for roughly the same level of market access to India, offers covering over 99% of India's exports by value to both the UK and the EU's markets. Now, the EU deal obviously covers a much wider volume of trade than we deliver with India. They are therefore going to enjoy much bigger total tariff savings and a much bigger quota access, in particular for sectors like automotive. But the opposition spokesman, the member for Arundel and South Downs, was right to flag that there was limited progress on services. That was something that we flagged too. It is the lifeblood of the British economy. It's the lifeblood of our exports. We are a services superpower. The EU's negotiating position does appear at first blush to be broader and deeper, although the final outcomes, I would say, at this stage do remain unclear until the final text is published. Compared with the United States, the contrast is different again. It would appear that the White House has prioritised strategic leverage and tariff pressure over comprehensive liberalisation, extracting concessions through market power, not traditional FTA approaches. The UK has chosen a different path. It's rules-based, it's negotiated commitments, and it's long-term engagement. I think that this is a choice that can work for us as long as we are ruthless about ensuring good implementation. We are sceptical about the level of services mobility that has been delivered. We are sceptical about the absence of a bilateral investment treaty. We do think that that is a significant gap in our long-term framework, and we recognise that policy volatility and regulatory risk do still matter. In particular, India's record on investor protection does remain uneven, and its tax administration is still too often used in a way that is frankly weaponised. So making sure that we have good ways to monitor this and to escalate this will be important if this deal is to be a success. As the Honourable Member for Stoke Central flagged, there are some UK sectors like textiles and ceramics where there will be increased competitive pressure. And while the agreement does contain binding human rights provisions, the responsibilities of UK firms don't end at the border. And so being strong on human rights protection, upgrading the dysfunctional Trade Remedy Authority and pressurising the Competition and Market Authority to actually publish a foreign subsidy control regime would all be extremely welcome. The final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I wanted to flag, though, is something that came up during the Minister's appearance in front of the committee, where I haven't yet heard enough tonight or since he came to the committee about progress. The reality is India remains one of the biggest customers of Russian oil. That is money that is fueling Putin's war machine, and certainly as recently ago as January, His Majesty's government had not introduced controls that were in place in the European Union to ensure that oil derivatives made from Russian oil were banned from this country. Indeed, when Politico reported on this earlier in the year, they noted that something like 1 in 6 units of Britain's aviation fuel imports were derived from Russian oil. That is not something that I know the Minister will want to tolerate for very long. He, for a long time, has been one of the leading voices in this House standing up to Putin and the evil of Russia. And so I hope in the wind-ups he will be able to say more about exactly what he is doing, along with his colleagues, to ensure that we are now stopping the possibilities of importing Russian oil derivatives from India. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, our overall take on this was that this was a good deal in the UK national interest. There is just one final note of dissent that I wanted to supply. When the CRAG legislation was introduced to the House in 2010, it was always the intention of Parliament that when free trade deals came for debate, they would be debated on a votable motion. That would allow Parliament to actually exercise the licence that it was promised to delay ratification if it was discontent with the terms of an agreement that have been tabled before us. I am grateful both to the Leader of the House and to the Minister for ensuring that there is a general debate available for us tonight, but it is not a debate on a votable motion. If this Parliament is to be a strong watchdog and a strong guardian of the executive, then it is important that what were once prerogative powers are powers that are transferred to us here in this House. And so I hope that this is the last debate on a free trade agreement that we have on a general motion, because in a democracy, we decide things by voting.
Stephen Gethins.
Madam Deputy Chair, can I first of all thank the officials who have been working with the Minister on this particular trade deal. I'm sure the Minister won't mind me doing so. These trade deals are difficult and they take a while to come to fruition. And also I'd like to acknowledge the reduction on whisky, but as the member for Murray East quite rightly highlighted, that has to be matched in terms of domestic policy towards the whisky industry as well. But that being said, I know that distilleries such as Ardbicke in my own constituency who trade globally will be absolutely delighted with this. I will put on the record, though, it would be quite helpful, we've heard some of that from the opposition front bench about food and drink and some of the safeguards that have been put in place. And I know the Minister has mentioned that, and I would hope he'll mention a little bit more of that later on. In fact, this is exactly the kind of deal that we were told that only Brexit Britain could deliver. That if only the UK left the European Union, we'd be able to deliver all of these kinds of deals. Except the EU's gone and done exactly the same. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that all that stuff about Brexit Britain was absolutely nonsense. That the EU has been able to do exactly the same. And you know, it would be remiss of me not to give way to the honourable gentleman.
What the honourable member hasn't mentioned to the House is that it took the EU 20 years to get a deal with India. It took the United Kingdom 3.
Well, the honourable member speaks and he says that I've not mentioned it. I had just spoken and I had started and I did want to keep him in. The member who of course represents a part of the United Kingdom which we've all been told gets the best of both worlds, being in the single market and the customs union. Imagine the best of both worlds, as has been told by Conservative and Labour members as well. But on that point, will he tell us why the EU has been able to remove more tariffs on its EU goods? There's also, and I wonder if the Minister will talk about this, a stronger commitment on climate sustainability as well as trading within that, and there are elements on it in terms of dealing with climate change inside of that. And of course on bilateral income, the percentage, because we know that the EU is a bigger market, it'll be bigger, the percentage is higher in terms of the EU savings within that. Now I know that the Minister used to be a European enthusiast. I know that since he's gone into government it has dissipated somewhat, but I hope that I'll give way one last time to the member.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that being inside the EU would have given us much more bargaining power? And the reason why the EU's got a better deal with India is that they are collective bargaining with so many countries, and now we are a lone wolf, little island, and countries agreeing trade deals with us know that they've got us over a barrel.
Well, he's right. The UK as a second-tier power has left itself poorer, as the Minister has acknowledged to his credit, and the Liberal Democrat Speaker acknowledged that as well. It's just a pity that the Liberal Democrats don't agree with me and the Honourable Member that we should rejoin. It would seem now, look, I did say it was going to be my last, but since it's the Minister, I really ought to.
Collective bargaining, surely he's in favour of Scotland doing its collective bargaining within the United Kingdom.
But if only we were listened to. You know, we feel about as listened to as the leader of the Scottish Labour Party at the moment, and that's not terribly well listened to. You know, I'm a great believer in a 21st century model of union based on the treaties, the one that listens to its different member states, makes its members richer, gives them more rights, rather than a pretty out-of-date and outmoded 18th century version of the Union. So I'm glad that the Minister has given me that opportunity. Now, earlier on, the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill quite rightly talked about services and some of these others. Now, the EU has negotiated higher levels of freedom of movement. Now, on services, and it would be remiss of me again not to talk about the higher education sector, and I wonder if the Minister can talk about this in his summing up. He will be aware of the huge impact that trade with India has in our higher education sector. In Dundee, for example, and I'm going to talk about student recruitment, there was a huge amount of recruitment from India, more than the entire European Union, certainly post-Brexit, when that, of course, fell off and we were left more isolated. There were 810 Indian students in 22-23, 365 in 24-25, which led to that university's significant financial crisis. And it's not alone in the higher education sector for that. The former Principal Shane O'Neill talked about the negative impact of UK policy, and the University of Scotland have talked about the loss of dependence and the toxic rhetoric around migration in the UK having a detrimental impact on the higher education sector. Can I also say, and I'll refer to my register of interest as somebody who still does a little bit of teaching at the University of St Andrews, I have to say the value that we get from having more international universities, not just in terms of income, but in the richness of the teaching regime, in terms of giving our students access to students from throughout the world, but also in terms of research as well, is exceptionally important. And I wonder if we'll touch on that point. It's had a UK policy has had a hugely detrimental impact on my constituency, and in particular the financial challenges that the University of Dundee faces. And I'm sorry to say, and I truly am sorry to say, when we saw a continuation of that toxic legacy around the Conservatives' migration policy being continued into government by the Labour Party. Now, finally, just on some of these issues, the member for Birmingham Hodge Hill talked about some of the scrutiny. Now, if we were members of the European Parliament, we get full access to these trade agreements. Will he look at the way the European Parliament deals with this, not just in terms of voting rights, but also in terms of the scrutiny and things being published as a way of good practice that the UK Parliament could pursue? I also, and I'm glad that the member for Weston Bartonshire hasn't taken up the offer of being across the road at number 10, but is here. Can I say to him, I'm so pleased that he brought up the case of Jagtar Singh Johal. He's made a great case for his constituent, and if he doesn't mind me saying, continuing from the good work as well that Martin Docherty Hughes, of course, continued. I think we'll all want to wish Mr Johal a happy birthday, but we all sincerely hope that it's a happier birthday at this time next year. And I thank him for the work and for raising that, and I'll add my voice to that for the Minister to respond to. And finally, a number of members have raised this, but the question of Russian oil in terms of this, what's happening in terms of Russian oil and what conversations were had with Indian officials, and are there any refineries that could be targeted as part of a broader sanctions process? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by saying that we all, of course, want a trade deal, a symbiotic relationship where not just our country succeeds, but any other country that we trade with also succeeds. But that must not, cannot be a compromise where we undermine the core values, the core British values of upholding law, ethical and moral values. And yet when it comes to this agreement, that's exactly what we've done. Our commitment to human rights, climate and justice have been sidelined for what is obviously a commercial gain. And it is this kind of moral weakness that has become a defining feature of pretty much everything this government has done on the world stage, discarding human rights at the first sign of pushback and branding cowardice for pragmatism. Time and time again, we've seen the same story. When the Prime Minister went to China, we all know that, the Uyghurs facing forced assimilation, abuse and genocide in Xinjiang were the last item on his agenda, if not left out entirely. And with British Jimmy Lai having been sentenced to 20 years in jail today for defending democracy in Hong Kong, it's clear that any attempts to move the dial on that front have failed miserably. Without doubt, the same can be said of Sir Keir Starmer's trip to India. He promised to raise the case of Jagtar Singh Johal, and many honourable members have raised this, a British Sikh who has been imprisoned for 8 years without conviction, all because he stood up for the most basic human rights for Sikhs in India. The same can be said for environmental and labour standards, which have been neglected too. The government refused to even complete an independent human rights risk assessment, which would have highlighted the violations British money was at risk of perpetuating. That refusal speaks volumes. But nowhere is this government's moral abdication more glaring than in its silence on Kashmir.
Hear, hear.
A region born out of a catastrophic failure of partition in 1947, Kashmir has endured decades of broken promises and betrayed commitments. Yet the Prime Minister did not even pretend to raise its plight with the Prime Minister, Modi. For a people long accustomed to British indifference, this was simply the latest insult. It's a region that is not only occupied partly by India, but had its constitutional autonomy removed in 2019. For decades, the people of Kashmir have seen their most fundamental rights trampled upon. We have military occupation, political repression, arbitrary detentions, extrajudicial killings, restrictions of freedom of speech and assembly. The suffering endured by Kashmiri people at the hands of India is nothing short of horrifying. And yet it is in this context of systemic and unashamed oppression that Kashmiri people's fight for self-determination continues to be ignored, overlooked by nations that are more interested in kowtowing to an occupying power for economic gain. For more than 75 years, successive British governments have washed their hands of a crisis they helped create, hiding behind the fiction that it's merely a matter for India and Pakistan. Even now, while we have presidency of the United Nations Security Council, we are silenced by our political objectives, paralysed when it comes to addressing injustice around the world. This government is always talking about its non-tolerance of affronts to justice. But when the time comes to act on those promises, it falters. And it's not just about priorities. It is a sign of the discrimination that this government is willing to tolerate on our own shores when it suits their interests. It speaks to the responsibilities it is willing to flout when sorting out mess that our empire left behind. Wherever there's human rights violations, we cannot neglect our moral and legal obligations abroad for quick wins at home. Just as there should be with any trade deal struck by this nation, the free trade agreement should have included a clause that made the benefits of trade conditional upon the protection of human rights, the release of political prisoners, the enforcement of labour standards, and the liberation of the oppressed. And I hear the Minister make mention of the fact that we have a clause, but that it is not enforceable. And unfortunately, that might as well not have been included within the documentation because it has no bite. And because if there are no meaningful sanctions to deter nations from committing such atrocities, how can we expect them to change? And I would gently request that the government reflects on how committed it truly is to upholding international law and on its willingness to have tough conversations with our allies in a world, I'm afraid to say, we are seeing losing international law and values aligned to it. Britain must be a binding force that holds it together no matter what. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I do echo what my honourable member for Bradford East has said and has repeatedly said in this chamber. We must uphold the moral, legal obligations. Wherever there's injustice, we must be the force that stands up to it. Thank you.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It would be remiss not to touch on the fact that the roots of this trade deal stretch back to the previous Conservative government, and to mention that the then Secretary of State Alistair Jack, now Lord Jack of Courants in the other place, sent an aircraft carrier stuffed with dancers and pipers from the Edinburgh military tattoo to India to highlight the unfairness of the regime that whisky faced out there, and which this deal does so much to address. I have the pleasure of sitting on the Business and Trade Committee chaired adroitly by the Right Honourable Member for Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North. And one of the things that worries me on that committee when we talk about these trade deals, and he's touched on it himself here, is the government figures for these deals. We've heard time and again that the expected lift in GDP from this deal is around 4.8 billion, 0.13 of the UK's GDP. These figures seem incredibly low. And that may be a lack of ambition, I hope not. It may also be caution. Perfectly good that the government should do that. But I do think that it's incredible that we are expecting so little from these deals, and I think we could raise those figures. That must not be a ceiling, that must be a floor figure. We could do much better, I think. And the difficulty we've got is, and again, this has been touched on, the Department of Business and Trade is cutting its headcount now. The bloated state has to be reduced, of course it does. But we have to apply those cuts judiciously. And I think cutting, good that the in-house team, the in-country team in India are staying put, but the teams in the UK that will help businesses here export, if they go, then we have a problem and we kill growth. Again, I must touch on the CPTPP, easy for me to say, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership. Again, we are expecting very modest gains from that, and yet it offers us a tremendous market, an absolutely huge market, at a time when the EU's share of GDP is drifting away. The honourable member from the Liberal benches is very keen on returning us to a customs union. In fact, that customs union would commit us to applying EU-set tariffs. That would take away the freedoms that we have got from Brexit to strike out and do our own deals. Potentially, the EU is looking at CPTPP. We are already in. We have first mover advantage, and we should strike out with the confidence that Brexit gives us as a trading nation. This country, Adam Smith literally wrote the book on free trade. We are a trading nation. That's what built this country. We should get back to that confidence. I must also touch on the question of agriculture. The Business and Trade Committee heard evidence, both written and oral, from Tom Bradshaw, the NFU president, and he was concerned that while lamb exports could do well in this deal, dairying is once again left quite wide open to some difficulties. And that's a particular issue for me in my constituency, Dumfries and Galloway. We have some of the most productive grassland in the UK. We make fabulous Galloway cheddar. I would love to see more of that being exported to India. It's probably the case that not much paneer comes from India to this country at the moment, but that will change. India is moving at incredible pace. It's hard to believe that in 5 or even 10 years' time, the Indian dairy industry will not have moved on, and the licences that the Minister talked about will be in place, and there will be a flow this way from dairying. And that is a concern for that particular sector, one that is very, very sensitive. And the other thing that worries me on the Business and Trade Committee is the EU reset, the much wanted EU reset which the government is currently seeking. Part of that is a sanitary and phytosanitary deal which will affect agriculture in the round. What impact can the Minister tell us might this have on future trade deals? Because these trade deals at the moment are struck with the UK based on UK rules and regulations. If we accept dynamic alignment with Europe, we are no longer rule makers in this area, we are rule takers. Will those countries with whom we are striking deals have to look to the EU then? Where does that leave us? Does it not hamstring us at a time when, again, as I say, we have this fantastic opportunity to strike our own deals and hopefully drive growth? Thank you.
Jim McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister, of course, was one of the most ardent Remainers that this House produced. So I'm sure the irony is not lost on him today that he comes to this House to propose a trade deal which wouldn't have been possible if he'd had his way, because it is only because of Brexit that it is possible for the United Kingdom to reach trade deals across the world. And of course,
EU just signed one.
Sorry, yes, I will deal with the fact that the EU just signed one, but as I indicated in an earlier intervention, I well remember when I was a member of the European Parliament at the time when Peter Mandelson was the Trade Minister, trumpeting the fact that they were now going to negotiate a trade deal with India. That was in 2007. It took them to 2026 to manage to cobble together a trade deal. Such is the pace of how the EU proceeds. The United Kingdom, on its post-Brexit era, has been able to reach this deal from 2022. So I think the parallel does not stack up for those who are EU fantasists. Yes?
Remember, tell me, if Brexit's been so great, why on earth nobody else has followed the UK out of the door?
Well, I well suspect that one of the reasons is because the EU made it a punishment beating of the United Kingdom in respect of Northern Ireland, so that any other country daring to assert their sovereignty would be frightened out of it. And I will return to the impact of this deal on Northern Ireland in a minute. But it is good to see the tariffs fall. It's good to see that UK products across the board will generally fall from 15% on tariffs to 3% going into India. That is good. I have a question for the Minister on that, though. It seems from what I read in this deal that there will be, once the deal is confirmed, that there will be an immediate uninhibited flow of Indian goods that come onto the deal into the United Kingdom. But the reciprocal movement of goods seems to be on a progressive basis rather than an immediate basis. And perhaps the Minister would explain to the House why that is, why the Indians get immediate access and we get truncated and delayed access. I think we would all be interested to hear that. I note that part of the deal, of course, does reduce the horrendous tariffs on whisky, but still to a very high level, still to 75%. And as a constituent member with Bushmills in my constituency, of course, that reflects on the good jobs that are provided there and provokes my interest in that. Ultimately, we are told, over a 10-year period, the tariff might ultimately reduce to 40%. It's still a whopping tariff. Yes, it's much better than 150%, but it still is a huge tariff. Another point I want some clarification from the Minister on relates to vehicles. There is a portion of this deal which deals with access, though it's capped, for United Kingdom vehicles into the Indian market. Can I ask explicitly, does that include buses, or is it just motor vehicles? Is it just cars? It's very important it includes buses, because in my constituency, of course, we have Wrightbus producing quality buses, and in Falkirk and elsewhere, we have buses produced in Scotland. So it's important that the access is across the vehicular market and includes buses, and that it is not unreasonably capped. And perhaps the Minister could explain the wherewithal and the why of that particular cap in answering that point. Now I come to the absurdity of the implementation of this deal. And I come now to the Windsor Framework and the protocol which afflicts Northern Ireland. Because under that Windsor Framework, we are left in Northern Ireland under the EU's customs union. Lucky you. And that means that any imports from India come to Northern Ireland subject not to the tariffs set forth in this deal, but subject to EU tariffs. Yes, our exports, such as Bushmills whisky, go out under this deal, but imports are blocked under this deal in terms of meeting whatever the tariff might be for the rest of the United Kingdom. We are subject to the EU tariffs. And of course, that is a common feature across all the deals that have been done and will be done. And it is rooted in... Yes?
Iqbal Mann.
For maybe he can enlighten me. For my information, the reason that something had to be introduced like that was to keep the free flow, friction-free border between Northern Ireland and Ireland, and wouldn't the conditions to remove the Windsor Framework impose a hard border between the two nations?
No, it most certainly would not. In modern times, there is an abundance of opportunity to develop a scheme with the assistance of modern technology to have mutual enforcement on the fundamental of international trade. If a company in my constituency wants, I'll stick with buses, wants to sell buses to Germany, they must make them to the standards of the German customer. If a German company wants to sell buses into the United Kingdom, they must make them to the standards of the United Kingdom. So that is the fundamental starting point for trade. You create a circumstance where each country mutually enforces the standards of the other, and thereby you protect the market of the other. And to underwrite it, you introduce a criminal sanction that if any country, any company in the United Kingdom breaches those rules, then there's criminal liability and you look for reciprocal arrangements. That's the essence of mutual enforcement. That would work. But instead, we have sacrificed the sovereignty over part of our own country to a foreign jurisdiction, namely the EU, and said to them, we will subject all our economy to your rules, which we don't make and we can't change. And we do it utterly unnecessary. And the real bite of unfairness in that is that multiple companies in Northern Ireland which do not trade outside the United Kingdom, many don't even trade outside Northern Ireland, but they are caught by the same rules as if they did. They must make their goods, produce their goods, market them in the way dictated by the foreign jurisdiction. Utterly no protection therein necessary for the EU single market, but just an incursion, an imposition of unnecessary restrictions. And it really does reduce to this. Are we a united kingdom? If we are a united kingdom, then the laws of this nation should be made by this united kingdom, not by a foreign jurisdiction imposed on my constituents in 300 areas of law. Laws we don't make and can't change, but are a supplicant rule taker on. And that is so fundamentally wrong. Now, the Minister will tell me, and he's told me before in a rather trite response, oh, that's all because of Brexit. Sorry, it's not. It's because we in Northern Ireland didn't get Brexit. The Windsor Framework denied us Brexit. It kept us. It kept us within the EU's customs union. It kept us within the EU's single market, whereas the rest of the United Kingdom escaped. And that is why we have this absurd situation where we do not get the full benefit of these trade deals. And that is something which I, as a representative from my constituency, say to the other members of this House: why are my constituents less important, less entitled than those of every other member from Great Britain when it comes to these matters? So I do say, and then we have some in this House, and the member for Arbroath is one of them, who wants us to all rejoin the customs union, so that we cannot make trade deals, so that we cannot have a deal with India, we cannot have a deal with any country, because we would only have the deals that someone else would make for us. Such absurdity. But those are the fundamental issues that I would like to see addressed. And as for getting the best of both worlds, sorry, the best of both worlds is a fantasy for Northern Ireland, for a very simple reason. If you might have access into the EU market, as indeed GB does, through its trade deal with the EU, but what you forget is that to bring all our goods from our main market, our raw materials, GB, they have to pass through an international customs border with paperwork and checks and extra costs. And therefore, not Brexit, the Windsor Framework, the denial of Brexit is what causes the REC border. And therefore, the fantasy that, oh, Northern Ireland is some special position, we are in the worst of all worlds. And that is proven by the fact that though we were told that under the Windsor Framework we would become the Singapore of the West, the fact that there hasn't been one extra job created by foreign direct investment proves what a fantasy that is. And the reason it's a fantasy is no company is going to set up on the basis that they can sell into the EU, as they could from GB, and forget about the fact that the raw materials will be subject to an international trade border and the extra cost of that. So that it more than cancels it out. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've probably tested your patience, so I'll leave it there.
Final backbench contribution, Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I, of course, like everybody across this House, as a proud British citizen, support the government's efforts and its intentions, the growth strategy and its efforts to agree mutually beneficial trade agreements between countries after the debacle of Brexit and the loss of the collective bargaining and the benefits that we enjoyed under membership of the EU. I joined my honourable friend, the member for Bradford East, and my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Perry Barr, and associate myself with their remarks around the absolute mandatory obligation on Britain to ensure that whatever trade deals we negotiate with whichever country, wherever in the world, that human rights are front and centre in those negotiations. Thousands of my Kashmiri diaspora constituents and their families are suffering. They've been suffering for nearly 80 years, and it's about time that Britain took a lead in helping alleviate the issue of Kashmir, the occupation, the illegal treatment of the citizens there, and the illegal occupation, and allow them the right to self-determination. Building on the issues around human rights, I also, joining them, stand here today to express my profound sadness and disappointment that we are signing a free trade agreement with the leader of a Hindu nationalist governing party that has for decades violently persecuted Muslims, Christians, Dalits and other minorities in India for their religious beliefs or their class status, and the millions of people in occupied Kashmir. Most egregiously, as Chief Minister of Gujarat in 2002, Modi facilitated a pogrom that resulted in over 1,000 individuals, the majority of whom were Muslims, murdered amidst widespread reports of sexual violence, looting and property destruction. The exact death toll of the Gujarat riots is unclear, but it's estimated to exceed 1,000 men, women, children, the vast majority of whom were Muslim. According to Genocide Watch, during the massacres, at least 250 women and girls were gang raped before being burnt to death. A mob of 5,000 people set fire to houses in Muslims in Ahmedabad's Narodia Bhatia neighbourhood, resulting in the death of over 65 people. Before being burned and hacked to death, women and girls were gang raped in public. Their male family members were forced to watch the rapes, and then they were killed. A couple of heartbreaking examples. Hina Kosa from Naroda Bhatia was pregnant when she was raped. Several eyewitnesses testified that she was raped and tortured, and that her womb was slit open with a sword to extract the fetus, which was then hacked to pieces and burnt alive alongside the mother. Bilkis Yaqub Rasool was 5 months pregnant when she was gang raped. 14 members of her family, including her 3-year-old daughter, were murdered in front of her eyes. The Gujarat government has now granted early release to all 11 of her convicted rapists. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was there myself in Ahmedabad on the first day and for the subsequent days of these riots. I climbed to the rooftop of my uncle's home and I watched the city burn around me. Black smoke was bellowing from every direction. I saw firsthand how the leader of a state facilitated and stood by as fanatics murdered, raped and pillaged their way through Muslim communities and neighbourhoods. Modi was complicit in this ethnic cleansing, even if attempts to achieving legal justice have so far proved futile. Since then, he has continued to refuse to accept any responsibility or to apologise for the events that took place, thereby adding insult to injury to the bereaved victims and families. As Prime Minister of India, Modi continues to engage in faith-based oppression of India's Muslim, Christian and other minority populations. Homes, businesses and places of worship are unlawfully and arbitrarily demolished, a phenomenon that Amnesty International has labelled bulldozer injustice. Communal violence against Muslims is rife, with mob violence and lynchings on a daily or weekly basis. So I gently remind the government of how innocent civilians are being treated by this government with whom we are signing this trade deal, and to do everything in its power to get the best deal we can, but without compromising the principles of human rights for all. Muslims, Christians, Dalits and others are relegated to the status of second-class citizens and subject to collective punishment. And instead, the government therefore should pursue an economic diplomacy that recognises the importance of religious tolerance and pushes to promote peaceful coexistence of groups with different beliefs. Signing this trade agreement and with it exchanging a reduction in tariffs for our values sends a dangerous signal to the world that religious bigotry and violations of international human rights law are permissible. Yeah. Since Brexit, successive UK governments have shifted away from integrating enforceable human rights clauses into trade deals, instead opting for profit over people by adopting a values-free approach that starkly diverges from the human and workers' rights provisions that the EU, albeit imperfectly, championed. Shame on them, I say, and shame on this deal. The government should follow the Human Rights Committee's proposals that standard human rights protections should be included in all agreements and begin to treat human rights as something that applies to all individuals of any religion anywhere in the world. Thank you.
I now come to the Shadow Minister, Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Soggy poppadoms, buses, a lot of whiskey, pottery, bricks, some Galloway cheddar and even an aircraft carrier promoting whiskey. Those are some of the colourful items that were mentioned in this debate, which really bring to life the impact across all our constituencies of this UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. And so it's a pleasure to close today's debate on the UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, which forms part of the process that Parliament has adopted of constitutional reform and governance, whereby we spend 21 sitting days scrutinising this particular agreement. And despite the fact that there are other things happening in this building this evening that I think have perhaps distracted some of the attention, particularly on the government benches, I think we have heard that this is an agreement that has a lot of significance. In particular, in my closing remarks, I want to draw attention to a very excellent and detailed speech from my honourable friend, the member for the Weald of Kent, who highlighted some of the potential incentives or the economic incentives that will exist as a result of this agreement in terms of employment of British people versus Indian people to do the same jobs here in the UK. And I'm interested to hear the Minister elaborate his answer to those particular points. And in addition to my honourable friend, the member for Dumfries and Galloway, who raised an important issue around dairy, because while it is the case that today there are no licences for dairy products, as I understand it, coming into the UK from India, that could, of course, change in the future. And it would be interesting to see what process the government would adopt to address that. Now, as my right honourable friend said in his opening speech, free trade is a key belief on these benches. And that is why we pursued the trade agreements with the EU, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and of course the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. And indeed it was predecessors in the predecessor government who laid the groundwork for the agreement that we see before us today, and rightly acknowledged in many speeches this evening that it represents a Brexit dividend, the ability to pursue an independent trade policy and to deepen our relationship with one of the world's fastest growing economies. But recognising that that achievement doesn't mean that we can ignore the areas where the agreement falls short. Many of those points were raised by others in this debate. The chair of the Business and Trade Committee made the point that the government risks undermining the benefits of the agreement through its planned 40% cuts to UK export staff. And so I'm going to give the opportunity to the Minister once again to reconfirm to the House that the cut in export support staff does not include staff in India who will be working on the implementation of this deal. The House of Lords International Agreements Committee report highlights the stark disparity in this agreement between goods and services. And for a country whose economy is so overwhelmingly services-based, this imbalance does matter. There isn't any meaningful advance in this agreement on mutual recognition of qualifications, with the deal placing a 36-month target for conclusion on this. But I ask the Minister, what will happen if no agreement is reached within that 36-month period? And as my right honourable friend highlighted, the sequencing of market access is deeply asymmetric, with many Indian exporters gaining from immediate tariff reductions here, while UK exporters face phased access and quotas. A striking omission is that of legal services. The House of Lords International Agreements Committee again said, and I quote, "We view this as a missed opportunity given that legal services comprise a strategically important and growing sector of trade, both in their own terms and relation to supporting trade in other sectors." As others have noted, another concerning omission is the absence of any investment protection. The bilateral investment treaty that was expected to be agreed at the same time remains undelivered. And I'd like to hear from the Minister if he can confirm for UK firms investing in India what his plans and deadline are for implementing an agreement along those lines. When we compare this agreement with the EU-India Free Trade Agreement, the contrast is quite clear. They managed to achieve a full investment protection agreement, and their investors will have a stronger legal certainty than their UK competitors. On agriculture products, my honourable friend was absolutely right to highlight the concerns that farmers have about dairy being an issue in the future. So again, I give the Minister the opportunity to offer to the farmers up and down this country the assurances they would need in terms of the effect that these provisions might have on them in the future. But finally, I think we must address, again, the double contribution convention. We don't know very much detail about it, but we do know that Indian workers posted to the UK will pay no national insurance, nor will their employers. And at the very same time that British businesses have been asked to shoulder increased national insurance contributions, it's hard to see how ministers can defend a framework that makes it cheaper to hire from abroad than to employ a worker here at home. So can the Minister explain why the government has created a two-tier tax system in which British businesses pay more in national insurance while the employers hiring workers from India pay nothing at all? And what will he do if he sees British workers losing out in large numbers when this measure does come into force? So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this deal is a welcome opportunity for British exporters to explore new markets, but one with many missed opportunities in areas where the UK should be leading and not lagging. The task now is to ensure that this agreement becomes a foundation and not a ceiling. So will the government treat it as a living agreement, return to the negotiating table, deliver the services access, investment protections and sectoral safeguards that British businesses and workers deserve? And what are the metrics and the milestones that we here in Parliament can use to continue to hold the government to account to accept its role in the implementation of this agreement?
Come to the Minister, Sir Chris Bryant.
By leave of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know you were once in this job, so if I get anything wrong, please feel free to intervene and correct me. First of all, it was a great delight to hear. I'm going to crack through as many of the questions as have been put to me because I know honourable members like to hear answers, so I will try to do that as fast as I possibly can. The honourable member for Arundel and South Downs, great delight, as always, to see him at the dispatch box. He did a bit of a rant about Brexit and how much he's still in favour of it. He's probably be the last person still in favour of Brexit, just as he's still the last person still in favour of the trust budget because he helped write it. Just on services, he asked specifically about services, and it's a legitimate point that he made about services, which is, first of all, of course, we would like to go further on services. Two things I would just say to him. First of all, we have secured significant advantages in relation to telecoms and in relation to construction services. I've already referred to the better deal that we've had on procurement than the European Union. And of course, what is also part of this is that we've been guaranteed MFN status, most favoured nation status, on 40 different sectors, including accounting and auditing services, architectural services, engineering services, higher education, building cleaning services, photographic services, packaging services, convention services, interior design services, and so on. And I think that goes to the point that the Honourable Lady just made about is this going to be a living process? We don't need to return to the negotiating table. We actually have a structure built into this FTA which enables us to be able to take things forward. And in fact, the first review of the deal will happen on the entry into force date, which I hope will, as I said earlier, will be before the summer. And I'm very keen not to give way to anybody else because there's not much time and I've got to answer all the questions that have already been asked me. About legal services, of course, we would have much preferred to have been able to secure legal services as part of this. We have a very strong legal services sector in the UK. They are excellent. I was with the head of the Law Society in Riyadh last week, celebrating some of the changes that are happening and the opportunities that are happening in Saudi Arabia, for instance. The difficulty is that, as the Indians made it very, very clear in the whole of the negotiating process, law is a noble profession, very specifically understood as such within the Indian constitution. It would have required significant changes to primary legislation in India, and it wasn't something that we were able to achieve. Similarly, of course, we would have preferred to have been able to secure a bilateral investment treaty. We stand ready to start that process whenever India would like to be able to do so. I'm really glad that we have a digital trade chapter because so many parts of the trade that we now do internationally are digital and lots of other arrangements don't end up that way. I should just say in reversion to services that it's because of the way we've transacted this that this deal is supported by the Federation of Small Businesses, by HSBC, by Standard Chartered, by EY, by the City UK, by Revolut, and I don't think that they think of it as soggy pogbadoms at all. I think they think of it as a fine tandoori. The honourable friend for Bradford East and several other members referred to the issues in relation to Kashmir, and the honourable member just now gave us some shocking stories about the situation in Kashmir. I was once the curate in High Wycombe, and I know that there's a large Kashmiri population there who have felt many of the issues in relation to Kashmir ever since the 1940s. And of course, we want to make sure it's been a historic British position that India and Pakistan need to come to a settlement of their agreement. I should just say that for the purposes of the CETA, the core text chapters define India's territory as set out in India's constitution, but emphasise that this is without prejudice to territorial sovereignty or compatibility with international law. And also, just a really important point which nobody's referred to, but Pakistan enjoys preferential tariff rates when trading with the UK under the Developing Country Trading Scheme, the DCTS, which offers significant preferential access. Approximately 94% of Pakistani goods are eligible for 0% tariffs, and that runs out for India 3 years after entry into force of the FTA. So it is not silent, as it were, in relation to the relationship between the two. I think some honourable members have said that there is nothing in here about human rights. Well, first of all, it's not true. There are provisions. It's also not true to say that none of this is legally binding. The whole of the agreement is legally binding. And there are review processes built into this FTA in a way which I think make it possible for us to be able to monitor human rights. But I would also say, in relation to human rights, that the EU deal doesn't enter into human rights issues either, and traditionally doesn't. We of course want every element of what we engage with in another country to be able to reflect the values that we want to protect. And that, for instance, is an opposition to the death penalty, opposition to forced labour and so many other things. I'm not going to, if he doesn't mind, just if he lets me finish the point. But a lot of that toolkit lies outside trade. It lies with the monitoring of human rights that our High Commission in India does on a regular basis, and of course we raise all the individual issues that have been referred to. I will give way to him because I can never ever resist him. We used to be on a select committee together.
Thank for the Minister, but in terms of the EU deal not being covered by human rights, we are all covered by the European Convention of Human Rights. You have that umbrella that does not exist for countries like India, and that's quite important, especially because his party and my party are committed to remaining within that framework.
Minister
I'm as committed to remaining within the European Convention on Human Rights as I ever was, and so does the UK government, and I think it would be an absolute derogation of our international standing around the world if we were to depart it, which is one of the many reasons that I oppose not only the Conservative Party, which seems to have gone doolally in recent years, but those members who were elected as Conservatives and have now joined another political party. I also want to make it absolutely clear to my honourable friend and to others who've referred to these issues that Kashmiri Britons are of course listened to, and the kind of stories that we heard are ones that that do concern us, of course. The honourable member for Witney, he pushed in the other direction in relation to Brexit, but he made a good point, which I completely agree with him in relation to the. I might slightly disagree with him about the precise amount of harm that Brexit has done to our trade opportunities in the UK. But I just note that a very large number of UK businesses no longer export into the European Union, and I think that that is a massive failure for the UK, and that's why we're very keen to secure a better deal with the European Union, and that's what we're working on. He talked about sanctions and Russia, and I know I'm appearing before the Select Committee on which he sits, so he gets many bites of this cherry. And I say to my honourable friend, the chair of the committee, that when I come to talk about trade sanctions in the next few weeks, I'm very happy to go into the very specific details that he's raised in relation to Russia. I would just gently say to him that I worry when I hear, well, I get a bit irritated when I hear Lib Dems talking about Russia, because I remember being in this House in 2014 when Russia first invaded Crimea. I know he wasn't in the House, but the Liberal Democrats were members of the government, which, and it's not just this government, but many other governments, essentially allowed Putin to take Crimea with impunity, and that's left us with some of the problems we have today. So where I completely agree with him is that we need to debilitate the Russian system as much as possible. We have introduced sanctions on entities, including India's Nayara Energy Limited, to make sure that we disrupt Russia's energy revenues. We are undermining the shadow fleet wherever we possibly can. We've taken further sanctions against another 500. I'm very reluctant to, because I've only got another 4 minutes. He's on the Select Committee. He'll be able to ask me as many questions. It won't be 1 second. That's an untruth. And on October the 25th, we said we will extend our ban on imports of oil products refined in third countries using Russian crude oil. My honourable friend for West Dunbartonshire, I will specifically refer to his constituent whose 39th birthday it is today. He knows that I too feel and have met with his constituent's family. It is good that some of the charges against him have already been dealt with and he's been acquitted. We want to see the rest of the charges, I think there's another 8 charges that have been laid against him, dealt with as swiftly as possible. We make this argument to the Indian government as frequently as we possibly can. And we also believe, he didn't refer to this, but I think he would agree with this point, that we want to make sure that there is a full investigation into his allegations of torture, because that is an important part of us maintaining an open relationship with India. The Honourable Lady for the Weald of Kent made a speech primarily about one specific issue. It was brief and to the point, and for which I commend her. If only I could learn the same. She referred to the double contributions convention. I would just point out to her that it's a very large number of countries that the Conservative government previously did almost identical arrangements with, including not just Chile and Japan, South Korea, all of the EU, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, Barbados, Canada, Jamaica, Mauritius, the Philippines, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Northern Macedonia, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, Turkey, and the United States of America. This will not undermine, and this is the finding of the committee, this will not undermine British workers. It won't make it cheaper. This is about highly skilled workers employed by Indian companies on a temporary basis, paying contributions for their own country rather than in the UK. The deal hasn't finally been struck. Negotiations are ongoing, and of course that will be subject to its own process of going through the House, where members will be able to raise it. I've only got another 2 minutes. The honourable member, the chair of the Select Committee, made lots of good points. I think he slightly he referred to Cragg and said that a votable motion was guaranteed by the then minister in 2010. I was the minister. I'm not sure that I then guaranteed a votable motion, but I take the point he makes about greater scrutiny. And as I say, when I come to talk about the Office of Trade Sanctions implementation, I hope we'll be able to deal with some of the other issues that he referred to. The honourable member for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry referred to higher education. I'm delighted to say, obviously, higher education is one of the things that MFN applies to as part of the deal. And I was proud that the Prime Minister was able to open 2 new campuses, higher education campuses in India when he visited in October. He makes a fair point about the European Parliament's good practice on trade deals, and it's something that I will reflect on. The honourable member for Perry Barr, I didn't agree with everything that I said, but I understood the sentiment with which he said it. I would just make the point to him that the whole of the agreement is legally binding, the whole thing. And that's why I'm glad that we've secured in our deal chapters that have not previously been in any others. The Honourable Member for Dumfries and Galloway referred to government figures seeming too low. One of the figures is probably too low, and that's because we've tried to err on a conservative side. In particular, some of these figures presume that we will not be doing any additional trade as a result of the FTA, but I think we will. So I think we could say, well, we will do better. The Honourable Member for North Antrim said, and I'll end with this point, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, he said that there's an enormous irony of a Remainer such as myself standing here and proclaiming this. Well, the thing is, I deal with the world as I find it, not as I would wish it to be. I can't unmake the past, but I can make sure that we exploit the present to the best benefit of British business. And I think that's what this trade deal does.
The question is that this House has considered the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That ends the general debate. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. We now come to the backbench debate on increasing survival rates of brain tumours. And I call Dame Siobhan McDonagh, who will speak for up to 15 minutes. Dame Siobhan McDonagh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion in my name on the order paper. I thank the Backbench Committee for the allocation of this time, and I am grateful to have secured the debate alongside the Honourable Member for Witney following the publication of the National Cancer Plan. Now is the time for honesty about where the system is failing. For me, this is a deeply personal debate. My remarkable, brave sister Margaret died from a glioblastoma. I cared for her for 19 months, taking her to Germany for many months because there was no treatment in the UK to offer her. I learned far more about brain tumours, the clinical trial system, and the barriers to patients accessing trials than I would have ever wished to know. And it is from the place of experience that I make this speech. But it's about more people than just my sister. It's about Phil Willis, the former member of Littleborough and Sadworth between 1997 and 2010, and a friend of many in this House today, who is currently in a hospice and could count his life in days and weeks, who was diagnosed with a glioblastoma. It's about Scott Arthur's father-in-law, who inspired him to do the amazing work that he has been doing on the Rare Cancer Bill, which I understand will come into the other place for a committee stage on Wednesday. It's about the minister's auntie, who I understand brought him up, who also died of a glioblastoma. It's about Sophie Kinsella, author of the best-selling Shopaholic service of novels, whose funeral I attended over at St Margaret's over a few weeks ago, and for all those who saw her wonderful husband Henry and their 5 children follow her coffin. It's about Terry Long, who I met at his family's fundraiser because he has set up Liberty Flowers in Romford, raising thousands for glioblastoma research. He died just before Christmas. And only this afternoon, I would also like to dedicate this debate to Christine, who died of a glioblastoma on January the 20th, the mother of a civil servant who is watching this debate, and thanks all of us for discussing this matter tonight in the House, in the belief that some progress may be made. But it's about the thousands of people diagnosed each year for whom time is brutally short and options are limited. When somebody is diagnosed with a glioblastoma in the UK, they are told to expect the gold standard of treatment. In reality, that gold standard has barely changed for decades. It means surgery, radiotherapy and chemotherapy. It offers management for a short time but no cure. And when it runs its course, patients are expected to accept the inevitable, to go home and prepared to die. The reality is reflected in the outcomes. The UK now ranks 22nd out of 29 comparable countries for survival from brain cancer. This did not happen by accident. Outcomes like this are produced by systems, by priorities, structures and choices made over many years. So the question before us is not about whether we care. We all care. It's whether the system, as it currently is designed, is capable of delivering something different. The same institutions have been in place for years, the same structures, the same priorities, and we need to be honest about where responsibility sits. Is the current leadership of the National Institute for Health and Care Research going to make a difference for rare cancers, for brain tumours, if it hasn't already? Is the MHRA going to? Is Cancer Research UK? These bodies have been in place for years, and yet for glioblastoma, nothing meaningful has changed. The 5-year survival rate has barely shifted. There are no routine nationally available drug trials for patients at diagnosis. For most people, the pathway remains exactly as it is presented at diagnosis: surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, then reoccurrence. And this is not through a lack of talented clinicians. I have met some of the most brilliant, dedicated and innovative medical professionals through this journey, one of whom I call my closest friends. It is the result of something far more dangerous, a system content with the status quo and able to deliver the illusion of progress, and organisations that are not held to account. Because when strategies are published, when funds are ring-fenced and institutions endure, there is really a risk that activity is mistaken for progress. We cannot afford to confuse motion with change. Let me give one concrete example of what I mean. Cancer Research UK has recently highlighted what it describes as a flagship clinical trial for glioblastoma, a major national effort intended to bring new treatments to patients. For an organisation of this scale and influence, this is held up as the clearest example of what the system can offer patients. It's centre page of 77 of the cancer strategy. But would you know that at the moment, that trial has only recruited 13 patients since 2024. This is an organisation that spends £715 million in 2023-24 and committed £419 million to cancer research. This is not a criticism of this trial or the clinicians delivering it. I sincerely hope it delivers real benefit for those enrolled. But it is a criticism of how little the system has to offer people facing a diagnosis that amounts to a death sentence. For patients, this does not feel like progress. It feels like a system that has little to offer when it matters most. There is something else we also need to be honest. I know that many members across this House who have fought for change in our medical system will recognise this. The system feels like a club, and if you are not already part of that club, you are positively excluded. Too often, the largest and most established institutions set the pace, define the terms, and face no real consequence when progress is slow. New ideas, new approaches, new entrants face procedural barriers at every stage. Innovation is talked about constantly, but structurally discouraged. And that brings me to my own experience. Many in this House will know that against the odds, a glioblastoma drug trial is now underway in memory of my sister. Patients have been recruited, and while it remains at an early stage, we are encouraged by what we are seeing. But the road to starting this trial is an indictment of how the system treats rare cancers. It does not happen because the system was built to support rare cancer trials. It happened because an extraordinary number of obstacles were overcome by a small number of people driven by grief and a refusal to take no for an answer. It required the backing of an exceptional clinician based in a major London teaching hospital and supported by a leading university. It required a group of friends to campaign relentlessly and to raise more than £1 million in 2 years, from selling teas, running marathons and organising fundraisers. And it required the direct engagement of the Secretary of State for Health, who was willing to listen and to help us get the trial over the line. But even with all that in place, barriers were still put in our way. So we must ask ourselves an uncomfortable question. If it takes that level of access, funding and political intervention simply to begin a single trial, who else can realistically hope to do the same? And what does that say about the system that talks about innovation but is not structured to support it? That experience raises a simple question. What does this system actually count as progress? If something truly matters, we measure it. Yet when it comes to rare cancers, there are no clear targets for clinical trials, no meaningful benchmarks for progress, and no real accountability when nothing happens. And the absence of targets tell us something important about priorities. If we are serious about improving outcomes for rare cancers, the standard is clear. We should be able to say how many clinical trials we expect to see, how many patients will be recruited, and who is responsible for delivering. Those targets are what create urgency. Without them, rare cancers will continue to be left behind, and without clear, measurable standards for both the number of trials and the number of brain tumour patients entering them, we have no way of knowing whether access is actually improving. I note the government's recent announcement on greater access to breakthrough trials for rare cancers patients, including improved routes into trials through the NHS app. Any step that generally expands opportunity for patients is welcome, but access only matters if there is something to access. For many people with rare cancers, and particularly those with glioblastoma, the problem is not finding the right route into a trial. It is that there are so few trials to enter at all. An act cannot direct patients to options that do not exist. Until we address the shortage of clinical trial themselves, improvements in navigation risk becoming improvements in presentation and not reality. Much of the focus remains on the development of entirely new drugs. New science, of course, matters. In the hierarchy of research, the prestige rests with foundational research. It does not rest with repurposing drugs that already exist. There are countless existing drugs already licensed and already curing or controlling other cancers that could be tested for rare cancers, including brain tumours. I give way.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's giving a very powerful speech, and can I pay tribute to all her efforts on this? I have a dear friend who was
diagnosed with glioblastoma last summer, who's actually been through surgery and radiotherapy and is in a clinical trial now at the Marsden. I'm not sure if it's the trial she was referring to. But could I ask her about a different drug that is actually licensed in the UK, vorasidenib, for low-grade glioma? I've got two constituents in my two residents in my constituency in their 20s who desperately need this drug. NICE is still considering whether it should be available on the NHS. Will she join me in urging the Minister to engage through NHS England and NICE to make sure that Servio makes this drug available so that these young patients can continue to live the lives that they're leading?
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention. Can I say that together with a number of members here in this debate today, we met with Servio and we have got people in receipt of that drug, and I'd be happy to talk with her about how we went about that. New science, foundational research, is not on its own enough for the people who are going to be diagnosed this year, next year, the next decade from glioblastoma. But there are existing drugs that we can be using. But the system provides little incentive or prestige to repurpose them for small patient populations. That is because this is, at heart, a market failure. There are only two routes to more trials. One is the public and charitable route, which requires real change in priorities and funding, and a pivot towards trying repurposed drugs. The other is the private sector, which will not deliver for rare cancers without intervention. If we want commercial trials in rare cancers, we must be honest about the tools available to us. Either we require pharmaceutical companies to test major cancer drugs on rare cancers, or we incentivise them to do so. And can I say, there is no third way. And that is painful for a Blairite like myself to say. I hope the National Cancer Plan will signal real change. And I know that without our Secretary of State for Health and the Cancer Minister, there would be no rare cancer chapter in the national plans. But if the current system carries on, we will be having this debate forever without progress. Our loved ones will continue to die in shocking circumstances. And that is why this debate matters. And that is why a shake-up is not radical, it is long overdue.
Yeah. The question is as on the order paper, and I call Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing this really important debate. The member for Mitcham-Morden has been so excellent in driving this and so determined, and she is an example, whether on this issue or any other issue, to go after an issue and to pursue it relentlessly, and that's great. But ultimately, as the member also points out, words are kind of pointless. You know, we've got a real problem here, and our loved ones are being taken down far too effectively. My sister Georgie is alive, and I'm very grateful for that. She was diagnosed with a GBM 2.75 years ago. She's had surgery, chemo, radio. You know, the survival rates are not good. And I'm resentful that, you know, in this chamber, you always have to churn out your own story, or that's what counts. And yes, I'm going to churn it out, but it's also kind of irritating. But I'm going to say that she has been brave as hell, utterly determined, up there with the member for Mitcham and Morden, takes no prisoners, just like that member, and has gathered people to her cause and not taken no for an answer ever. And that is to the credit of her, obviously, but more importantly, it has made a difference to this debate, and I'm well done, Georgie. I'd also like to give a shout out to the member for Edinburgh South West, who, with his bill, really has made a difference, and to the Labour front bench. And I know I'm on the opposition benches, but I don't really care. This is too important to mess around. I don't know about the Secretary of State, but I think is interested. But I do know about the Minister for Cancer, and she has her own story, and she stood up there in front of a room of angry people, and you know, brain cancer, you know, we do anger quite effectively, and she's withheld it with her own cross to bear, and she has worked extremely hard on this, and I'm extremely grateful for her to do that. I'm not going to rehash all of the points that the member has already made so well, but obviously we've got very bad options, very bad issues, and you know, pinned up in front of me in my office is a chart which has got arrows going across from left to right, and that's basically how survival rates have changed over the last 40 years. And up at the top you've got things like testicular cancer, thyroid cancer, and down at the bottom left you have virtually, they're not even arrows, yeah, and that's pancreatic, it's brain, it's esophagus, and a number of others. And that means that people don't believe they're going to be able to change this, therefore they're not spending any money on them because they're really difficult. And there's no point pretending that these aren't really, really difficult. And brain is particularly difficult because you've got the blood-brain barrier and the body does everything it can to stop things getting into that brain. And that's mostly good for us, but in brain tumour it's bad for us. So what I am grateful for the National Cancer Plan, but we need more, is to be making steps towards that, and I'll quote from it, which says, some rare cancers, such as brain and pancreatic cancer, have stubbornly low survival rates and few treatment or diagnostic breakthroughs. We need new diagnostic tools, research into biomarkers, and targeted therapies to achieve any major changes to survival. What we really need now on the back of this cancer plan is comprehensive, actionable strategy with specific, measurable goals and targets, each with clear deadlines to ensure accountability in critical areas like workforce recruitment and retention, infrastructure development, and incentives for pharmaceutical companies to develop drugs in these cancers where so little progress has been made. And I really do look to the Minister to, you know, you've just published the plan, I get that, but to be taking this further and really, you know, within a clear timeline, setting out as concrete a set of goals as possible. I'll go further on a few headings here. So, participation in research. The current regulatory landscape is too restrictive, often pushing families to seek treatment abroad where clinicians have greater freedom to investigate novel therapies. A lack of accessible, up-to-date information is contributing to missed opportunities to partake in research. Although some registries exist, such as the NIHR-B part of research, they are often difficult to navigate, with over 120 different types of brain tumour to search for, and they quickly become outdated. So the cancer plan states, we will make increasing research into rare cancers a priority for DHSC and NIHR with the support and oversight of our new national lead for rare cancers research. And I welcome the Minister's further details on how he and his team plans to affect this.
Would the Honourable Member give way?
Certainly.
Bobby Dean.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He's talking about the importance of research and also those low survival rates. And of course this is a global problem and a global battle, but Britain has a unique opportunity to lead on this. Just last week, the London Cancer Hub was approved, £1 billion project centring around the Institute of Cancer Research and the Royal Marsden, two world-leading operators who want to expand it. So can he talk a little bit about how Britain has the opportunity to lead the world in discovering the solutions to these rare blood cancers?
Charlie Maynard.
I thank my honourable friend for that excellent intervention. I mean, I'm going to talk out two sides of my face here, because on one side, the UK has got a lot going for it. On another side, the UK doesn't. So since Brexit, clinical trials in the UK are down 60%. Yeah? I mean, that is really bad news. And that's just business logic talking. It's like, why am I going to do my trial in the UK when the market is 6 times smaller than the EU? I'll do it in the EU. And we are living this, and some of us are dying as a result of this. And we just plough on, never mind, you know, that's a bit of a mistake, here we go. So trying to find a way through that, so we are getting our clinical trials up and doing exactly as my honourable friend says, you know, that would be a delight. I don't have the answer on that one, apart from the obvious, but I really, look for that. So also whole genomic sequencing, and I know this is something the Minister, understands better than me. And I remember having a coffee with him just as I joined this house and him mentioning it. And I really like what the team's doing. So well done. So, currently brain cancer patients, however, lack the legal right to request whole genomic sequencing of their tumours. Instead, healthcare decisions regarding genomic testing are made solely by clinicians. As a result, many patients are systematically excluded from genomic testing, which significantly limits opportunities for tailored treatment options and potentially affects their prognosis. And the government really needs to rectify this injustice, so whole genomic sequencing for everybody who has brain cancer. That's what we're after. Vaccine programme. So programmes do exist, and it's now time, and I don't do this often, I'm going to be like the Conservative government. The Conservative government launched an ambitious initiative aimed at improving outcomes for all cancer patients through the NHS Cancer Vaccine Launch Platform. The CVLP is a great achievement. And as the Minister has said, it will speed up access to clinical trials from cancer vaccines and immunotherapies. However, brain cancer is not currently included in that platform, despite ongoing efforts to expand its scope to cover this disease. Furthermore, it remains unclear whether the pharmaceutical industry is fully aware of the platform. So why are brain cancer patients still left out of this programme? Question. Workforce and infrastructure. Key to achieving the government's cancer plan is encouraging multidisciplinary teamwork among oncologists, neurosurgeons, AI professionals, imaging experts, and immunologists. The government needs to clarify how many, and I'm looking for numbers, new research fellowship and training positions will be introduced across neuro-oncology, neurosurgery, neuropathology, and radiography. Secondly, what are the plans for setting up laboratories and trial facilities at major centres, and when are they expected to be up and running? I'm going to finish on tumour tissue. So we've got a real mess in terms of tumour tissue, and I really am looking for the Minister for help in sorting this out, because it's a real thicket of legal and medical complexity. This tumour tissue really matters, because when that tumour tissue is excised from a brain, how is it stored? What are the consents used? And what control does the patient have over that tumour tissue? And that's when the patient is alive, but also after death, in terms of what are the rules around that tumour tissue. Because we have got a whole load of tumour tissues around the UK which are locked down and not accessible for research. And I think many of those families would be absolutely delighted if that tumour tissue was used for research. So having a look, and what I'm really asking here is whether the Secretary of State or the Minister would convene a series of meetings with all key parties present, the Human Tissue Authority, the MHRA, the NHS, and anybody else you think needs to be in that room to work through that. Because we have got, we've made great progress on organ donation. Yeah? So a few years ago, the law changed there, and by default, that is given. We have good laws with regard to egg and sperm and what happens to that tissue. Can we try and get our cancer tumour tissues up to date so that is also there? So included in that, and I'm almost wrapping up, would be for the Minister to ensure a commitment to improving public and patient awareness of consent, including for tissue use in research and treatments, clear, consistent national messaging developed with experts, patients and carers about how consent works in cancer care, and support for the public to give advanced, informed digital consent rather than at moments of crisis. Thank you.
Paul Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Each year, around 13,000 people in the UK are diagnosed with a primary brain tumour, including 900 children and young people. Despite this scale, progress in survival rates has lagged behind other cancers. Just 13% of adults survive 5 years after a high-grade diagnosis, and brain tumours remain the leading cancer killer for children and adults under 40. I recently spoke with one of my constituents in Corn Valley, whose husband was diagnosed with 2 brain tumours earlier this year. He now faces a long period of recovery to relearn many of the day-to-day functions, most of which we take for granted. His courage and their campaign highlight the urgent need for renewed investment in brain tumour research, treatment and care so that everyone affected has the best chance at life. Brain tumour research currently receives just 1% of the total UK cancer research funding. I therefore welcome the Government's National Cancer Plan as a vital step forward, particularly the £13.7 million investment in NIHR Brain Tumour Research Consortium, which will accelerate much needed innovation. I'm also encouraged by the commitment to implement the provisions of the Rare Cancers Bill, which will expand access to clinical trials. Brain tumour patients must fully benefit from these measures. They face the lowest clinical trial recruitment rates of any cancer type, with the Brain Tumour Charity reporting that just 12% of patients have taken part. Too often, it's the distance from specialist cancer centres that stands in the way. Investment in research must therefore stand hand in hand with improved access, because postcode should never determine the support patients receive. Palliative care, too, must be integral to our strategy. I've seen firsthand, through the remarkable work of the hospices serving my constituents, the difference it can make. By helping patients manage physical and emotional side effects, supporting physical activity where possible, and caring for families and loved ones who are also affected, palliative care can offer life-extending support for those with brain tumours. I echo the calls for a renewed effort to tackle brain tumours' devastatingly low survival rates. Through greater investment in research, better access to innovative treatments, and stronger support for those living with the disease, we can give every person facing a brain tumour the best possible chance. The same chance as I had when I was diagnosed with colon cancer, which was curable through the appropriate treatment I received by some amazing clinicians.
Susan Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thank you to the Honourable Member for Mitcham and Morden and my Honourable friend for Whitney for bringing this important to debate. I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of my friend George, who is now in his 80s and still fundraising for research into brain tumours in the name of his son David, who he lost far too soon. Brain tumours remain one of the clearest examples of a condition where outcomes have not improved quickly enough. They're the biggest cancer killer of people under 40 in the UK. Each year, more than 1,200 people are diagnosed with a brain tumour, and only around a quarter of adults with a primary brain cancer survive the 5 years after diagnosis. The reality is compounded by late diagnosis. Studies have shown that around 45% of brain tumours are diagnosed in an emergency setting, far higher than other cancers, meaning too many people start their treatment far later than they should. This is why I support calls for a national cancer plan to increase survival rates of those diagnosed with brain tumours. We have national campaigns to spread information on bowel cancer and other types of cancer to raise awareness. And a campaign would allow people to spot the early signs of brain tumours, but awareness on its own is not enough, as we've been hearing. Early recognition has to be matched by specialist services that can respond quickly and consistently. Health and social care are devolved, but brain tumour patients should not find that their chance of being offered a trial or the speed of a referral depends on the nation in which they live. I'd therefore like to urge the Government to work with the Scottish Government and other devolved administrations on a joined approach so research is supported properly across the UK and funding is used as effectively as possible. This is about improving outcomes and ensuring fair access. It requires cooperation between the UK government, the devolved administrations and the research institutions. Research is central to saving lives, and it relies on the cooperation, shared strategy and consistent support for trials. A disjointed approach without coordination slows the innovation that's possible. That is a failure not just for the researchers, but for the patients and for the families of those affected. A national strategy is needed to push for awareness, to facilitate coordination, and most importantly, to save lives. Thank you.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and what an honour it is to follow my fellow Scot from Mid Dunbartonshire on this topic. And so I do want to start by thanking the member from Mitcham-Morden for the way she introduced this debate. I think she said she's guided by experience, but I know she's also guided for the love that she has for her sister. So thank you for bringing this debate. And she did highlight there's a real inequality at the heart of all this, if you don't mind me saying, is that her sister was able to access the best treatment in Germany. And some people are able to pay a little bit more or run a crowdfunder when they're faced with a brain tumour or other types of rare cancer. But really, we should all have that access to the same excellent treatment here in the UK. So I want to speak a little bit about my private member's bill and a little bit about the treatment for people with brain tumours in Scotland. So every year, over 1,000 people in Scotland will be diagnosed with a brain tumour. That may not sound like a large number, but while survival rates for many other cancers have improved, the needle for brain tumours has barely moved at all, as we've heard already. Only 15% of adults in Scotland diagnosed with a high-grade brain tumour will survive beyond 5 years. I know the way of these numbers personally. My father-in-law was a fit, active and full of life at the time of his diagnosis. It turned out he had glioblastoma, the most aggressive form of brain tumour. He went from being a healthy man, enjoying time with his grandchildren, to having less than 6 months to live. That sudden, brutal trajectory is a story shared by far too many families, as we've heard. And I always say about him, he was a very dignified man, but the condition did not respect that at all in terms of the impact it had on him and my wife's family. He inspired my rare cancers bill, as we've heard, which is a private member's bill which goes to its committee stage in the Lords on Wednesday, and let's hope there's no amendments. And I do thank everyone who's helped me get it this far, particularly the member from Mitcham-Morden and her colleague Baroness Elliott, who's supporting us in the Lords very ably. But I do have to thank the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care for his support. Again, through the member from Mitcham-Morden, we arranged a meeting very early on. The Minister, the member for West Lancashire, the Minister who's with us today, the member for Glasgow South West, who's been a fantastic advocate right from day one, so I do thank him. And even the opposition bench spokesperson has been a fantastic supporter as well. And of course, I have to add to that the member for Wokingham. I was going to call him Mr. Cancer, but that doesn't sound like a great title. But he is passionate about this, and he's widely respected right across the sector. And of course, the member for Whitney as well. And I have met his sister many times. She's a very forthright person, if you could put it that way. But when I first met her, it was at some reception for a cancer charity. And she said that she was driven, not through self-interest, but because as a mother, she wanted to spend longer with her children and see them grown up. And who can really argue with that? And I also have to thank the many charities that have been supporting us, over 40, in particular in this debate, Brain Tumour Research and also the Brain Tumour Charity. And thank also Itch Advisors for the work they're doing and helping us keep the campaign all pointing in the right direction. Not always easy, I have to say. So over the past year, I've been moved by the courage of so many people, including Georgia actually, who have met both patients and families. Through meeting them and broader engagement with charities, clinicians and survivors, I've learned that there is no single easy solution to the problem that we face. And I've been guilty of saying that nothing's been happening in that sector. The reality is a lot is happening, as we've heard already this evening.
It just needs a push in the right direction. Some would say perhaps a kick up the backside. I don't know if that's acceptable, Madam Deputy Speaker. But there is promising breakthroughs in development, particularly in genome testing and targeted therapies. And crucially, there is now a national momentum behind this. The newly announced National Cancer Plan, as we've heard, allocates £13.7 million to NHR Brain Tumour Research Consortium. Through this and other significant partnerships, we will accelerate the volume of high-quality, innovative brain tumour research taking place right across the UK. And I think this is a promise that all of us here, of course including the Minister, have a duty to make sure is delivered. And I really do hope that we debate this subject regularly, and I do hope that we can be impressed that the progress our government is making. Importantly, the plan recognises a long-standing problem in cancer research, that too much early-stage discovery science never makes it through to translational research that delivers real diagnostics and treatments for patients. The commitment to link discovery scientists with translational researchers, to connect research infrastructure and to co-fund the CRUK Brain Tumour Centres of Excellence is exactly the kind of approach that this field is needed for many years. But for Scotland to truly benefit from this progress, we must ensure our systems are ready to plug in to this UK-wide effort. One of my constituents, Dr. Faye Robertson, is a consultant clinical oncologist and honorary clinical senior lecturer at the University of Edinburgh. She's at the forefront of this fight. She is part of a team on a mission to deliver breakthrough treatments and pursue cures for thousands of patients and families facing devastating diagnoses each year. Their spin-out company, Trogenics, has secured £70 million in new financing to expand, upscale and develop. £70 million sounds like a lot, but I understand it's just a drop in the ocean if real progress is to be made. But it's fantastic work. Preclinical studies have shown that the biotech company's breakthrough Odysseus platform can kill cancerous brain cells and stimulate the immune system while leaving the surrounding health cells and tissues untouched. This massive investment will accelerate Trogenics' lead programme in glioblastoma multiforme, including a move to clinical trials. By chance, I was at a mosque just outside my constituency on Saturday evening, welcoming children from Gaza into the UK and meeting some of the health workers who have been supporting them. Amongst them was a neurologist who knew about this Trogenics work. And when I mentioned this, he said it's absolutely breathtaking, the progress this has made, but there's still a long way to go, and it really, work like that really does give me hope. Preclinical trials have shown that the technology can kill glioblastoma cancer cells, leaving nearby healthy cells untouched, in a way previous therapies have not managed. So whilst also activating the body's immune system against the tumours. So I've met Faye in my office. She's hugely impressive, fantastic communicator, and a real intellect. If she's listening, I've probably embarrassed her. So, and I trust her when she says that, and this is her quote: "Whole genome sequencing is changing the outlook for treatment, for the treatment of many cancers, unlocking the promise of precision treatment. Yet in Scotland, our patients are still waiting." And this isn't a political point; it's just a matter of fact. And I also spoke to Dr. Sarah Kingdon, who's the Tessa Gill Neuro-Oncology Clinical Fellow at Beeston Centre, Glasgow, and this Edinburgh Cancer Centre, and also at the Edinburgh Cancer Centre. These people seem to always have long titles. And she absolutely agreed that there's a real gap in Scotland just now in terms of being able to access treatment because of this lack of testing. The neurologist I met on Saturday, he said he was sending samples way down to the south of England, and they'd had to wait for those samples to return. Completely unacceptable. We don't have ready access to this technology in Scotland. So while other parts of the UK are moving toward routine whole genome sequencing, Scottish patients face what has been described as a genomic gap. We have the scientific expertise, that's beyond doubt, and we have world-class infrastructure in Edinburgh. What we lack is a consistent policy commitment to make genomic testing a standard part of care. Without genomic testing, clinicians are fighting in the dark. So we owe it to the families who have watched loved ones fade in a matter of months to ensure that Scotland is not just a place where research happens, but a place where research reaches the patient. The National Cancer Plan shows the momentum is building right across the UK, and breakthroughs in brain tumour research hopefully will be with us soon, but let us make sure Scotland is ready to be part of that future. So I want to end, Madam Deputy Speaker, by thanking the member for Mitcham and Morden again for opening this debate and the leadership she is showing. And very briefly, I want to highlight 3 fantastic campaigns, and then I do have one ask for the Minister. The first campaign I want to talk about, of course, is Brain Cancer Justice, which Georgie is a part of. They advocate for increased funding, research and support for brain tumour cancer patients and families impacted by this deadly disease. And I'm sure all of us here this evening give them our full support. Otherwise, I think you might be in the wrong debating chamber. The second is Owen's Law, and their aim is standardising the process for storing and using brain tumour tissues, as we've heard from the member from Whitney. So Ellie, who runs this campaign, she's a fantastic communicator, and it's absolutely impossible to disagree with her because she's so passionate. But at a reception last week, she had with her someone called Samantha, who I can't quite remember where she's from, the north of England. And like Ellie, she'd lost her husband to a brain tumour. And she's devastated because she still loves her husband, and she's bringing up their children. And she was explaining her predicament to us, and all the while clutching pictures of her husband. Absolutely awful that women are coming into this place so desperate while still hanging on to the love they have for their loved ones. So I think we have to listen to these people and demand action. And the last campaign I want to mention is Hughes Law. This is a campaign for paid leave and financial support for parents of critically ill children. Brain tumours is one of the biggest cancer type for children, so it really does apply to this debate. And I do want to pay tribute to Brentford Football Club, because they've already accepted the actions of this campaign. They've not waited for the government to encourage companies. They've not waited for the government to make it mandatory. They've just got on and done it because it's the right thing to do. And I hope others follow. And then for the Minister, I'm on to my ask now. I met Cancer Research UK on Monday last week. Fantastic charity, despite the challenges we've heard about earlier in this debate that they face. But one of the challenges they explained to me is each year they spend £870,000 on visa costs, bringing the best researchers into the UK to help with this fight against this awful condition and other conditions. It does seem to me, if life science is a key part of our economy, if we want to tackle these cancers, perhaps our colleagues elsewhere in government might be encouraged to waive those visa costs for these fantastic researchers, and hopefully more will then follow them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Mitcham and Morden and the Honourable Member for Whitney for securing this really important debate this evening. Brain cancer is a particularly nasty and lethal form of cancer and is one of the least improved cancers in terms of survival rates. Brain tumours are the biggest cancer killer of adults and children under 40 and are largely unpreventable. After years of Conservative neglect of cancer care, the government's recent National Cancer Plan takes steps to address the crisis in cancer care, and this is definitely to be welcomed. But it is clear brain cancer care still needs urgent attention. A big cause of low brain cancer survival rates is slow diagnosis. In England, 45% of patients are diagnosed in an emergency setting, over 2 times the rate of all other cancers. Emergency diagnosis means that patients often face worse chances of survival and fewer treatment options, especially options that avoid harm. The government must act to ensure brain cancer is caught earlier, to give patients a better chance of survival. That is why the government must speed up the diagnostic pathway by improving GP access to diagnostic imaging and improve the patchy access to MRI and CT scans. But even when a patient gets a diagnosis, many experience delays in starting treatment. In 2024, 75% of brain cancer patients at the Royal Berkshire Hospital near my constituency began treatment within 62 days of an urgent referral. That is below the standard expected of 85%. Even more shocking, in 2023, 25% of brain cancer patients at the Royal Berks waited longer than 124 days to begin treatment after an urgent referral. That really is just not good enough. And this is why my colleagues and many in the House are calling on the government to introduce a guarantee for 100% of patients to start treatment for cancer within 62 days of urgent referral. Government really must start to listen to people who are calling for this. A key step towards this aim is improving access to effective treatment. In the Oxfordshire, Buckinghamshire and Berkshire West ICB, which covers Wokingham, just 30% of cancer patients receive radiotherapy treatment within the 62-day treatment standard. This means that many brain cancer patients in Wokingham are missing out on effective and timely treatment, which would drastically improve survival outcomes. To help address this, the government needs to replace ageing radiotherapy machines as soon as possible and invest in new ones, so no one is denied access to treatment or must travel far from home. There is also a serious issue with equal access to new advanced treatments for brain cancer. Personalised immunotherapy vaccines have proven to be an effective treatment for brain cancer. This treatment, as well as advanced diagnostics and research, requires brain tissue from a patient to be flash frozen to preserve DNA and RNA, which is then used to develop rounds of an immunotherapy vaccine. But due to lack of nationwide regulations and practices on brain tissue freezing, there is a shameful inequality in brain cancer care. Sadly, the Royal Berkshire Hospital and Frimley Hospital, both used by my constituents, do not have the capability to flash freeze or store brain tissue. As a result, many in Wokingham and across Berkshire cannot access advanced technologies like personalised immunotherapy treatment and more accurate genome sequencing, key to attacking the cancer effectively. That is why the government must ensure equal access to high-quality tissue storage pathways across the country. It is not right that where you live affects the treatment you get, and thus your chances of survival. These steps to speed up diagnosis and improve treatment, along with investment in staff and research, will start to improve survival rates for the 12,700 people diagnosed with a brain tumour every year in the UK. And lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, much has been mentioned about clinical trials in this debate. They are needed so desperately, and it is my hope that ministers will make this a personal priority of theirs in the next few months in their discussions with drug companies, and we will see some real progress with many more clinical trials starting in the next few years. Thank you.
John McDonnell.
I thank my honourable friend from Mitcham Morden yet again to lead in these debates. Just so people know, her sister was a friend of mine. She was a Labour Party organiser and then rose in the ranks, and over the years supported me in my various general election campaigns. Was very supportive, but at the same time quite terrifying as well for any politically stepping out of line. She was an absolutely wonderful woman. The reason I intervene in these debates is because I'm inspired by the woman for Mitcham Morden, and because I do have a friend. But also in my constituency, like many others, I have a Mr. and Mrs. Atwell who lost their daughter tragically, and who every year undertake with the Milan Asian Ladies Group, Councillor Kuldeep Lakmana, who organised it. They have a sort of mini Mela to raise funds. So I pay tribute to them, and I want to thank them sincerely for not putting on social media both my Hindi singing or Bhangra dancing. There's two small points I want to make. One follows on from the Honourable Member for Wokingham. The issue about access to scanning is absolutely critical. One of the issues that we've found is not just the sort of postcode lottery, but also the lack of awareness amongst some GPs about the national guidance as well. There needs to be a level of... I know GPs are incredibly busy, but we need to do something with regard to raising the awareness on that. And the second, I had a meeting this afternoon. I chair a group of unpaid carers. And so the second issue for me is the acknowledgement in government now that if you become a carer, in many instances, that means actually, if it's over a long period of time, and that's usually with children survivors, you're almost certain to come across living in poverty. And we need to look at how we support carers overall, both the additional burden that they have, and my honourable friend in a previous debate explained the transport needs that she had, the way in which she was having to pay for accommodation for her sister when she was being treated, etc. That's the same for so many other people. They cannot bear the costs. I think the figure in the briefing from the Brain Tumour Society was something like the burden in 1 year is about 78 million of those people who are seeking to care. But the ongoing costs are incredibly significant. And what many of the carers that in the group that I chair, and it's about a whole range of conditions that they're caring for, is that one, the government has assisted them greatly, of course, in terms of raising the level of income that they can raise through employment themselves. But there is issues around flexible employment. Honourable friend has raised that there's no acknowledgement yet, I don't think adequately, of the need for flexible employment to enable people to earn a level of income that will help them survive. But the issue is that actually those who literally can't take on employment because of the hours that they have to care, the level of carers allowance is abysmal. And there needs to be now, there's a recent report by the IPPR, there's further reports coming out from, I think it's the University of Sheffield now that are doing a lot of work on this. Somehow we have to come to terms with the fact that we're going to have to raise the level of carers allowance. It needs to be related at least to the minimum wage. And then on that basis, we may be able to help some of these carers cope with the work that they're undertaking for their loved one, but also to ensure that they're not living in poverty, because so many of them are at the moment. They're just the 2 points I want. We all have supported the cancer strategy, and there's, I think, overwhelming support in the House now to really get on with the job. But it is looking at some of these fine details that could transform people's lives about how they're dealing with the situation at the moment. Part of it is around advocacy as well, because a lot of what came out of my meeting today, and it sounds a bit harsh this, but in their dealings with the various agencies, including the DWP, what was reported today, almost unanimously, was the lack of empathy in the way people are dealt with on this. And I just think if we can transform the care strategy, the cancer strategy, to ensure that we embed that understanding and empathy to understand what people are going through, and that they shouldn't have to risk living in poverty and the whole family being impacted upon it because of the financial consequences of the care that they're having to undertake. I think we could transform the whole atmosphere about carers and the role that they provide. We produce figures of the 180 billion that they save the country overall because of what they do, the unpaid care that they undertake. We produce those figures, but we never really acknowledge that then in the actions that we take. So in this coming period, it's the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the first carers allowance. It wasn't called then, it was called invalid allowance. It's the 50th year of the anniversary of that. This is the opportunity, I think, to address that issue, because for many of those people who are caring for people with these conditions, particularly children, it desperately needs addressing.
Alex Burrow. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the members for Mitcham and Morden and Witney for bringing this really important debate to the House today. I want to talk just very briefly about two things. The first was to put on record and acknowledge the bravery of my lifetime very close friend, Karen Buschenfeld. She, like 45% of those diagnosed with a brain tumour, received that diagnosis in A&E in a very haphazard manner last month. This is double the rate of other cancers, and she and her family are now adjusting to a very difficult new reality. The other reason for my speaking today is to celebrate the amazing work of the Brain Tumour Charity. Founded and still based in my constituency of North East Hampshire, it was originally called the Samantha Dixon Research Trust, founded by Angela and Neil Dixon in memory of their daughter who died just aged 16 in 1996. The Brain Tumour Charity now supports thousands of people all across the country, including my friend. It also funds research, and the founders raised with me the unspent funding that languishes while survival rates remain stubbornly low. So my call to the Minister today is to ensure that the government works with researchers so that the best quality research can help change outcomes for future generations.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to speak in this debate, and I thank the member for Mitcham and Morden for bringing this debate, and also the member for Witney, and for the many fine speeches that I've heard this evening, some so very heartfelt, particularly the personal stories and the stories that people say of their families. Now, we have a new cancer strategy which was announced last week. Sadly, political events in the last few days have somewhat submerged the importance of that, but it is the cancer strategy which I believe we should be talking about, and which is much the most important political development as far as I'm concerned. Now, we have seen very little progress in brain tumour care. That is the truth of the matter. These tumours are devastating, robbing victims of years of life and wrecking families. I have seen such patients over the years, and I can say that diagnosis may be very difficult, even with the help of hindsight. Now, an average general practitioner will see a new brain tumour once every 7 years. Once every 7 years, where they will see thousands of patients in that time. So it is not surprising that these tumours are difficult to diagnose. I hear that a patient with a brain tumour will have, on many occasions, visited their general practitioner 5 or 6 times before a diagnosis is made. So we must do what we can to raise awareness of this. Now, in ENT, which is, as some may know, my specialty, we see a condition called acoustic neuroma. This is a brain tumour on the nerves that lie between the ear and the brain, actually on the balance nerves. And these tumours are rare. Even in ear, nose and throat clinics, I would only see a handful of them each year. Sometimes they present with a little hearing loss in one ear, or sometimes just a little ringing in one ear. And sometimes they just present incidentally. Some of the other tumours we see in the brain in the ENT world are very rare. We see a brain tumour that sits in the roof of the nose. It's called an olfactory neuroblastoma. It's so rare that I probably saw less than 6 or 7 cases throughout my career. And yet it presents with a loss of sense of smell. Whereas a loss of sense of smell is a very common problem that come to see ear, nose and throat surgeons or even general practitioners. So we mustn't deceive ourselves that we're dealing with an easy condition, for this is a difficult condition. Now, what I believe we must do is we must support research into this mysterious disease. As I have said before in this chamber, we are desperately short of medical researchers and clinical academics in this country. desperately short. Many of our clinical academics are getting towards the end of their careers, and we are not doing enough to recruit new academic clinicians in the early parts of their careers. And I would like us to think how we might develop policies to encourage that, for that is a political problem. Now, the member for Mitcham and Morden, I think, said that we are content with the status quo since we have seen so little progress. I beg to differ. We are not content with the status quo, and that is why we are all here this evening discussing this. Now, we know that this is a promising time for some areas of medical research. We know, for instance, that genetic research is now becoming very important. I'm not sure that whole genome sequencing, if that were available for everybody, would actually solve this problem, but it is the way we are going. I was myself, before I came here, involved in research into a rare ear disease, a disease called cholesteatoma, and we did genetic research on this, genome sequencing, and we were able to identify some of the genes which probably cause this condition, but that doesn't make it any easier for us to prevent it, for we cannot choose our genetic code. Now, the problem with these brain tumours is that they are deep-seated and inaccessible. You can't see them and you can't feel them. And that is why curative approaches are so elusive. You see, we can debate in this chamber till the cows come home, but the debate will not bring the cure. So we must decide what politically we can do to actually help. Now, I welcome the £32 million boost to the brain cancer research and our new approach to clinical trials. And I must thank the member for Edinburgh South. Southwest. Edinburgh Southwest. Got it? For his rare cancers bill, and I congratulate him on bringing it so far advanced for a new member of Parliament like myself. I am in awe that you have managed, that the member has managed to achieve this. The member has managed to achieve. You see, I am a new member of Parliament. You'll forget. Okay. So let's encourage clinical trials. For as Lord Vallance has said, it is clinical trials, these are the route by which promising research can be turned into treatment which will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say what a pleasure it is to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Bury St Edmunds and Stonemarket, and thank him for his knowledge of the subject matter, for the way that he portrays it, and a way that many of us can have the empathy and the understanding, and thank him for that. Can also thank the Honourable Lady for Mitcham and Morden, as she always does, sets the scene incredibly well, has that deep personal belief with her sister, a journey that we have often heard in this House, and we sympathise with the Honourable Lady for that journey that she has taken as well. And the Honourable Gentleman for Whitney as well for leading, and we thank him for his contribution and a bit about his sister. I can also thank the Backbench Committee for selecting the matter. It's always a pleasure to see the Minister in his place. I wish him well, and we look forward very much to his answers. The Minister, in the short time that we've known him in the House, has shown an aptitude in response to those of us who ask questions. We appreciate that, and we look forward very much to how he can encourage us all at the end of this. I want to give Madam Deputy Speaker, if I can, a Northern Ireland perspective to this debate. I always try to do that because I think it helps to add to the flavour of the debate, but it also gives an opinion of where we are in Northern Ireland, where health's devolved, by the way, but where the issues haven't changed, where they don't stop at the REC, they don't stop at Adrian's Wall, they don't stop at Cardiff. They're everywhere in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. In Northern Ireland, 2,043 brain tumour cases, malignant and non-invasive, were diagnosed between 2017 and 2021. averaging some 409 cases per year. At the end of 21, there were 5,465 people living with a brain tumour, with diagnosis occurring between 97 and 21. That gives us an idea of the perspective and the magnitude of brain cancer. During this period, some 53.2% of brain tumour cases were amongst women, and that's has been illustrated by the examples that have been given by those who have a personal knowledge. Cancer, as we know, is no respecter of colour, no respecter of creed, no respecter of class, and the increase in incidences mean that there are so many more families who are grieving or are worried, and so much more must be done, not only to support families going through cancer, but also to carry out research and find the cures. I was encouraged last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I went to one of the cancer events in the House, which we tried to attend, we all tried to attend, and the lady who I was speaking to was telling us that 60% of people now survive cancer. That's a wonderful figure to take in hold, but when it comes to brain cancer, unfortunately, those numbers are not just as good. Brain tumours are the biggest cancer killer of children, adults under 40. In the UK, some 16,000 people are diagnosed each year with a brain tumour, and the incident rates of brain tumours are significantly higher in Northern Ireland. Again, when I give a Northern Ireland perspective, sometimes the figures that we have in Northern Ireland are incredibly worrying, and Wales as well, compared to the other, to England and Scotland. Brain tumour cases are projected to increase in Northern Ireland by some 36% by 2035, with glioblastoma being the most common and the most malignant adult brain tumours, accounting for some 70% of all new diagnoses. My question to the Minister would be, if we can ask him, please, because we're going to, in Northern Ireland, we're going to experience some increase of 35% by 2035, not too far away, by the way. What discussions has the Minister had or will have with the relevant Minister, Mike Nesbitt, in Northern Ireland, just to ensure that that we can combat this terrible disease together, because that's really what I'm probably seeking to have in this debate. GMB also has a worse outcome for patients as they are resistant to therapy. And despite treatments such as surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, GBM tumours regrow, unfortunately, leading to patient relapse and death after 15 months, and that's incredibly worrying as well. However, whilst the picture is dark, and with sadness there's always hope, brain tumour survival rates in Northern Ireland show for malignant cases now a 1 year survival of 49.9% from 2017 to 2021, which is a significant increase from 37.4% in 97 to 2001. Again, the issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mentioned earlier about the rates of survival from cancer. That's almost an increase of some 33%. Really, really good news. And I want to come to the most honourable members have referred to research, and I want to refer to Queen's University, but I'll do that at the end if I can. Non-invasive tumour survival is high, with 88.3% surviving for 5 years. There's much work being done in Northern Ireland to combat the darkness and bring light such as rapid diagnosis. This is a major project launched in late 25, which uses rapid nanopore sequencing to reduce brain tumour diagnosis times from weeks to just hours. The technology reads tumour DNA almost immediately, helping clinicians to choose treatments faster. Again, some of the advances, incredible advances that we have in cancer diagnosis and how they respond in a positive and better fashion than we have in the past. Well, it's not a cure in itself, it never is. This research is giving people more time and a choice. Researchers have also identified existing FDA-approved drugs that could be potentially be repurposed to treat brain tumours. Again, the research that has taken place, specifically targeting how genes change as cancer progresses. All of these steps bring forward something that every cancer sufferer needs, which is of their loved ones, and they need it as well, and that's hope. Can I plug, as I always do, with Queen's University in Belfast and the wonderful work that they do in relation to cancer diagnosis, cancer cures. They've been to the forefront It's a great pleasure for me to mention Queen's University in Belfast and Northern Ireland is actively engaged in trying to find the cure. And they do that, and they do it with and partnerships with big business. They have students from all over the world, and they're always trying to find the cure. And when you listen to the adverts, Madam Deputy Speaker and honourable members, and TV and elsewhere, they always say about donating to cancer to find the ultimate cure. And it'll be a great day when we can find that ultimate cure for cancer, indeed for all those. But Queen's University are leading that way. Funding for cancer research based at Queen's University Belfast is bringing a dividend, and we can and must allow them to do more research and development to find the cure, the ultimate cure, the cure for cancer. More funding means more work, which means more breakthrough, and this also means more hope. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we can all agree that this House, this nation, this great nation of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland will certainly do better with the light of more hope. Thank you.
Which brings us to the front bench, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friends for Witney and for Mitcham and Morden for securing this really important debate this evening, and also for campaigning so tirelessly on this issue and on making sure that this debate did indeed come to the Chamber. I know how closely this affects families, including my honourable friends, and I was pleased to work with Georgie and Brain Cancer Trust on a letter to the Minister for Public Health and Prevention regarding brain cancer vaccination trials before Christmas. For brain cancer patients in the UK, there are no vaccine trials running. The National Cancer Plan published last week committed to delivering up to 10,000 cancer vaccines, with the ambition that these kind of treatments are more widely available by 2035. However, for many, this will be too late, because around 35 families every single day hear the news that a loved one has been diagnosed with a primary brain tumour, and many see this as a life sentence. I will give way.
Directly on cancer vaccines, I have met with Moderna, who are a leading company in developing cancer vaccines. I asked if they would give UCL a cancer vaccine for free for a trial on glioblastoma brain tumours. They refused. Their excuse was that they couldn't make enough of the drug for 16 people. This is the rub. Commercial companies do not get involved because there simply isn't enough money in it without the government intervening.
I thank my honourable friend for intervening, and she so brilliantly just described the picture of exactly what the real nub of the problem is here. And one constituent of mine, she got in touch with me to tell me that in the space of a few months, 4 people that she knew received a brain tumour diagnosis. From seizures to changes in behaviour, the diagnosis process of brain tumours can be dramatic, lengthy and hard-fought. And this is why we urgently need improvements in the diagnosis process. The National Cancer Plan aims to make great strides in speeding up diagnosis, but I was disappointed not to see the government take up the Liberal Democrat calls for 8,000 more GPs to make sure that everyone can get seen quickly and referred for treatment. Once a referral is successful, it should then be treated. So to see such delays because of equipment shortages is a disgrace. The government has pledged funding for 28 new radiotherapy machines, which is a step in the right direction, but the Liberal Democrats have long called for 200 new and fully staffed machines to end radiotherapy deserts and stop the delays to vital treatment. So will the Minister set out when we can expect funding for more machines? And now turning to brain cancer. It has a more complex element in that it does not occur in stages like other cancers, but is defined by grades. The grading system can also differ depending on the type of brain tumour that the patient has. The National Cancer Plan has looked to offer some relief to patients with a commitment for a clinical nurse specialist or other named lead to support them through diagnosis and treatment to hopefully make this path clearer. So I look forward to seeing how the government intends to support this ambition with enough staff in the 10-year workforce plan. So while we wait for this plan, will the Minister give some clarity as to how they plan to implement their commitment for 5,000 learning and training opportunities per year for the first 3 years of the plan for people in cancer-critical roles? It's also important to this I mentioned, benign brain tumours. Just because these tumours aren't cancerous doesn't mean that people don't experience a life-changing impact from diagnosis. Those living with benign brain tumours must also receive the right treatment, care and lifelong support as those with brain cancer. I really hope that we are now at a turning point for cancer care, especially for brain tumours, which kill more children and adults under the age of 40 than any other cancer. And I'm pleased to see many organisations, including Brain Tumour Research, welcome the National Cancer Plan, especially the proposed access to clinical trials and increased research. There is a lot of ambition in the plan that must be accounted for, so I ask again this evening, will the Minister confirm that the National Cancer Plan's annual summary of progress will be presented in the House every year for proper scrutiny? Thank you.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for Mitcham and Morden and the Honourable Gentleman for Whitney for bringing forward the debate today on this very, very important subject. At the beginning, the Honourable Lady for Mitcham and Morden talked about the different people that she had met who had experienced brain cancer and brain tumours, and this debate for me will be about my grandfather, who also died sadly of a brain tumour some years ago. There are 12,000 people a year, Madam Deputy Speaker, who have a brain tumour diagnosed, and this debate is supposed to be focused on how we improve the survival rates, which currently for this condition are very poor. It's the leading cause of cancer deaths amongst children and adults under 40, and the 5-year survival rate is poor, and unlike in many other cancers over the last few years, it hasn't really moved at all. So how can we improve the survival rates of people with brain tumours? There are essentially 3 areas that we could look at. We could look at prevention, early diagnosis and better treatments. For prevention, if we look on the NHS website to see how we could prevent a brain cancer or brain tumour, it talks about having a good diet, about preventing obesity. These things are important but not specific to brain cancer. It also talks about avoiding head injury, so wearing helmets to try and prevent head injury. So what about early diagnosis? There are some conditions, some people have genetic conditions like neurofibromatosis, Leigh-Ferré syndrome, tuberous sclerosis and von Hippel-Lindau, who are genetically predisposed to having tumours in the central nervous system. Those individuals can receive regular screening, which can help those tumours be identified at a much earlier stage. But what about people who do not have those conditions? I will give what, yeah.
And I intervene apologising for the fact I wasn't here at the beginning of the debate, Madam Deputy Speaker. She will know that I'm chairman of the All-Party Acquired Brain Injury Group and president of the Lincolnshire Brain Tumour Association. She's right about the connection between the two. So would it be advisable in her view for those who've had a brain injury previously to be screened routinely, given the relationship, the correlation between earlier brain injury and the later advent of cancer?
My right honourable friend invites me to speak outside of my area of expertise. I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that, but I hope the Minister will. I will take intervention. Particularly.
I'm grateful to the member for taking an intervention. I cannot understand how there can be a relationship between head injury and brain tumour. We have a situation where repeated head injury causes some neurological conditions, particularly footballers who we see getting early dementia. But I don't see a connection between head injury and brain tumour. Does she?
It's certainly something that I have read about. I'm happy to be corrected by the honourable gentleman if he feels that the resources that I've read are incorrect. But certainly that was one of the suggestions in how to prevent these tumours. But I don't think prevention is going to be the major way in which we improve the survival rate. Nor is it necessarily going to be early diagnosis, but I would like to finish talking about early diagnosis. So regular screening for people with genetic disorders can really help to identify tumours early. The second thing that can help is access to diagnostic tests. So the Conservative government brought in the community diagnostic centres right across the country, which increased the number of scanners available to people who needed a scan to identify if they had a brain tumour. This government has said that they will double the number of scanners available, and I wondered if the Minister could comment on whether he is on track with that. We will also need the workforce plan so that we can interpret and perform the scans. We've got the people to interpret and perform the scans. I don't know if the Minister has any tips on whether he thinks the workforce plan is imminently and whether he can give us a date when it's likely to be published. It's been delayed, but it is an important feature. We've got the cancer plan, but so much of it is dependent on the workforce plan too. My third point is opticians. The opticians have a role to play, and since South Tees pioneered it in 2015, opticians have been able to identify during their regular eye tests people who have signs of brain tumours and refer them where necessary. And so encouraging people to get regular eye tests may be contributing to help with early diagnosis. The fourth thing that can help with early diagnosis is symptom awareness. That's symptom awareness in the general public and symptom awareness amongst healthcare professionals. And I want to talk about Head Smart, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was a programme in 2011, started in 2011, which talked about the types of symptoms that could help identify a brain tumour. And it had quite significant cut-through, both with healthcare professionals and with the public. And it halved the time to scan or diagnosis for children with brain tumours. It also improved the cognition of survivors, but it didn't significantly improve the survival. So while early diagnosis helps a bit, early diagnosis is very difficult, particularly in children who are quite neuroplastic at that stage, so symptoms appear quite late. The location of the tumour and the type of tumour is more important in the treatment and prognosis. And there are many different types, which makes this area of medicine extremely complicated. So I think the answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we need better treatments. Treatments including, currently include steroids, chemotherapy, radiotherapy and surgery, but there are many other treatments with promise. There's convection-enhanced delivery of chemotherapy, which enables the chemotherapy to be delivered into the across the blood-brain barrier more effectively. Many honourable members have talked about freezing, and last month there was a debate on the topic of freezing of brain tumour samples, and I wonder if the Minister has an update from the previous debate. His colleague said she would go away and look at this detail and report back, so I'm hoping that he will have an update for us this evening. Gene therapy has also shown a lot of promise, and there's been talk about it this evening about the trial where an adeno-associated virus is used as a vector to to seek out the glioblastoma cells and use the patient's immune system to kill the tumour cells, and that has promise. And if this trial works, that could offer real promise and real improvements in treatment. Research will be key. The BioNTech 2023 partnership promised there'll be 10,000 patients in cancer vaccine trials by 2030. But there are barriers to new innovators, and this is a global fight, so there's work going on right across the globe, and we need to ensure that we make it an environment in the UK that stimulates research and supports research so that we can have the earliest possible access for British people to the newest possible treatments. And the wider economic picture for research is not great at the moment, and we have seen some researchers pull out of investments in the UK. The picture of taxation, national insurance, employment rules, and the speed of adoption by the NHS are all factors which I hope the Minister is going to try and improve. The members for Edinburgh South West and the members for Strangford talked about the devolved administration, and I wonder if the Minister could comment on how he is working and how his team is working with the devolved administrations to encourage research that happens right across the United Kingdom. I also want to talk about rural areas, because it's all very well encouraging trials in the UK to take place within the UK or within England, but so many of them occur right in the centre of London or the big cities, and they're much more difficult to be accessed by people living in rural areas, such as my constituents in Sleaford and North Hykeham. So if the Minister could update the House, please, on how he's encouraging and making it easier for research to occur in rural spots. And then just to sum up, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member for Witney talked about this, the key being ambition is important, but it's actions, not words, that are the key. And I think he sums it up absolutely perfectly. We need specific, measurable targets, not just warm words. This government has been very good at warm words on health, but much poorer on delivery. And I hope, for the sake of the 1 in 2 people that will get the cancer and all of their friends and loved ones, that on this occasion there's more action and less just words.
Minister, Dr. Zubair Ahmed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start off by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Mitcham and Morden, but also honourable members for Witney and Kings Winford and South Staffordshire for supporting this important debate. And I'd just like to start and take a few moments, if I can, just to acknowledge the contributions of all honourable members across this House. I know from personal experience how hard it is to talk about these issues when there have been people close to one's family lost through brain tumours, including my aunt, who passed away in 1997 and was really instrumental in me pursuing a career in medicine following a diagnosis of glioblastoma, where she only lived for 4 months. The member from Whitney asked about consent around tumour tissue research, a really important and pertinent topic. I'm very happy to go away and consult with the Human Tissue Authority regarding the facility we have at the moment, which I know is quite sizable in terms of securing consent for research of both tissue from living persons and also deceased persons. As a transplant surgeon myself, I am relatively au fait with some of the consent issues that can transpire using tissue from deceased persons, and I'm always very happy to encourage that wherever possible. In terms of the digital consent, the Honourable Member rightly challenges us to improve our digital architecture, and we continue to do so through our unlocked digital platform upon which the 10-year health plan is based, not only for care but also for research. Can I also thank the members for Colne Valley and Mid Dumbartonshire for their really thought-provoking contributions in this debate, and of course my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South West, who talked so passionately about these issues, and I thank him once again for bringing forward his private member's bill, which I think will do so much to move the dial for research, for not only for brain tumours, but for rare cancers more generally. He talked about specifically and asked regarding visa costs for talents coming from elsewhere in the world, and I can assure him we are looking into these issues quite seriously. And only today I was chairing a session of the Life Sciences Council, which talked about the Global Talent Fund, which was very pertinent to the discussions that the Honourable Member is also having, and I'm very happy to put them in touch with the Honourable Member to further those discussions regarding how we attract the brightest and the best to our country to advance the cause of life sciences generally, but also to advance the cause of research in rare cancers more specifically. The member for Wokingham talked about referral targets. I can reassure the member we are totally committed as a government to hitting those national standards of 62-day waits. He challenged us to go to 100% there. I would caution him that, of course, although 85% is possible, 100% is not possible, usually for clinical reasons, where there are genuine clinical reasons why patients cannot access treatment within 62 days in terms of planning and specialist access. My honourable friend, the member for Hayes and Harlington, talked about diagnostics, an issue also close to my heart, and I can reassure him that with the opening and continued opening of community diagnostic centres up and down the country and £2 billion of funding, I am determined to make sure that diagnostics is improved and also is available closer to home wherever possible. The Honourable Member for North East Hampshire talked about her friend being diagnosed with a brain tumour in A&E, and I must say, as a young casualty officer many, many years ago, that resonates with me very, very strongly. It is the last place where any tumour should be diagnosed, but I remember it being far too frequent as a young casualty officer being diagnosed in the A&E department. And one of the litmus tests of the success of our cancer plan will be that there will be very much fewer of those diagnoses being undertaken in an unplanned fashion up and down A&Es in our country. My honourable friend for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, I'm always grateful for his learned remarks. I always feel like I learned so much, and in fact I learned so much tonight. I might add his contribution to my portfolio of continuing professional development when I submit myself back to the GMC to extend my licence. The honourable member for Strangford also always raises thought-provoking issues in terms of four-nation working, and I can assure the honourable member that I continually and frequently discuss many matters pertaining to the health of our four nations with the Minister for Health in Northern Ireland, and I can also reassure him of our UK-wide commitment to the Life Sciences Sector Plan and Life Sciences Project. And on that note, it was my great pleasure to meet academics from Queen's University in Belfast in this place only a few months ago to reaffirm to them of my commitment as Life Sciences Minister about the Life Sciences Sector Plan being a true four-nation project, which of course includes Northern Ireland, where I know personally through my own academic interests of many, many expertise that reside in Northern Ireland. The Honourable Member for Epsom and Ewell talked about benign tumours not being forgotten. She's absolutely right. Those of us from a medical background know that it is very much a spectrum between benign and malignant tumours. Many benign tumours can, of course, evolve into malignant tumours, and they must, of course, be captured by plans such as the National Cancer Plan. She challenged me about publishing regular outcomes from the National Cancer Plan. I can certainly commit to that, and these can, of course, be scrutinised in the normal way by the Select Committee for the Department of Health and Social Care. The opposition spokesperson talked about screening. She will know, as I know, screening is important when it is evidence-based, where the benefits outweigh the harms. And of course, screening is never harm-free, which is important to make sure we're calculating these things based on expert evidence. And neither the member opposite or I are experts in screening, and we always defer, therefore, to the UK Screening Committee in terms of their deliberations and opinions on these matters. She asked me about workforce plan. I can assure her that is in play and will be published shortly in the spring or very early summer. She asked about how that might interact with diagnostic capacity, and I can assure her we're working at great speed to ramp up diagnostic capacity through the funding envelope that I mentioned already. And she will know it is important when we plan both for workforce and diagnostic capacity to take account of the fact that AI is moving at rapid pace. We have already been able to eliminate one radiologist from breast cancer diagnoses, and it is entirely possible we may be able to have similar impact with technology on the rates of other cancers, such as lung cancer diagnostics. It's really important as we work through that workforce plan that we're taking account of what the future will also look like in terms of planning for that workforce. Then we came on to the topic of the potential association of traumatic brain injury and brain tumours, and the Honourable Member of Bury and Stowmarket, Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket intervened on the opposition spokesperson, and the medical man in me couldn't help myself, but I went on PubMed there quickly to check if there was indeed an association, and I've picked out a paper which may be of interest to the medical people in this place. 24 years of data from Mass General Brigham Hospital, 75,000 patients on each arm looked at retrospectively, and there would seem to be a mild association between severe traumatic brain injury and the diagnosis of malignant brain tumours.
It's on my specialist subject, I thought I'd better intervene. Although I defer, of course, to the member of Bury St Edmunds' immense experience in these matters. I think this is associated with lesions and scarring, and that's why there is a mild association. There's a much more profound association, as the Honourable Member said, with other neurological conditions, particularly dementia and other matters, but there is a mild association, I think, as the Minister said. While I'm on my feet, will you just address the issue of research? Because the Member for Bury's right, diagnostics are terribly difficult. But research, 1% of the council spend on research currently goes on this. Can we increase that?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his remarks, and at risk of turning this into some sort of medical journal club, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move on quite swiftly to say that the association is based on retrospective data, and we all know that we have to be a little bit cautious with retrospective data. To the Honourable Member's remarks regarding research, I can assure him we are committed to spending more of the £2 billion NIHR budget on rare cancer research, some of which is ring-fenced. To the Honourable Member opposite's ask of rural areas, certainly in the workforce plan we are committed to making I certainly give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And on this point about funding, I apologise for not being here at the beginning of this debate, but I want to pay tribute to my two incredible constituents, Kuram and Yasmin. Their daughter Amani was diagnosed with a glioblastoma and tragically passed away in February 2022 at just 23 years old. Now, Amani's parents devoted themselves to taking care of her 24/7 as the cancer progressed, but they had to fundraise £100,000. Surely, does the Minister agree that parents and loved ones should be spending their time with their loved ones and not spending their time fundraising for experimental drugs? Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for all of the advocacy that she does on behalf of all of her constituents, but particularly Amani's family, and the story of which I'm very, very, very familiar with. And can I reassure her of my commitment to make sure that medical research is properly funded. So indeed, it is not the duty of bereaved parents or parents.
very happy to give way.
What we all know is while money is important, if the institutions that are given it do not spend it, we are all left frustrated and wondering what would happen. I have met council ministers of both the last Conservative government and this government, all well-intentioned, all meaning to bring progress, but it requires intervention with those organisations to actually see that the money that is made available is really spent.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am hearing my honourable friend's call to action loudly and clearly, and I can report to her, in addition to the other ongoing clinical trials in the area of brain tumours and glioma research, in October 2025, Recurrent GB opened for recruitment a new UK multi-centre randomised controlled trial supported by nearly £2 million of NIHR funding, which will explore, for instance, whether surgery can improve the quality of life for patients with glioblastoma when the glioblastoma comes back after treatment. I know will hold our feet to the fire when it comes to recruitment and the spend of that money being used appropriately, and I'm delighted to continue working with her in that regard. Madam Deputy Speaker, since this government took office, over 213,000 more people are getting a cancer diagnosis on time. Over 36,000 are starting treatment. More than 36,000 more people are starting treatment on time, and rates of early diagnosis are hitting record highs. Despite these vital signs of recovery, we know our NHS is still failing far too many cancer patients. Their families, as members across this House have highlighted this evening, and we know that brain tumours remain one of the hardest cancers to treat and it remains a challenging and underserved area of research. Last week, this government published our National Cancer Plan, Madam Deputy Speaker. We now have that blueprint to shift the dial on rare and challenging cancers, underpinned by 3 key targets. Firstly, to save 330,000 more lives by 2035, ensuring that 3 in every 4 people, 75%, diagnosed in 2035 will be cancer-free or living well with cancer after 5 years of diagnosis. We will also achieve the 3 cancer performance targets, I mentioned some of them earlier, by the end of March 2029. And finally, we will improve the quality of life of people living with cancer. Madam Deputy Speaker, rare and less common cancers are a priority for this government, and this is the first ever cancer plan with a whole chapter dedicated to rare cancers. We aim to be in the top quartile of European countries for 14 rare cancers, including brain tumours, where we currently rank 22nd out of 24. We will pull every lever available to drive these improvements for these cancer types, and we also know that one of the most effective ways to improve survival from cancers, including brain cancer, is, of course, to catch it and treat it early. And therefore, we have committed to reducing the number of rare cancers diagnosed in emergency settings, including brain tumours, which cannot be staged like other cancers and have therefore not been captured previously in early diagnostic measures. We happily give way.
I do thank you for giving me, and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a real point of equality. There's a fantastic charity called the Eva Pure, which is focused on gynecological cancers, and they make the point that a disproportionate amount of people with these cancers end up being diagnosed in A&E when it's too late. And I know through a meeting I had with Blood Cancers UK that, again, if you're an ethnic minority person, you're much more likely to face a diagnosis in A&E rather than inside a doctor's surgery. So this is something we should do, not just because it's the right thing to do, but also it's a matter of equality.
I could not agree more, Madam Deputy Speaker, with my honourable friend, and that is why there's NIHR funding specifically allocated. And one of the tests of a grant before we fund it is how diverse the population it serves will be. Madam Deputy Speaker, we recognise the challenges that presents us in terms of brain tumours, and by publishing regular performance data at a more granular level and adding diagnosis in emergency settings to our basket of early diagnosis, we are committed to changing the dial on these issues. For all patients diagnosed with rare cancers, we will prioritise access to specialist treatment and to multidisciplinary teams to ensure they will benefit from the best of evidence-based care. We will work with charities to support rare cancer patients and ensure they have access to the right information and to manage their cancer care. And we wish to be held accountable across these commitments and to drive forward progress for rare cancer patients, and we will therefore appoint a national clinical lead for rare cancers who will provide that independent arbitration. The actions I have listed, Madam Deputy Speaker, make just a small part of our plan, which will turn cancer from one of the country's biggest killers into a treatable chronic condition. We have developed these plans with patients, charities, families, clinicians, and have heard from many members, of course, here today. We are grateful for the continued campaigning on rare cancers and brain tumours.
In the chapter on rare cancers, it says that an individual will be named in the NIHR responsible for progress in rare cancers. If there is no progress, will they get the sack?
It's far below my pay grade, Madam Deputy Speaker, to sacking people in the NIH. I will revert to the Secretary of State's opinion on that, but she can certainly be reassured we'll be holding them accountable, as the my honourable friend will be holding me accountable, and she might give me the sack at this rate, so I better be careful. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are grateful for the continued campaigning on rare cancers. We look forward to working with partners further to deliver on these improvements and outcomes for brain cancer patients, and we know that improvements promised through this plan, of course, relies on good research. So turning to research, this has already begun with over 25 million invested in the NIHR Brain Tumour Research Consortium. The consortium aims to transform outcomes for adults and children and their families who are living with brain tumours, ultimately reducing lives, cost to cancer, loss to cancer. Furthermore, we are partnering with Cancer Research UK to provide £3 million to co-fund the CR UK Brain Tumour Centre of Excellence. This will make sure we accelerate the move from foundational research to delivering innovative treatments for patients. These investments have the potential to shift the dial and the position that the UK has as a leading location for brain tumour treatment research. As reaffirmed in the National Cancer Plan, this government is proud to support the Rare Cancers Bill, introduced by Honourable Friend, the member for Edinburgh South West, which passed its second reading in the other place last month. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Mitcham and Morden and other Honourable Members for their support and moving contributions to the debates within this bill so far. This important legislation will make it easier for researchers to connect with patients living with rare cancers, including brain tumours, streamline recruitment into clinical trials, and ensure that our regulatory system delivers for patients. As set out in our 10-year health plan, we will make sure the UK is a global leader in clinical research. This bill will accelerate the clinical trials needed to deliver the most effective cutting-edge treatments and the highest quality care for patients facing a rare cancer diagnosis. I am looking forward to seeing this bill progress towards royal assent. Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank colleagues for giving me the chance to set out our plans on rare cancer. I hope I have reassured colleagues that we are determined to improve survival rates for patients, ensuring that everyone has access to the highest quality care and access to the highest quality research. The National Cancer Plan embodies these ambitions and sets out how we will achieve them. Through our significant research investments, our support of the Private Member's Bill on Rare Cancers 2026, we will begin to shift the dial on outcomes for brain tumour patients. Thank you.
Dame Siobhan McDonagh to wind up.
I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have wound up enough people this evening. But to say thank you to all the people, to all the members from all parties who contributed to tonight's debate. It is my view that the contributions of the members of this House has brought a real and material change to what is currently going on at the NIHR, at Cancer Research UK and other organisations, because we are watching and speaking out. And we need to do that, because if we don't, they will simply continue along the same path, and we cannot allow that to happen.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 relating to the Select Committee on the Armed Forces Bill. Jessica Morden to move. As on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have to confess, this is probably my first adjournment debate, so I am gutted that the Honourable Member for Strangford isn't here to actually intervene. Because is it an adjournment debate if he hasn't intervened? Probably not. I wish that I could carry on with that jovial tone, but unfortunately, we all hate being let down. I think many of us have been let down quite a lot this week, quite frankly, but especially so when you're led to believe a problem is about to be fixed, only to have the rug pulled from beneath your feet. Thousands of users of Leagrave Station in my constituency felt a huge sigh of relief, and thousands more would-be users who now can't use the station currently felt hope that they were being told just before the election that we were successful in gaining access for all funding for Leagrave Station, vital for our needs as a community, but as a station, for lifts at Leagrave Station, only to have this cruelly snatched away from us when we found out there was indeed no money for this scheme, and there never was. To put it bluntly, we were lied to as a community. But people in Luton North don't give up, and we want to know what the reasoning was for the lack of progression via the Access for All route funding. Also, when and how can we work with the new government to make progress on securing lifts at Leagrave Station? Now, Leagrave Station is a major transport hub for our town. Nearly 1.5 million journeys are made to and from that station every year. 1.5 million. Now, many of those that were approved for Access for All funding, I don't begrudge them. I'm very pleased for them. I'd love to live in hope that before I'm entirely grey, that we see all stations in every community entirely accessible for all. But I do wonder why it is that many of those stations that were approved for funding actually have fewer journeys coming from them than perhaps Leagrave Station. I will give way.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Lady give way, and it's an important debate. She would have heard, if she's been following the Bill Committee of the Railways Bill going through at the moment, that at the current rate it will take more than 100 years for step-free access to go around the full estate. Does she agree with the opposition on this instance that that is too long?
Rare occasion. I thank my friend for that intervention. And yes, he is right. That takes far too long. Not only will I be grey, but I will also be dead. So progress is far too slow for us. But
Apologies, I was merely commenting that the Honourable Lady might not be. Longevity is certainly increasing.
I mean, I have good genes, but I would have to have extraordinarily good genes for me to see that to fruition. But I think the Honourable gentleman makes a really good point. Progress is far too slow. And for many people, train journeys are just something completely out of their reach. And that is not the way that we should be, they're not the limit of our aspirations, quite frankly. Now, lots of... Yes, I will give way.
I'm so grateful for the member opposite for giving way in this very important debate. And this is an issue that I think affects constituencies across the country, including mine, with problems with the Weybridge station. Can I just draw to our attention my new clause 69 to the Railways Bill, which sets out a requirement for an accessibility strategy that the government has to report on. I intervene on her now because I also hope to intervene on the Minister for his comments a bit later on regarding that.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I would want to look at the details of an amendment along those lines. But in principle, absolutely, we do need to have a strategy. I think many people would understand that this is not something that we can click our fingers and that it happens overnight. But we need to be travelling on this journey together, excuse the pun, because we cannot be saying that public transport is out of bounds if you are not able to walk up and down stairs. It's out of bounds if you're a parent with a pushchair. It's out of bounds if you have an unruly child like mine that doesn't necessarily do as they're told, and you are absolutely terrified of using those stairs. And in many cases, those staircases, as I will go on to talk about, are in utter disrepair and are in a shocking state. So, in Luton North, we can take advantage of our close links to the capital to travel to work, to see friends and families, or head to the airport on holiday. Some people do have holidays, not necessarily all of us, but many people use Luton Airport to go on holiday, for travel for work, to see friends and loved ones. We should be enabling everybody, not just those travelling from London on the Thameslink, but those travelling from Bedford and every station in between to go to Luton Airport on the train. For anyone who cannot use stairs, wheelchair users, people with heavy luggage, prams or pushchairs, 2 main platforms cannot be accessed at all. And I have to say, it is a real sick joke that it is listed as semi-disabled access friendly, our station, when in fact, any train heading north from Leagrave stops at a platform that cannot be accessed step-free. So if you're coming back from London or heading to Bedford, you have no choice to use those stairs or to use a different station. I do not believe any station that is only accessible on some platforms can be called accessible in any description whatsoever. Now, I've been campaigning to get lifts at Leagrave since I was first elected in 2019, since I was heavily pregnant with my daughter. And when she was born, like every other parent that uses Leagrave Station, I tackled those steep steps with a pram. Now, there was always somebody there willing to help, a member of the public, because that's just how Luton is. But we shouldn't have to rely on the kindness of strangers to ensure that we can get our children up and down those stairs safely. And then, as I've described, I've nervously held her hand while she was a toddler, up and down those really dangerous stairs. And I see parents do this every day, battling with those unsafe stairs. And to the extent that I took the former rail minister to see Leagrave Station for himself. And he was shocked to see the state of it, but I also took my child with me so that he could see how impossible it is to navigate safely if you have a pram, if you have a small child, or if you have any difficulty with accessibility whatsoever. Now, I thought we had made progress because there were moments of hope. But I have to say, I reflect every single constituent in Luton North who is incredibly frustrated with being so close to seeing lifts at Leagrave Station and to have that cruelly snatched away from us. Now, I understand there are financial pressures facing the government, but people in Luton North deserve an accessible railway. So I've got some questions for the Minister. Since 2019, as you heard, I've been pushing successive governments on this issue. I hosted the former Rail Minister, Hugh Merriman, and secured a Network Rail feasibility study into lifts that was carried out in 2023. This study was a significant investment from the Council and went into huge detail on the exact design needed to deliver lifts at the station. In May 2024, the Conservative government then announced that Leagrave had been approved for access for all funding. But now we discovered that the money never existed and the projects were never properly funded. So can the Minister tell me, Luton Council and my constituents, why the existence of this major feasibility study did not seem to have been factored in the final decision to not advance Leagrave Station in this stage of AFA funding? I understand also that the decision on whether to advance stations was made on the basis of the availability of third-party funding. Now, Leagrave serves a large community, but unlike more affluent areas, does not benefit from a single large business or wealthy potential sponsors in its vicinity. Discussions with third-party supporters are ongoing, but I would welcome further collaboration with the Minister himself and his department on how we can facilitate some of those negotiations. The Equality Act and the Public Sector Equality Duty both put duties on Network Rail and train companies to ensure people with disabilities are able to access the railway. The government is encouraging people with disabilities into work, but are making a major way of accessing employers inaccessible for people who want to get to work. How does this square with our Labour government's priority of ensuring that people who want to work can physically get into work in the same way as everyone else? Currently, anyone needing step-free access to Leagrave, if coming from the south, must call ahead to get a taxi booked from Luton Airport Parkway. What is 7 minutes on the train could become 45 minutes in Luton traffic. I kid you not, Minister. When you have to get in a car to drive from one end of Luton to another instead of using a train, it can take up to an hour in heavy traffic. Luton is famous for many, many things, many wonderful things, including our football team. Our traffic congestion is possibly one of the things I am least happy that we are famous for. Network Rail and Thameslink do their best to facilitate arrangements for disabled passengers, but I'm sure that the Minister will agree that this is not ideal in terms of cost for passengers as well as the length of time it takes to travel. But there are lots of positive reasons why Leagrave Station should be invested in. And the opportunities that this government is presenting to our town. We've got the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Arc, which we are part of. We've got Universal Studios in Bedford, which is going to be coming on. I will not be going on any of their roller coasters. I'd just be happy to get on an accessible train, to be honest. We've got Luton Airport expansion. We've got Goodman's taking over the Vauxhall site. All of these are positive markers for investment in our town. But local people have to feel the investment for themselves too. So can the Minister, also in his role as Minister for Aviation, tell me how he hopes to achieve Luton Airport's expansion goals for public transport use if the north of our town cannot access the airport step-free? And can the Minister tell us, if we had match funding tomorrow, when is the earliest date that we could get spades in the ground? And to conclude, I'm not giving up on campaigning for lifts at Leagrave Station. I will continue banging on about this every time I visit that station, and it is not as good as the people of Luton North deserve. And I know the Minister will understand that I must continue to push for my constituents to get the step-free access they deserve. I am nothing but persistent. It is welcome that the government is putting money into communities like ours in Luton North. Between Pride in Place funding, a fairer council settlement, big projects like the airport and Universal, Luton is getting the love that we have not had for a very long time. But that is why it is so important that we follow through on projects like Lifts for Leagrave to show residents in areas like mine that towns like Luton deserve the investment in our transport and infrastructure. I look forward to continuing to work with DFT over the next few years to ensure we get the step-free access that my constituents deserve.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Minister Keir Mather.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to respond to this important debate on the potential merits of step-free upgrades at Leagrave Railway Station. And I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Luton North, for securing it and for her tireless advocacy on behalf of her constituents on this very important matter. I know well just how deeply she cares about her community and how tirelessly she campaigns for improved public transport and safer, more accessible stations. Now, for many residents, Leagrave Station is not simply a station. It is a gateway to work, to education, to healthcare and to family life. But as my honourable friend has so clearly set out, for too many users, especially those with mobility challenges, parents with buggies, older passengers, or anyone travelling with heavy luggage, this gateway does not offer the accessibility that they expect. She is also right to say that the travelling experience must be safe, comfortable and inclusive for all, and that sits at the heart of this government's commitment to a more accessible and passenger-focused rail network. Across Britain, many stations were constructed long before modern equality and accessibility standards existed. And while around 56% of stations are now step-free, and around 2/3 of journeys take place between such stations, we recognise that this is just not enough. And I may be one of the younger members of Parliament, but I doubt even I will see the full realisation if we carry on at the rate that was expressed by the Honourable Member for Broadham and Fakenham. So there is a lot more hard work to do. And that is why we remain committed to improving accessibility through programmes such as Access for All, through our recently published Rail Accessibility Roadmap, and through long-term reform of the railways as we move toward the establishment of Great British Railways. Now, in May 2024, the previous government published a list of 50 stations selected for initial feasibility work as part of the Access for All programme. And as my honourable friend will be aware, this included a nomination for Leagrave Station. However, Those feasibility studies were announced without clarity on how projects would ultimately be funded and significantly raised stakeholder expectations in a way that was not fair. This government has taken a more rigorous and disciplined approach, ensuring that only affordable and deliverable commitments are taken forward. Our approach is seeking to ensure that the maximum number of access for all schemes can be delivered and the risk of schemes overrunning on cost or encountering unforeseen engineering challenges is greatly reduced. And with that wider national picture in mind, I would like to speak directly about Leagrave Station. I regret that it does not currently offer full step-free access to all platforms for wheelchair users, people with mobility needs, parents with pushchairs, and those travelling with luggage. This remains a real challenge and a deeply frustrating reality. And I think my honourable friend was absolutely right to point to the human experience of dealing with this lack of accessibility, and it's something we saw at Selby Station when our lifts were out of order and only had a barrow crossing, and if there was no member of staff available to take people across it, you would have to get the train to Leeds to then come back towards Hull. It isn't a dignified way to travel, and it does need to change. We have also been clear, however, that commitments that we make must be affordable and they must represent value for money for passengers and taxpayers. And as my honourable friend knows, we have unfortunately decided that accessibility upgrades at Leagrave Station will not progress at this stage. In reaching that decision, we assessed nominations against a clear set of criteria. These included the number of passengers who would benefit, the need for a good geographical spread across Wales, Scotland and different parts of England, the extent to which schemes could build on existing technical developments and the availability of third-party funding. Stations that performed most strongly against these criteria are those which are now progressing to delivery or design. Now, as we know, Leagrave Station meets some of these criteria, including being a busy station and contributing to geographical balance. Indeed, she correctly highlights that Leagrave Station sees over 1 million users a year, and other stations in better connected areas and with fewer passengers were chosen to progress. However, I must make clear that footfall was only one of the criteria used in assessing Access for All nominations. In the case of Leagrave, there was little prior technical development work in place, and she is also right to identify that no third-party funding contribution was identified. And I would like to make clear to the House that the absence of that third-party funding was a key factor in the decision not to take the scheme forward at this time. Indeed, this was the case in relation to 22 other projects nationally, where no third-party funding contributions were identified, none of which, unfortunately, are progressing at this point. As we look ahead, local third-party funding contributions will remain an important consideration in future Access for All funding rounds, and this reflects both the limited public funding available to the Access for All programme and the substantial economic, social and accessibility benefits that these schemes deliver beyond the rail network itself. I'll gladly give way to the Honourable Member.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
I thank him for giving way. Just on the specific point of third-party funding, would you agree with me that when it comes to infrastructure projects such as airport expansion, noting Heathrow's proximity to my constituency, airport really should be a key target in terms of further funding to improve accessibility in our railways?
Well, the Honourable Member preempts me, as I'm to turn to how this particular issue to do with rail service intersects with the needs of the aviation sector, but he is of course right to point to the fact that surface access must play a really important role in the considerations around how we grow our aviation sector, both in a way that is sustainable but also meets those accessibility requirements of which he and my honourable friend spoke about so powerfully. So it's therefore reasonable that organisations and developments which benefit directly from improved step-free access, such as local authorities, major employers, developers and transport hubs, including Luton Airport, should also play a role in contributing to their delivery. Even partial local funding would significantly strengthen a future case for accessibility upgrades at Leagrave Station and help demonstrate shared local commitment to the scheme.
Would you give way?
I'd be glad to give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for noting how important Luton Airport is to our wider community. Would he be open to facilitating greater collaboration between the department, Luton Airport and also our railways to ensure that we see greater surface travel through public transport and our railways?
Absolutely, and the government wants to see the benefits of the aviation sector, the economic potential it can bring, but also, as my honourable friend pointed to so powerfully as it pertains to rail, the human benefit of being able to be connected to loved ones and to be able to access new places. And these two things need to work in tandem, and I would be glad to engage in those conversations further. I would also just add that local partners are also encouraged to develop a local funding package, drawing on opportunities such as Section 106, developer contributions and city region sustainable transport settlements. And these can be used to match fund Access for All projects and are another way to bring forward accessibility projects. Further detail is set out on this matter in the written ministerial statement published on the 15th of January 2026. Now, I recognise that this decision will be disappointing to my honourable friend and her constituents. However, funding for future rounds of Access for All may be available as part of the next spending review, and this could provide an opportunity to fund accessibility upgrades at Leagrave Station. I would also like to highlight positive accessibility work already underway in the neighbouring constituency of Luton South and South Bedfordshire. At Luton Station, an Access for All project is currently under construction, and this will provide step-free access across the station and make a tangible difference for passengers. Luton Airport Parkway nearby also provides full step-free access to all platforms, less than a 20-minute drive away from Leagrave Station, but we have heard powerfully from my honourable friend about how traffic and dealing with Luton traffic is a key barrier for people being able to access those accessibility benefits. And I'll give way to her to add some further context.
I thank the Minister for giving way. If anybody can get from Leagrave, from the north of the town, to Luton Airport Parkway in 20 minutes, they must be travelling in some different vehicle that I have never travelled in, because it will take at least half an hour to 45 minutes in bad traffic. And with note on the Luton South, I know that my honourable friend from Luton South and South Bedfordshire is really pleased, and many of us in the town are pleased to see finally work taking place in Luton South. But that has been over 10 years in the making. Please, could the Minister tell me it won't be over 10 years until Leagrave sees the same?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right, first of all, to enlighten me as to the reality of motoring your way through Luton to access certain areas, and she sets me a formidable challenge, which I don't take on, given the advice that she has given me. And likewise, I congratulate and respect the work of our honourable friend, the member for Luton South, in securing those improvements. But she is right to point to the fact that for people in her constituency who need to benefit from that accessibility at their doorstep, they need those improvements to come faster and further. And that's why through Great British Railways and the work we are progressing through the rail bill, but also through the next spending review and other ongoing work, we hope to make sure those accessibility improvements are available to people across the country. I can understand her impatience, and I thank her for it, because it keeps our feet to the fire. I'll give way very briefly to the member.
Ben Spencer.
I thank him for giving way. He knew this was coming. He just mentioned the Railways Bill. Would he care to comment on my new clause 69, which is to require the selling out of an accessible rail strategy, not only in terms of step-free access, but also in terms of lifts downtime? I feel a bit guilty in a sense, whereas one of the biggest problems we have in my constituency in Weybridge, we have lifts, but they're not functional quite a lot of the time. And so people travelling almost sort of play a Russian roulette as to whether the lifts are going to be available or not before the disruption that follows. Could you please comment on that sort of strategy as I'm proposing?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. I appreciate and respect the sentiment that lies behind the new clause that he has proposed to the Railways Bill. What I would say to him is that through Clause 18 of the bill, we give Great British Railways a specific legal duty to promote the interests of passengers, particularly passengers with disabilities. We've got a tough new passenger watchdog to enforce consumer standards, but also to put accessibility at the heart of the railways that intersects with the long-term rail strategy that should provide him with the assurances that he needs that accessibility is at the heart of the future railway under GBR. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make a little bit of progress. My honourable friend also shared her concerns about the current state of the footbridge at Leagrave Station. Let me just reassure her briefly that Network Rail carefully monitors the conditions of its assets, and whenever the rail industry installs, replace or renews station infrastructure, the work must comply with current accessibility standards, and I'd be happy to talk with her further if she feels that those standards are not met. My honourable friend also notes that plans for Luton Airport expansion is likely to increase overall demand on local transport networks, including rail, and that point is very well made. Whilst at this stage there's limited evidence that we have to confirm the scale or certainty of the impact, indeed, as I previously mentioned, a future round of Access for All may be funded as part of the next spending review, and this could provide an opportunity to fully or partially fund accessibility upgrades at Lee Grave Station. So let me just close again by thanking and congratulating my honourable friend for securing this debate and for her tireless representation of her constituents' needs. I'm aware that the Rail Minister will meet my honourable friend on the 16th of March to explain the decisions made in relation to accessibility at Lee Grave, and I look forward to continuing to work with her, with GTR and Network Rail to ensure that Lee Grave Station is well placed to serve its community now and into the future.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order. You got that one?